go for an hour or so.
So you can't
But
watch
I'll
during
be
that
back.
hour?
Oh no, I'll watch.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just won't be here.
You,
But yeah,
do you want to
I'll
come
be
on
back in a
stream
bit.
and talk about it as well?
Maybe.
Yeah,
We'll see.
maybe. All right. Well, I can probably fuck
All right.
around for a bit, and then I'll come back and.
It's your call. I'll be back in a little bit though. Hope you all have a good day, night, wherever the
Alright.
fuck y'all are. Bye.
Yep. Have a
Bye
good day.
bye. Boom, boom, boom,
I'm
boom. All right. I'm gonna
also
move down to the
probably
stream.
gonna.
You guys should join my Discord so I can like drag you guys in if I decide to go to my Discord. You know.
I
Oh, okay.
would, but it's like fucking 7 a.m. So I gotta go to sleep.
All right. Good night, bro.
Yeah. Have a good night. Nice talking to you guys. Peace.
Peace. All right. I'm not gonna lie, that guy was exactly the reason why I linked my Discord and told you guys all to join it because I don't want him in my stream. I've been sitting here like just having him step on my nerves because he wants to comment on every reply that everyone has, and I just don't care, and I don't know who he is, and I don't want to
Right.
gatekeep the Discord to be like that guy to be like. I don't want to gatekeep. I want to let people talk about their feelings and like say their opinions. But when your opinion is sometimes not an opinion, uh, or like when Sophia was like, "Wait, are we looping on the Darius stuff?" And then he replies like, "No, no, this is just the way Darius is." And then she's like, "No, no, I swear I've seen that message before." And then he was like, "I don't think so." And then it just turns out he was like wrong. It was like, why are you responding to
Yeah.
everything that people are saying? Why are you responding to every conversation? Blowing my
Yeah.
mind. Um, or before taxi, there was a moment, and I used the Geozac example of someone being like, "I'm tired," and then Geozac is like, "Why?" And the guy had just
Yeah.
obviously come home from work, right? It was like that.
Yeah.
Lee was like, yeah, like I don't know if I would call this person a friend or not, but like sometimes with like friends, when you get like a little bit close to them, it feels like they have like information on you that could blackmail you, and it makes things a little bit awkward. And they were just like, well, like for one, I would just never have anything that my friends could ever hold over me. And we were like, well, that's like not very good friends. And then they just couldn't get their head around it. And then every time we explained it to them, they were like, yeah, but like me and my friends, we're just good people. And I try to explain to them like, well, the point of having like a virtue is that it's like hard to reach, or you know that you are always like trying to live up to that virtue. And it just sort of seemed to like go right over their head. And then and then Lee is eventually like, it just seems like you guys are being like, I think Crisp is getting frustrated because you guys are being like intentionally very dense, or not intentionally. It just seems like you're being very dense. And then they just respond to that. It's like they just don't hear the words out of his mouth, and they just repeat the same line of like, yeah, but like me and my friends just wouldn't feel any. Me and my friends just like, we're just good people, and we couldn't even blackmail each other. And I was like, what are you saying, dude? Like,
Well, I
what?
mean, at that point, you just need to respond with like, "Oh, awesome, sad boy, femboy twink. You have good friends," and then just like leave it because it seems like
Yeah,
uh, they're just not even they're not even entertaining the idea of someone. They're not even entertaining the idea of someone betraying another person.
yeah.
So,
Which also, the reason that part annoyed me is because they're unwilling. Yeah, I don't know if unwilling. They can't even like allow us to continue the conversation that is like I'm having with Lee, which is like interesting. Because they need to tell us about a virtue where them and their friends are like really cool people. um,
right.
and you might have noticed like that femboy dude doing it for basically the whole time he was here. And Mumu's like, "Oh, I'm feeling like pretty tired. Like I might go to bed soon." And then someone else is like, "Yeah, I got to get up early for the morning. Like, good night, me too. Good night, Mumu." Which is like, sure, that person related to a Mumu and made it about themselves, but then that sad boy femboy guy very quickly as just like, oh, let me tell you guys all about like my fatigue in the morning and how my fatigue affects me throughout the day, and then he gets like excessive about it, and he's doing it ad nauseum. And then sometimes he would do these stories like with Sophia Silly being like, oh, like I would feel so uncomfortable with like me having my nudes on the internet, and he's like, yeah, me too, but like I don't know, there are people out there who like have my nudes and they could send them around and like, but like it's nothing too bad, it would never get that bad for me. And I'm like, bro, I just went and looked at your Twitter and it's just like pictures of your cock root the whole way down. Like, why are you lying to me that you have any sort of shame? And why are you trying to relate to Sophia on her kind of shame and lying to her about your entire personality? Like, what the fuck? Like, bro, I've seen your cock root. Let alone, like, you're like a tiny twink, so why are you talking to a moo about, like, working out? Like, I don't know. He, I can give him the best faith I can give him is that he doesn't know that a muumuu is like an elite level weightlifter almost, or like an advanced intermediate. He might as well be elite compared to someone who looks like they have never really worked out in their life. It was fucking crazy, dude. Bro, just dancing on my last nerve the whole way through. But I don't want to be the gatekeeper of the VC, so I get in. I just opened up a Word document and typed out all my thoughts to myself. just to be like, this fucking guy. He's in here. He's in here and he's loving it. But yeah, we were just talking about your band taxi before you came in. And then I messaged you to be like, hey, like, how's it going? And you're like, I just got on band 30 minutes ago. I'll be there in a second. I was like, yes.
Yeah.
Let's go. Bum bum bum. Oh, I should probably move down to streamable. I'm pretty happy for you guys to come down.
Yeah, I'll be there in a couple.
Yeah, it's just when we're hanging out. Yeah, like if someone comes in who like Odashara or Carrier who they want to have like what they think is good takes, but it's obviously like they need to talk a lot. I'm gonna end up needing to probably start doing something about it. Because so far, it just like sort of it like ruins my mood, and I feel like it ruins my stream segments a little bit. I need to take a note from Justicle's book and just be like, okay, you're trolling, get him out of here.
I think Carrier is timed out for a week.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, with Carrier, there's just like a sense of like pseudo intellectualism that comes through very hard, and then he's super quick to get like personally offended if you like disagree with his pseudo intellectual take, which lets you know that it's like a way that he's valuing himself, and then also makes it feel like his comments aren't so much about him knowing about the subject, it's about him looking smart, and he doesn't like it if you push back. But like I kind of get it as well, because within his own friend group, he's like, it was really bad where every time he would talk, they would be like, oh, another retarded Carrier take. It's like, fuck. When I first met him and Kyra and all of that, I like went out of my way to be like, hey, you guys are like meant to be his friend, but you're sort of like really mean to him. But as soon as I did that, I immediately sort of like ended up not giving a fuck, because it didn't take long of knowing him where he started like pseudo intellectually analyzing my personality, where he was just like, Crisp's a fucking sociopath, is literally what he just like came into a VC and told me one day, and I was like, what the fuck? I've literally just come out of a talk where I'm like vouching for you to your friends. Like, in fact, now Carrier, I really don't like you.
I'll be back.
Yeah. Get out of here, taxi. Sorry, I hope you guys don't mind my rant for the past 5 minutes. I just like complaining. I just complain about people a lot. Can't help it.
I just wanted to say good morning. What's up, everybody?
What's
What's
up,
up?
dude? What time
Chris
is it?
sounds like he's in a good mood.
It's not bad. I just turned my stream on, and I was just talking about like maybe the kinds of people I don't want coming into the Streamable channel to hang out on my stream. So I was like linking my Discord in the side chat for you guys to
Gotcha.
join, because like like I'm pretty happy to actually have you in, Brigade. Yeah, like, I'm sorry
Oh,
I
no.
roasted you so hard the other day, but like
I thought it was fine. I did think it was a
yeah.
little rough, but I thought the point was fun.
Yeah. The problem, so like, I don't want to like excuse my behavior or whatever, but it's like I've been dealing with like 2 or 3 chatters in here who were like real chronic interjectors, and I don't want to like gatekeep them from being new to the server. And you're like new to the server, right? And you wouldn't say I probably like gatekept you, right? There was just like the one thing the other day where I was like, hey, you just joined the room, shut the fuck up, I don't want to hear your retarded takes. Like, right? But like, I want to say that to these people the second they join the server, because they do just like come in and they just comment on every single thing that everyone says. And the more
That's
I
how
learn
I
about
feel
this
about
guy,
Tyska. I'll be honest.
exactly, bro. Tyskers, bro. Last night was so funny. You were here for that whole thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bro, I'm like cleaning my room and I can just hear people just being like, okay, Tyska, and then I come back and I'm like, Tyska, fuck you. I just immediately know like I can just like start roasting them.
Bro, somebody's got to shame people. I'm sorry. Like, somebody's
Yeah.
got to do it, man.
Yeah. Well, it creates an interesting conversation of like, him like not even acknowledge that he's like rightfully being shamed, or acknowledging it and saying that you're shaming a version of him that doesn't actually exist because he was putting it on the whole time. And then that's just like an interesting thing that everyone can play around with for like an hour or two, right? Boom, 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 boom. All right. Yeah. Obviously, all of you guys can feel free. Oh fuck! Actually, I was going to explain. Actually, no, I already think I already explained it. Yeah, basically, with you, Brigade, like, I just spend a lot of time being like frustrated with like these yappers, and then
That's fair.
eventually I start saying to people like, man, I just need to like tell people not to interject. But then a lot of the way that I talk is like however I want to talk, which is not very polite. Just say what's on my mind, going hard.
I mean, lucky for you, I kind of feel the same way. I actually like shaming people a lot of the time. I feel like people don't tell Tyska to shut the fuck up enough. They kind of just let him go.
Dude. Crazy that I like picked him at random without thinking. I had thought a little bit. I'm like, man, this guy chats a lot. So like, just kind of picked him at random, and it turned out he was like one of the most prolific yappers, or prolific yappers. Sorry.
I've never seen someone type so much. That's crazy.
Yeah, it does crack me up, like, because there was like a fight with Kelly and Stasia once, where Kelly was just like pulling up Stasia's logs and being like, "You've typed 35,000 messages on the server," and everyone was like, "Kelly, like, you've typed like 80,000 messages," and Kelly was like, "Yeah, but I've been added like 50,000 times, like, because people talk about me, so of course I'm going to reply to it, blah blah blah." So it's these two e-girls like going off on each other, and then Tyska, in a matter of days, has almost this like, like substantially more messages per day than these girls. That's fucking wild. And then he deleted them all, and then he lied about redacting it.
Oh yeah, the redact.devs.
Yeah, his other social media wasn't redacted, so we were like, "You did not redact. That wasn't an automatic thing that happened, bro. You are fucking lying." And he didn't acknowledge that. Like,
didn't we check on day one and he had like 1,400 like in the first like 12 hours or something? I felt like he had like 1,400 messages.
Oh, it was like day 3 or day 4. What was that? Sorry, Cyclone.
It was 14,000. That was the number.
Oh no.
Was that yesterday?
But I don't think that was one day. That was like a few days. But like still.
Yeah.
Oh my
I've been in the
god.
server 6 months and I have 10k.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah, it's
How
so
though?
funny.
Like what?
But people are just like generally polite because I looked at how many times people had mentioned him, and it is just hundreds and hundreds of people like replying to his messages and engaging with him. And I think a lot of people are just passing time, and like so like he distributes it well. But then there's someone like me who I just don't like interjectors, right? And for me, that cat girl was on stream, Catnip was like on stream, but I was like sitting in the Patreon supporters room, and because I didn't want to be like dragged in, but I was also, I can't remember why I was there. Me and Zizi were there with, I think Lav was sitting in there like muted, so I just went and sat in there with her as a meme, and then Zizi came in and sat in there as well. And then Kat went on the stream, but like her audio was like too quiet. So she comes into the supporters room, and me and her are like troubleshooting what's going on. And then he luckily we like basically get most of the way through the troubleshooting and start fixing her stuff. But he comes in and sort of just starts like interjecting and talking to her about whatever. And she's sort of like a quirky e-girl ADHD person, and she's also like just like a regular person who's like kind of polite. So she starts like going back and forth with him, and she probably also feels like he's having like a good conversation with her that's kind of deep. But from my point of view, it's just like the most shallow. He's just asking questions about things he doesn't know about and giving opinions that he thinks she would like to hear, which really winds me up. And I'm like, fuck it, and I let it go, right? Because I don't want to gatekeep their conversation or his like enjoyment of the server, but I am like feeling like, okay, I'm like in here talking to this person and sort of helping her out, and then this guy comes in and sort of like cuts off the end of my conversation, so it doesn't give me and her a moment to like appreciate each other's company or be like, yay, we did it, or whatever, right? And it's for like his super shit. I'm not like a child, so like I can like get over this feeling. But like I definitely notice that he didn't give a fuck about what was going on in the room, didn't read the room at all, and was willing to just talk about, oh, like I think like blah 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 blah, like, and this is one of my life experiences, blah blah blah, and it's just an incredibly mundane thing. Like, oh, I saw like 3 brown people when I walked down to the bus stop, and they were super cool, and it's like, okay, bro. I don't know how that relates to like into political issues between Arabia and whatever. Whatever, dude.
That's what I hated him the most for, to be honest.
Yeah, and then I like Defin because I don't want to. Him and her are like having the most like boring conversation. And they're like super chirpy about it. I'm like, that's cool. So I deafen, and then I undeafen, and they're still going like an hour and a half, 2 hours later, which is so funny. Because and we've talked to Tyska, and if you go watch some of her streams, it is just the most like ADHD, like rambling streams. So they're like just 2 ADHD peas in a pod, like yapping along. Or I mean, he's not. Maybe he is ADHD. I don't know. He's something.
I think the other thing I hate about him in particular, we'll be talking like you're talking about like political things. It was me and Raiden talking about Israel and Palestine. And I know a lot of people hate that topic, it's fine. But Tysko would want to interject with things that had nothing to do with what we were talking about. I was like, why are you wanting to interject?
Yeah. Like actually off topic,
huh?
or he described it himself. He was like, I think that most people don't know much about this topic, but I do. But also, I don't have any opinions until I hear someone say something stupid. And then I'm like, well, like if we just map out what you just said, bro, you don't give a fuck. You're not really caring to engage seriously because you don't have an opinion. And also, you can just decide whatever you want, and you're also just assuming that like whenever you talk to someone about this, it's only because they're stupid, right? Like, that's what
Yeah,
you're telling
yeah.
me, is that you will only talk to someone about this if you have predetermined that they are stupid and wrong. So it's like, why would I ever want to talk to you about Israel-Palestine? And you thought that was like a good thing to just randomly disclaim out to the world in Gen Chat that like I only talk to people about Israel-Palestine if they're stupid. And then he just starts spamming at me to come talk to him about Israel-Palestine. Like, he spams at me like 4 messages in chat tagging me, and I'm like, yeah, I don't care, I'm not gonna like respond. And he's like, you're a pussy, you're a pussy, you're a pussy. And it's like, bro, you were just saying that you only want to talk to people about this who you think are stupid, and like you're calling me stupid right now. Like, fuck you, bro. Like, get away from me, you disgusting freak. Stop humping my leg. Like,
That's what he feels. Yeah, he feels like a dog. It's just like constantly on your ass. Like,
yeah, just on my ass, dude. Like, you're trying to just go on a date with your girlfriend, and Tysker just comes over and won't stop talking to you. Like,
true.
dude, I had a friend once who used to come to. At first, he was like a friend of a friend or whatever. I don't know if I call him a friend. I used to go like a board gaming group, and there was this dude there who was friends of the brother. Like, it was like 4 brothers that used to like do this board gaming thing. We would go play board games every Saturday, and a family friend of theirs would show up, and he was the kind of guy who had literally only eaten 4 different kinds of food in his life, like French fries, chicken nuggets. I can't remember what the other 2 were. Like, we tried to get him to eat a slice of pizza once, and it was just like, nah, the mouthfeel is bad, so I'll never eat it. And for like 45 minutes, they were like, eat the pizza, because that's the kind of brothers they were. I had to leave the room, you know, I went for a walk and I came back and they were still like, eat the pizza. They're just so determined. Like, they were on a car trip once and they started singing the song that never ends, and they sung it for like 3 or 4 hours. And for years, they would just laugh about how that happened, because it's just so wacky. Just goofy, wacky times. But yeah, I would kill myself if my family was like that. But fuck, where was I even going with this?
You're talking about, like, I assume you're relating him to Tyska?
Yeah. The way he was like Tyska is that like I was on a date with a girl, or there was a girl like came to board gaming group once, and I went out to my car to like smoke weed, because sometimes, you know, I'm ADHD as fuck. I just want to get high and then just sit there and like be very chill and play games with my friends, and none of them really smoke
Who
weed.
the fuck goes to a board gaming group and then goes to their car to get high?
Just like loser. Like, what? I was in a bad mood, all right. So I go out to my car in a bad mood to like smoke weed
thing, but imagine he's going to play like Sorry, like
and listen to
Scrabble or something, and he's in there smoking in his car. You know?
Yeah. Well, so I'm like
Monopoly.
sitting in my car, and this girl knows I'm in a bad mood, so she comes out to my car. She was a bit of a crazy person as well. She was like convinced she could fix me, so she like comes out to my car, and she's sort of annoying me, but like not too bad. She's just like, so like, tell me what's wrong, and I'm like, I don't know, I'm just like pissed off, right? So I just put on a song by Tool, which is like a 15-minute song, which is like really funny, because then like I can just, for 15 minutes I can be like, hold on, like listen to this riff, so I can just keep chilling out. But this dude who's only eaten like 3 or 4 kinds of food in his life, you know, a very strange dude, he comes out and he's like meant to walk home, and then you think a normal person would probably read the situation that me and her are just like chilling, having like a talk, even though I don't want to have the talk, but just pretend from his point of view, he probably should have read that. And he ends up sitting there just talking to her for like 30, 40 minutes, just I don't know, just endlessly. And it's like a little kid. So funny. But for him, I can just be like, hey, Marcus, like, you know, you got work in the morning? And he's like, oh, true, I do. And I was like, you better start walking home. And he's like, oh, yeah, I probably should, because I do have work. I'm like, yeah, you do have work, you know, get on your buddy, get out there. Yeah. Basically,
Like, I'm just walking away if I see that. Like, if I see my friend, like, is just with a girl or something, I'm just gonna walk away.
Tysker is literally the kind of girl you have to be like, look, bro, you're making her feel weird. You're making me feel weird.
True.
Like you're ruining the vibe. The vibe,
But
bro.
it makes people feel uncomfortable being like the jackass, because I guess that's what you kind of feel like, I guess. But
Yeah,
if you don't do that, they just get worse. Like,
yeah. Gotta be kind of aware of it, and you gotta like make sure that you are aware that a lot of people have viewed you being a jackass, and you can't just like then go about your life acting like you weren't. That's my advice from someone who is like a notorious arsehole. But I find a lot of people take it personally, and they'll try and tell me like people will just randomly say like, Chris, you're like so boring, no one ever gives a fuck about what you say. And I'm like, oh, this is a guy who I've like been an asshole to and then forgot, and then I forget about it. And then there's other people who are like hey Chris, you really gave me something to think about. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, and this is the kind of guy who's kind of based and doesn't take things too personally, because it's not personal. It's always I mean, nothing should ever be like personal, even if I'm literally telling you like you have a fundamental flaw in your personality. I feel like you shouldn't take that personally.
yeah, I
mean,
hate how
it
people
is.
engage with critique mostly.
Yeah, even if life completely fucks you over, try not to take it personally.
I guess my view on it is like, if I find the critique is fine, then I don't really care. But if I find that your critique is bullshit, then I'm gonna like just snap back at you, because I find that you're just being a fucking asshole. But if I find the
Yeah,
critique is fine, it's whatever.
yeah. Well, that's yeah. If it's like a terrible critique, I gotta wonder. Like, I'm like, is this really about the
Genuine.
critique, or is this about like the way you think of me, or is it the way you think of yourself? What's going on there?
It's kind of hard, because like people who hold a grudge against something you said are gonna remember that for way longer than you remember what happened. So it's really awkward.
Yeah. Sometimes I wonder about that.
Like, I've had people hold a grudge against me, and I don't even remember who they are. I'm like, okay.
Yeah. Just tell them. Be like, I don't even know your name.
True.
I think with people
Hello,
like
my
that,
friends.
you know,
I was in a call the other day, and I asked this guy who I have like mutuals with. I was like, "Have I ever been mean to you?" And he was like texting in the side chat, and he was like, "Yeah, you made fun of me for being aromantic, or like not believing in real love, or like not believing in love at all, or something like that." And I was like, "When did this happen?" And he was like, "Oh, it was a long time ago." And I was like, "I don't even remember yelling at you."
yeah,
And it's crazy because if I don't even remember getting mad, then like it's gotta be like at least like 6 months old type drama. And I probably just yelled at this guy because he irritated me, and he held on to that. So,
yeah.
you know,
I had a talk with a girl
people.
that I'd been mean to in high school that I like didn't remember, but it made a lot of sense. Like, I was mean to her in the way that my friends were always mean to me, and then I like did it to her one day. So I was like, oh, that's definitely me, like not dealing with my shit. Like, so I fully believe, like, I still don't remember what it was, but like, yeah. She was like,
I
yeah,
mean,
that
if
stuck with
someone's
me for
mean to
years.
you, then yeah, if someone's mean to you and you're mean back and they get surprised, it's like kind of fuck around and find out, no?
Well, no, I was just mean to a random girl. Like,
Oh, wait, you
yeah.
said you were mean to her in the same way she was mean to you.
No. I was mean to her in the same way my friends were mean to me.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So like I had,
Yeah, you're an asshole.
I had like friends and family who like treated me badly, and I was like, well, this is kind of
And you
normal. So then I just
you
like did it
you
to
took it
her.
out on an innocent bystander?
Yeah, I just did it to her. It's like, yeah, say your dad like punches you in the nose every day, and you just grow up being like, well, that's just like what love is, and then you just like punch some random person in the nose one day, and then they have to go get like fucking lifetime of like surgery and trauma, and you're like, oh, I didn't
There
even think
needs
about
to
that. Right? What?
there needs to be a documentary on your life, bro.
Have you heard some crazy stories that I've told? Probably.
It's just every single time I'm in VC with you, there's some shit, there's a lore drop, and I'm
Right.
like, I need to know.
I'm not even going to tell you more details about the story with that girl because that was too fucked up. I don't need people to know that about me. Like, holy shit.
Shit, bro, where's the body, man? The family needs closure.
Yeah. Well, I felt so bad because now I've like grown up and I'm like, dude, I feel sick. I feel sick in my stomach that I was like, and also, yeah, like when she told me about it, I was like going through like a rebirth where I was like being like very disciplined and like passive, and I was like, no violence. Crispy hates violence now. Like, or I don't hate violence. I just think that violence is never okay. Whereas now I'm like a perfect balance of telling people to shut
Now,
the
was
fuck
this
up.
before? Was this
Yeah.
before or after you beat the shit out of the three guys who stole your longboard?
When was that? I
You were
think.
talking
Well,
about it
nah,
yesterday.
I didn't beat it. It might have been during that time, because in the past I would have just like thrown those dudes to the ground and stomped them. But in the moment with those
Hmm.
three dudes, I usually say I was like manhandling them when I tell that story. But I was like intentionally like not attacking them back, and they were like beating me with their skateboards and like trying to throw me off a bridge. Like they were trying to like put me in hospital.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah,
but I think it was so effective that because I'd been doing a lot of like combat, like I'm not like trained in martial arts, but I've been in I've wrestled and like fought with dudes like a lot throughout my life. Like my friends were the kind of like jocks who would just randomly, like one of them would like go hands and knees, and then the other one like pushes you over his back. They would just like randomly do shit like that, and it'd be worse than that. Like, you'd be sitting there, and then someone would just scone you in the back of the head with like a ball or something, and then I would just like turn around and just like grab the guy and just start like wailing on him, and then two or three more of my friends would all start wailing on me. Um, it was a bit of a meme, and I know it doesn't sound like a meme, but like whenever one of us got knocked to the ground, everyone else would run up and start stomping on him, and then like just like I don't know why we were so crazy. Um,
No, I totally get it because I
yeah,
mean it's like boys roughhousing, but like I had a similar thing in school. It was like the second year of secondary school, and we had a student transfer in from Nigeria, and but he was Lebanese, so he was like white skinned, but he grew up his whole life in Nigeria. So
right.
imagine he's just this white guy, or a white looking guy, and he has a thick Nigerian accent. So he would always talk to me and be like, Sab, listen, we are going to go to the shops today. And I'm like, please keep your mouth closed because we live in a predominantly black area and you cannot be talking like that, okay? Because we will get.
You will
So
think you're taking
every
the
single.
piss. Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. So we had a rule,
right.
right? When we're outside of school, Abbas, you need to keep your mouth shut, okay? You can't speak.
Oh,
So,
just so you know, Rickton,
but in.
I just went live on Twitch, but like, there's no
Nah, you
viewers.
good. This would
Yeah,
be a
yeah.
this would
I
be
was
a
meant to
sick
move down to the
Twitch
stream.
story for your VOD.
Okay, go ahead, go ahead. Yeah, I just
So
gotta make
yeah,
sure you
so
know.
it's like second year of secondary school. He transfers in, and like we're instantly best friends, right? Like this guy is my
Nice.
boy, and so he after like maybe like he's just transferred in. He barely speaks the language. Like he's a little bit nervous, but like he settles in after like 2-3 months, and he's like, Sam, today I want to tell you about a game we used to play in Nigeria, and I was like, oh god, here it comes. So he tells us about this game called Nindos, right? And to this day I don't know what Nindos means. I'm assuming it's like some Nigerian word, and he says basically the way the game works is if you sit down, if your butt touches something, you have to say Nindos at the top of your voice so everyone hears. Otherwise, if you don't say Nindos, everyone beats the shit out of you until you say Nindos, and then you're safe, right?
Okay, okay.
So this started off just me and him, and people thought we were fighting, but then they would see us together and we're like best friends. And then like we started slowly letting in more people in the game, right, and telling them about it. And you would think there would be some pushback. There was zero pushback. Okay, we were in an all boys private school, religious school, so there was zero pushback. They were like hopping on board Nindos straight away. So eventually we get the whole class doing Nindos. Then it's the whole year. Then it's the whole school is doing Nindos. And we're in a private school. Everything is really strict. So obviously it's really risky. You can't sit down in a class and scream a word as soon as your ass touches the chair without getting in trouble with the teacher. But then also you can't like jump on someone and beat the shit out of them without also getting in trouble. So we were like, everyone would sit down in silence in class, and then we knew everyone was fair game. So when the teacher turned their back, you just pick your target and just slap the shit out of them before the teacher looks. And as you can imagine, this led to a lot of violent situations, and the teachers were so confused. Like, why is everyone getting in fights? Why is there so many injuries? And they picked up on Nindos, and now, like, as soon as you say the word Nindos, instant detention. But that didn't stop us. We kept playing the game, and I think it culminated to the point where there was we had like this flight of stairs between the classes, and one guy was at the top of the stairs and he was just chilling talking to his friend. He was leaning on the what do you call it, the banister of the chair of the stairs, and because his ass was touching something and he had not said Nindos, fair game. Someone turns the corner, slaps him really hard on the back of the head because they see him leaning on something. He slips and falls down the stairs, and he's just like unconscious, spasming at the bottom of the stairs. So the ambulance is called, and we all, after that incident, we all kind of, chilled on the Nindos. I think Nindos kind of fell out of fashion. Jesus. It was not the end of it though. See, that's the thing, right? It was still, kind of subdued now. A lot of people have seen that and they were like shocked, and they were like pulling out the Nindos game. They're like, we're not playing Nindos anymore. But there was a few, diehard Nindo supporters, and they were like, it's just part of the game. It's like that scene in Rocky, if he dies, he dies. So
addicted to the rush. Well, I mean, someone's actually dying. What the fuck?
Yeah. No. Dude. Yeah, and then like, so I graduate, school's over, I leave the school, right? But this is like a school where it's a private school, so it's a very tight community, so they keep in touch, right? A few years later, they invite me back to give a talk at the school, right? Like, as a former student, tell us, focus on your studies or work, whatever, right? I'm scared to go back because as we went up in the years, the new kids would join the school and we would hand down Nindos to them. We would teach them the game. So I'm scared to go back because like there's going to be some 14-year-old who sees me sitting at the podium and he's going to just like wail on me. So I that place is like forever tainted. There's like radiation in that school, bro. We're not going back there ever again.
Shit. Well, eventually you just get good at fighting the group of 14-year-olds, right? Like, right? That's what happened to me.
True. Yeah. How many 10-year-olds could you take in a...
Well, yeah, because of the way like we acted, like it got to like a point where like I remember like my friend like holding me down, like a guy bigger than me. Like the biggest, most tough, like caveman friend of mine is like beating the shit out of me, and I'm like yelling at the teacher, like, "Help me!" And they're like, "Nah," like that's just the way you guys are. And I'm like, I can't believe this. Like this is fucked. But like, it sort of grew from just like, oh, the boys will pick on each other and they'll gang up on like one of the boys and all be like, oh, like Will, all of his jokes are so dry. And then for like a week, it'll be like, is that the Sahara Desert or is that Will? But then it grew into like actually like throwing someone to the ground and stomping them, and like a whole lot of the school would be like looking and being like, oh, what the fuck? But then people would like catch on and be like, oh, like the guy getting stomped doesn't even mind. And I became like very much that guy who didn't give a fuck if you just stomped the shit out of me. Like I would just constantly say to people like, let's play a game, and like if you lose you get stomped on. And I was like, and then I'll let my friends stomp on me a little bit just to show you guys what you were in for. But then, like, sometimes it would get so out of hand. Like, fuck, what happened? I got two of my friends to pick me up and throw me at someone, like, to like actually hurl my body. And the guy turned around and saw me in midair flying towards him and just stepped out of the way. And then I, like, hit the ground and go tumbling. which is basically the Pavlov dog. Everyone is just Pavlov dog. Like, he's on the ground, he's vulnerable, and he's kind of fucked up. Let's just go stomp the shit out of him. And I end up having like 30 or 40 dudes just fucking stomping the shit out of me. And I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna die. Because they don't really, sometimes they don't like realize how hard they're going until they miss. Because when they're stomping on you, it's just like whatever. But then when they miss and their foot hits the hard ground, they're like, oh shit, like I'm actually throwing all my weight into this. And yeah, and then there was another time where it happened, and then like an hour later, I'm like sitting in biology class, and I realize I like can't feel my legs, and I know it's from like when a guy hit me like right below the ribs, and I felt his foot like push all the way down, and then like push my lower spine in a little bit, and I was like, ah, fuck. I think I might be like actually paralyzed. And then the feeling came back like 20 minutes later. But
Bro,
when I was like
you
23,
graduate,
what was that?
when you graduate from being the weapon to the projectile.
Yeah. I mean, that was a funny one. People stopped doing that pretty quick, because there was a point where we threw one of our friends up in the air, and he went up like really, really high. And I tried to catch him, and a few other people tried to catch him, but there was like a crowd of people that all threw him up, and a lot of them didn't try to catch like they were meant to, and they're sort of like body blocking you and stuff. So he hit the ground like real hard, and he was like, let's never do that again. And everyone was like, yeah, fair enough, like this will actually kill you. Like yeah, he went really high. But what happened
Dude,
because of
speaking
these
of
things?
fucking school stories,
Yeah,
I had this one story where I was walking to school.
Wait, hold on. I gotta go on about this a little bit, because
Oh yeah.
our violent nature sort of did maybe influence a lot of the younger dudes. But what I think maybe happened was that like some of the like massive losers in our school, their dads were like massive losers back in the day, and their dads were telling them like, oh, when we were like the toughest cunts around. And we called ourselves the Richmond Tough Cunts, because Richmond was the town I grew up in. So the certain group of like kids in like a year or two below us started calling themselves the Richmond Tough Cunts, and they started calling us like the Sporto Gang. And the police like came and started talking about it, because their little gang grew to like over 100 kids, and they would like catch you know, like by yourself, like outside of school, and like beat you up and take all your shit. You know, and this happened to like a few of our little brothers and stuff. So we like hated these dudes, and then I was like a head prefect, and one of these days I had like a bad migraine, and one of the dudes, before it became a big problem, before they actually started their gang thing, one of them had like called me the F slur, and I had like a really bad headache, so I just like immediately saw red, and just like held him down to the ground and just like wailed into his face. And the school principal approaches me, and he's like, I heard you beat up that Oscar kid. Good job. Like, good on you. And I was like, oh shit, I thought I was gonna get like expelled from my school. And then I became like a head boy later on, and he basically just like commissions me to like keep doing it and keep beating these kids up. And like asked me to like get into it, which I didn't do. It sort of made me aware that like some of these young dudes who are like acting outwards are treated really bad by the adults like around them. But yeah, so I didn't do it like at school like the teacher wanted me to. But there was a bunch of times where I would be like walking around, because I worked basically like full time as well. So I would like go home, I would like get off school and then go work at Domino's. Unironically, that was my job. I worked at Domino's. I was the pizza guy even back then.
Let's go.
And I would finish work at like 10:30, 11 o'clock, because I would also like close the store. I was just like really determined to have like money. And yeah, and then I would like go for a walk, because I'd woken up at like 7 o'clock, gone to school for like 6 hours, and then gone to work for like another like 7 or 8 hours. I just need to like blow off some steam. And then I would run into like these 10 or 15 dudes, and not a single time did they manage to jump me, because I would either just call them out. I'll be like, I'll fucking beat the shit out of all 15 of you. Like, I'll fucking rip your faces out. And they would be like, oh shit. And it's not that I was like brave or like whatever. It's just because I am like an ADHD kid with like a short temper, and I had just worked incredibly hard on my life. So like, as soon as these cunts just wearing their baggy pants and like smoking cigarettes, and I know they're fucking thieves and like degens, as soon as I just see them acting that way, it's the same way I would act to like someone in here, where I'm just like, you don't deserve even a second of respect from me. In fact, like, the fact that you've wasted my time distracting me for like more than a millisecond means I want to fucking tell you about it, right? Fuck you and fuck all your friends. But like a few times, they would try and jump me, and I would end up fighting like 5 or 6 of them. But I think also because of like my aggressive looks, it's the power of the aggressive stare. Like, you know, a majority of them would back off and be like, I'm not keen to like try and fight this guy. But a few of my friends, like bigger dudes who were like probably as good as I was at fighting at the time, a few of them did get jumped. And like one of them got bottled, where these dudes, just like 4 or 5 of them, like bottled him like 6 or 7 times. So he ended up like covered in like cuts that needed stitches and shit. But even in that situation, that friend got bottled, basically got knocked out cold, and then woke back up and then grabbed one of them and then just beat the shit out of him, like the worst beating I've ever seen. And there were funny situations as well. Like I said, there was like 100 of these kids where we were at school, and one of my friends called Alex was like kind of meek. Like he didn't start off in our friend group, and his friends were like kind of losers and were like really, really mean to him. And we were like, oh, like come hang out with us. And he turned out to be a really good guy. And one day Alex is like by himself, and he's about to get jumped by all these kids. And another one of our friends sees it, and he like runs out to the field where we're playing touch rugby, and he just goes like kind of quietly. He's like, hey guys, help, like help. And we go around the corner, and we just see Kalen, who's the big dude. He's the one who like would hold me down and beat the shit out of me, and I would scream at the teachers and be like, help, help. But like, he is a massive freak. Like, if you look at the New Zealand rugby team and you look at the big guys in that team, he's just like one of those. Just a big caveman with like barely a brain cell. And he's like in there surrounded by like, 60 kids. And then 20 of us come in, and he turns around and he sees our group of like 20, and he by himself picks up the kid closest to him and just throws him into the group of us. And of course, we're all used to like stomping each other, so we all just start stomping the shit out of this kid. And then there's like the group of like 20 of us, and there's still like a 4-to-1 ratio of like them. And but I think we just had like a way more. We would form like a phalanx, and when we would get in these big group fights, they were like little berserkers. So you would just have these little kids that would just like come flying into you, like arms swinging, doing all this like crazy shit, because they all think they're Bruce Lee, and obviously their dads are like fucking cunts who were like, I was like the toughest kid around, like I just black out and see red and start fighting you. So we have just like a large group of that coming in, but we are like the sportos. We have trained to like play like full contact aggressive sport, where we know that you are way more effective if you just bind up with the guy next to you, right? And if you make sure that you communicate within the fight to like operate in a good way. So we would basically have like a front row of dudes who would sit there eyeballing the main mob of the gang that we were fighting. And those dudes would, they'd go toe to toe a little bit. And then all the dudes in the back behind us, we would like reach through and grab one of their dudes and pull him past our front line, like into the back line, and just like pummel him, and then you let him like limp off to the side. And these dudes would quietly like try to like limp off, and if they didn't limp off quick enough, we would like grab them and pull them back in and beat the shit out of them. And that shit was just awesome. So a mixture of that and also having all of my friends stomp me out meant that like when I was older and I was at university and shit, and you would have like groups of dudes who were finally like feeling tough, and they would walk around with a group of like 4 or 5 of their friends, I was like more than capable of just like making sure none of them could get behind me and just like throwing them off and throwing them down and fucking them up and all that kind of stuff. And that's my life story, dude. It's a good one.
Dude, I just can't get over the teacher using you as a mercenary to like giving you hits. Okay, you're gonna take this guy out today.
Yeah, like I can't say I didn't do it because like a little bit, like I would find like a kid had been like going. I would like catch one of these gang dudes like rummaging through someone's backpacks, and then he would see me, and then he would run away. And very often they would run into a bathroom or something, and I'd be like, wow, like okay, like I'm just gonna follow you into that bathroom and then like pin you up against the wall and be like, I know what you're doing, you little shit, like. But I wouldn't beat him up. I would just be like, I'd just be like, you're fucking lucky, you know. I will have you expelled from the school if I see you doing this shit again. Yeah, never do this. It wasn't until later on I learned maybe to have like some more like talks to them about like, you know, you could be like better than this and like, you know, I don't know, have more motivational talks with them. But this other dude was like a born again Christian and he loved his karate and shit. And you know, you think he's a born again Christian, so he'd be like a good guy, but he wasn't. He just loved to like slap these kids around and like all that shit. So, and he was meant to be like a friend of mine, but eventually I just started calling him a tool. Like I just refused to say his name. I would just call him Tool because I was like, "You're a fucking tool." And we ended up like pretty aggressively protesting to like the school board that he was like trying to convert kids to Christianity, because he fully was like, you know, being like a cult leader within the school. That was some funny shit. And I used to go to his church and argue with his pastor, like, just to really stick it to him.
Fucking debate lord, even in the younger years.
Yeah, bro. I didn't know what the internet or anything was, but I was already like fully willing to go. Like anytime they would have, his church would have people like come over from Australia and like give like a seminar on like why God is great and why evolution is not real. And I would sit in the crowd, and I'd been to church like as a kid, so I knew like, and the church is like, I think when people go to church and they've never been, they don't realize how like fanatical it is, with everyone like chanting like absolute nonsense, like evolution busted. And they're all like, they think they're like so high and mighty because they think that like a dog doesn't evolve, they just have different breeds, and they're like, this is what evolution is apparently. And then I would be like, well, actually, with, you know, basic high school level education, I can prove, like, I can give you arguments that you can't even like, you know, I don't like, what's your answer to this? And they just don't have it. I'd be like, all right, you're an idiot. I know you're a PhD in biology, but you're also like a retarded Christian, so get the fuck out of here. It was pretty funny though. Like these
indoctrination is pretty crazy.
Yeah, it is like, and they would never be like reasonable dudes. They like, it'd be a fully grown adult with a PhD, and I guess it makes sense because he's in here like preaching like bullshit to, you know, like a cult, which people would just say they're just Christians, but no, it's like a fucking cult. And this dude would argue with me for hours. And I remember like the minister of the church getting annoyed because it's like 1 o'clock in the morning and me and the fucking PhD dude won't leave his church. We're like still in there like going at it. And, you know, and at first there would be like 20 or like 30 like other little Christian kids who are like my age, like all gathered around, like being like, oh, like it's pretty interesting seeing Crispy like, you know, try to go toe to toe, but like I can't wait to see Crispy get like blown out by this like actual PhD dude. And I never would. I would absolutely destroy these dudes. Plus I'm like young and sassy and like think I know it all. But actually that's not true. I was kind of like a little bit shy because I had been like raised Christian, so I was like really nervous to like raise my hand. But I was also like not really willing to like not speak my mind either. So like I just had to get the flow going a little bit. But fucking talking in front of large crowds is actually like really nerve-wracking. I just don't want people to think that I'm like one of the. I was never like a debate pervert, like the kinds of people that you get in here. But yeah, just fucking pretty into it. Pretty fucking into it, dude. That was good shit. I'm gonna be
There
doing.
needs to be like.
Oh yeah, no, go on.
I was gonna say like we need to find a way to contact Turkey Tom to make a video on you.
The Legend of Chris Fletus. I've been meaning to go over my. So I'm in like. There's like 3 or 4 videos by Ryle Kittenhouse that are like involving me or like actually just about me. So I might like go over them and try to like compile some lore. It's kind of cool. Like even when I was younger, I like by the time I was like 18 or 19, I was like I just want to write like a biography or a book just about like being like a genuine guy. Because I was always the kind of person who thought that just like being like genuine and authentic with your feelings was like okay, even in the sense where I was like you know like with me like getting stomped on the ground a little bit, I would just be like, well, I'd be like, genuinely, I'm being affected by peer pressure and I know it and I'm kind of into it. If you're gonna laugh at me, I might as well kind of be like a funny joke. But I don't know. Obviously, everyone has their problems, and one of mine was just like being too much of like a clown for people. Like, you know, Robin Williams is like really sad, but he's like a comedian. I think I'm a bit like that.
Well, he's not sad anymore.
Well, yeah, obviously. He fucking got so high that he died, or whatever. And well, he just hung himself, right?
Why?
Fucking A.
Yo, what the fuck
I don't
did I
know.
come back to?
It's still on mine.
Talk about Robin Williams.
Wait.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. I was just riffing about my life. I was meant to start my stream. Well, like, I mean, I already started it, but like, I was meant to.
Dude, I just pulled the God Pack in the Pokemon TCG.
Yo, cool.
Wow.
Let's go.
How long have I been streaming for? An hour. An hour stream. That's perfect. That is actually perfect that I managed to yap for a full fucking hour. Because I'm meant to be reacting to... What have I got? I got Chud Logic videos, Why I Rape My Friends, a full Destiny confessional.
Nice.
And that should be sick. I hope everyone's looking forward to that. Yeah, they just got Chris Fletus lore. What is it? Destiny is a sexual predator who hunts vulnerable young girls. But the one I'm going to go over first is... I think it's the Hasan Piker content nuke.
Okay.
So that's like an hour and a half. And I don't think... I don't really want to watch that by myself.
It was pretty good.
And I don't think a lot of people want to watch it by themselves. So I'm going to do it on stream.
Nice.
Yeah.
I've already seen it, and it was pretty good. It's just a shame that like there will be zero engagement with it from Hasan. But there's some funny clips of like Denims and Frogan reacting to it.
I can't believe how many people are actually continuing to cope about his behavior. Like, just be honest. I don't know.
Yeah. Dude, if you have any
He
links to like those good
terrorists.
tweets, I would love that, you know, because it makes the stream so much
Oh
better.
yeah.
Yeah, like those other tweets. I'm gonna move down to streamable. You guys can like come down as well, but it's just I probably shouldn't still be in here while I'm streaming.
Yeah, no worries. I'll shoot you those tweets.
Cheers. Stone nigga, mushroom nigga, let's go. It's the pizza nigga. It's me, that pizza nigga.
Yo, let's
go. That's so fucked up. Lucky all my chatters are also my niggas, but they're all very chill. Now I'm saying it too much. It's getting weird. Dude, someone called me racist today for my showing on Just Cool Stream. Because I
Aren't
was
you
like
just
saying,
talking about Pixie and stuff?
yeah. Well, I used an analogy, which I don't think Justical fully understood it, which is fine. So I didn't want to really flesh out all of my thoughts on it. But the analogy is that like Germany let in a lot of immigrants, and then there was a lot of rape, and then the individuals from that
Oh.
from the immigrant countries, you can like blame Germany, right? And people do. They were like, oh, well, we knew what was going to happen, but like the individuals in that country, the main point isn't that like Germany should have known. It was that the immigrants from that country are from a culture which represses women, right? So if you want to be Connor counterpoints who say like, well, like Pixie should have just led a less hedonistic, more conservative life, well, you're allowing, or you're feeding a message to men who are going to want to be like, well, yeah, they should have just led that more life, and then I wouldn't have raped them, you know. And you're also going to end up with like women who want to like escape that cage, and well, like we know in the Western world, like, you know, a lot of girls are going to like cut free real hard and be like, I'm a 16-year-old and I want to be a stripper, and like it's way better for me if I just like have a kid with some 22-year-old loser. Like, they do what get fuck, dude. Like, I don't know if I want to have daughters after what it was like growing up with my sisters. You know, they were attention seeking to a whole new level. Yeah, and I really wanted what I like really want the most when I watch like Justical debate Connor is for him to leave Connor like embarrassed, like, yeah, I guess I do look like a total fuckboy, or that I'm like promoting fuckboys, and that I'm like almost saying that like I don't think Destiny should be held as accountable, except he's too afraid to say that. I want that to become like evident, like he's too afraid to say that he doesn't really care what Destiny did, so instead he's pointing at Pixie, and he wants to like hold women down, and I want his audience to feel embarrassed for like also probably having those views, and I want them to be too embarrassed about it that they'll never bother like telling other people like, oh, I think Pixie should have just been held more accountable. It's not that like that's a wrong conversation to have or like whatever, but within the context, like you can't use it to like excuse Destiny's situation, because the main point is that like people should be allowed to go through different phases of their life, and they shouldn't be immediately being like, I'm going to find the guy I'm going to marry, and then I'm going to have all of my sexual experiences with him. This is like where all of my discovery is. It's like, no, you should be able to make a environment as safe as possible to try to do risky things, and that doesn't mean that like Destiny is allowed to be. It doesn't mean predators can exist inside like a risky environment. Just because the environment is inherently dangerous doesn't mean that you can go in there and be a dangerous person, right? So like at no point should you ever be distracting from the fact that what Destiny did is like fucking disgusting, right? Even Pisco
I agree
is
with
getting
that.
reamed for this lately. Like, holy shit.
I just think Justical never goes to like try to destroy quote unquote people in debates. He's usually more calm about the way he goes about things.
Yeah.
Like,
well, I think even
Wayne will fucking
Mhm.
bite someone's head off in a debate, but Justical usually tries to do like a calm or laid back approach, I think.
Yeah. Well, he wants Connor and Connor's audience to be like, oh, Justicle's like a cool, reasonable dude who's like had to have like a good conversation with. And even if Justical provides a good conversation, they will never think that if they just get blown out, right? And I think even if you did like pretty quickly hit them with like a very strong point, which does blow them out, they would try to frame it like you were just soying and being ridiculous. And you would have to like very gently ease them into it for like an hour, where you'd be like, hey, I've slowly walked you back into this corner, where now you're just like basically admitting that you like think Destiny was fine, and you're almost like saying that like what's it called, the Muslim law where women have to wear burqas and stuff. They're basically like almost saying that, Like, as soon as someone starts telling me like, well, the real problem with the situation that she like was that she wanted to like go to orgies. If Pixie wanted to have orgies with like
Oh,
predator
right.
freaks, then like why would she? If she didn't want to have like orgies with predators, like why was she trying to sleep with Destiny? And it's like, what? I had a guy say this to me. I don't know if you were there for it, Portobello. But yeah, the guy in this Justical Discord recently, just, like after like an hour or two of debating him. Fuck, sorry. There's an ambulance driving past. um, but yeah, after an hour or two of debating him, I sort of managed to like push him back to like that's where his arguments ended up falling. And it's like you didn't just think that up during this argument. Like this was where you were at the whole time. And to begin with, he was sort of framing that his point of view on the situation was the same as Abba from Abba and Preachers. And like I'm sure a lot of Connor's audience would be like, well, I just think what Connor thinks. And then the more you debate them, it's like, wait, you're not even married. And like you're the kind of guy who has like different kids to different women and has actually fucked like hundreds of women. You just want to manipulate women. You know, like I'm not saying everyone is like that who wants to defend Destiny, but like I've just been running into people like that, and people like that are going to be like, I like Abba, I like Connor, and I think Justical is going way too hard, whereas Justical is like
Yeah, bro.
doesn't
I
even want
hate
Destiny
the.
cancelled.
Don't you
He
think
doesn't.
you're going a bit too far, defense? That's the most
Yeah,
annoying thing to me. It's like, can we
it's
just
like
be more reasonable with the critiques? It's like, bro,
yeah,
we are being reasonable. Y'all
yeah,
niggas is the ones who are like trying to be insane with the how you contort your bodies to fucking suck this man's dick. But hey,
yeah.
I don't know.
It made me way more aware of like why Destiny keeps his most like schizo chatters around. Because there are chatters that like will snap and go like really wild whenever a drama kicks up, but then there are other chatters who are always just wild, and it's like, why are those people there? And it's like, oh, it's because like when he needs them, he can just like push that little mob of retards to be like, Justicle's a fucking loser. He's going crazy, and also Pixie's like a money-loving whore, and Cherry's an attention-seeking bitch who like routinely attacks people like over this kind of shit. Remember that time Destiny had to talk Cherry off a cliff to like attack Mr. Girl or like whatever, and it's like, fuck you, bro, fuck up. I mean, I'm always like, whenever I hear those people talk, I'm like, fuck up. But now it's like, oh, I see the use of unleashing like a caged animal like into your enemy's ranks whenever you need it, like which is weird. Like it is very uncomfortable knowing that like I was, and I somewhat still am, like hanging out in DGG when I know that there's a massive proportion of the community which is just like intentionally there to be like an unhinged attack mob. Even like Kelly Jean, right? Kelly Jean was like a massive Destiny loyalist who he just sort of had to keep caged up to be like, hey, don't go, like it used to be like, Kelly, like don't go telling me that Justical is an anti-Destiny server. He's obviously not. But I like it that you're willing to like throw that random wild accusation out there, because then I can sick you on to Mike from PA or Hasan or Denims or, you know, my usual enemies. I can have you as like my strongest warrior. So
Yeah.
those are it's weird. Why can't he just have a like? It's not only weird that he has those people in the community. It's weird that he wants to keep them like that. He doesn't want those people to improve and be like more sane people. He wants them to be constantly like his pets. The Shaylin article was the Shaylin picture of Mr. Gill getting ripped to shreds by Forethought and the other dogs was too real.
Yeah.
Bum 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 bum. Justical has been really good on Twitter today. If you guys haven't been looking at his tweet to Pisco, It's getting some really good replies. And Plo, Kenny has been doing some hilarious. It's just classic Kenny, but it's like in written form. He doesn't really go on Twitter much. Let me set up my stream. Hello, chat. Hello, it's me. Dude, the lighting on my camera kind of sucks. Normally I'd like sit and play a song for like 15 minutes while I set up my stream, but I just yapped for like an hour and a half this time instead. Boom, 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 boom. I'm just gonna set up my stream and then I'll be back. Alright, we're deafened. Welcome, welcome, welcome everybody. It's the start of a new month, which is the start of a new pay cycle for me. Don't forget to subscribe on Kick. If I can get 20 people to subscribe with their own names, I'll be eligible for Kick Affiliate and then on to KCIP. Golden Eye theme. This isn't the song I want. What's the sick Golden Eye song? Let me check my audio as well. You guys have been able to hear me this whole time, haven't you? I haven't checked to make sure I didn't play around with that while I was off stream. Those things always happen because I'm constantly playing around with it. Welcome, 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 Barry Q.
Hey, just wanted to see how that pause music was coming along. Now keep in mind, this is a movie tie-in video game from the Nintendo 64. Not looking for anything too crazy. What do you think about this?
Bro, I've ruined my OBS. Did I just delete, like, where's my background? Did that just delete from like every from every single source? Did that all delete that? Oh my god, and you can't even see my face. I'm so sorry, stream. We're gonna start any second now. I might shave my head again this stream, I'm thinking as well. Maybe at the end of the stream, if I get some subs, I'll shave my head and get the razor out. Just straight back. I know you guys want to see it. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. GoldenEye 64, pause music. Can I just get this on repeat? Alright, there's 10 minutes. Wait, hold on, let's watch the meme.
Hey, just wanted to see how that pause music was coming along. Now keep in mind, this is a movie tie-in video game from the Nintendo 64. Not looking for anything too crazy. What do you think about this? Hey, just wanted to see how that pause music was coming along. Now keep in mind, this is a movie tie
I'm not gonna lie, that game didn't really do anything special and doesn't really deserve the place in history that it has. But fucking that pause music, bro. Woo! Woo! How is everybody doing? So, it's time for the content nuke. Wait, actually, it's not quite time for the content nuke. I need to fix my overlay. Maybe it's time for a new background. What do you guys think? What's a good one? I like having the rain, so I tried out this one here. It's a little bit less miserable than the girl in the rain, you know. Here it is. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. How do I stretch this? What's the quick key for that? No. No. Transformation. Edit transformation. Stretch the screen. Control E. Control E to stretch. Bounding watch. Stretch to bounds. Oh yeah, that's all good. Is that distracting? Is it too much? And why is my face so red? It doesn't even look like that in real life. My new bedroom is pretty sick as well, by the way. Like, I'm thinking I can position the chair, like, over here, and then maybe put, like, a teddy bear on it. Maybe get the DGG teddy bear. Just so that people know it's a cuck chair. Now that my room is cleaned, I've been messaging every attractive girl in the server. And letting them know that I'm finally dateable, totally ready to fuck. And I guess with that comes the cuck chair, because why are you fucking if you're not cucking someone else? That's just an added cherry on top. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Let's get that background. Oh, nice. The background went everywhere, like it's here as well, on this other cool scene. Alright. Sorry for being weird, talking about my fucking situation. I hope you guys are ready for this content, Nuke. I hope you've got your buttocks powdered and your content hats on. Let's crack into it.
The world would not be the same. Few people laughed. Few people cried. Most people were silent.
That's how the audio is meant to be.
I remembered the line from the Hindu scripture, the Bhagavad Gita. Vishnu takes on his multi-armed form and says, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds."
We think the Houthi Ansarallah is doing what
Fucking bloodthirsty, violent pig dogs. Why am I held accountable? God forbid you throw up the fucking green Hamas banner.
Happy birthday to you. I'm cooked.
Happy birthday from Twitch, Hasan. Happy birthday from Twitch.
Woohoo, content. Jesus Christ. Is he cooking shit? Is Ethan really gonna go this hard?
Hi there. It's me, your old friend, Ethan Klein. It's been a while since we've last spoken. In that time, I've had 3 kids, all boys. I've lost 100 pounds, and I've pissed off 75% of the internet. Probably.
Oh, nice, Lee, you're here.
Too. Actually,
welcome in, Lee. I was about to message you, but let's go.
Out there at the NRA meeting that's today in Texas. Someone should bomb. Oh yeah, and I got a tattoo also, so I'm cool like that now. Left or right, I always...
Oh, thank you for the follow. This is huge. Very cool, I need more of those. My rent went up and my income went down, so if you guys want to see me streaming more, don't forget to follow. Also subscribe, because I need 20 subscribers, dude. I got none at the moment. Maybe I have 11. I don't know. Some of them are like gifts. Kicker's kind of weird with like telling me. But yeah. Let's continue.
I always thought that despite our differences, there was one thing we could all agree on. And what was...
If I don't get any subs by tonight, we're gonna have to spin the wheel. And how do I make this incentivized? Because if I say anyone who visits the chat is going on the wheel, and then we roll the wheel and someone gets banned. But I don't want you guys to then not tell other people who join to sub. How did the monkey thing work? Where it's like if the monkeys don't what is it, like climb to the top of the pillar, they don't get food, and then generation after generation of monkeys end up beating each other over it, right? Let me think this through. I'll figure out a way to train you cunts.
What was that?
But we're going to continue with the video.
That we love America and everything she stands for. Mom and Dad and apple pie. Sure, there's plenty to criticize and endless things to improve, but I thought it was about making a more perfect union, not tearing it down. Marching bands, a pride that only the thing is, there's something kind of scary brewing in America. Communism. That's America. That's America to me. I started a show a couple of years ago with my acquaintance, Hasan Piker. You might remember him from such classics as
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it. Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers in a video game. Sorry. Holy shit. That's not what I said. You dumb cracker bitch.
And of course, the Leftovers podcast, which was our show, which we made broadly to goof on the antics of the right. Now, to be clear, I knew about all these edgy and controversial jokes at the time we made the show together, because who am I to judge?
Here is Ethan Klein being a delightful human being.
I was just gonna say, if there's another Holocaust, if they start rounding up the Jews again, I hope Ben gets killed. He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things. And we went on making the show for about 2 years.
Yeah, do you guys know, like, Ethan used to be a huge Sam Hyde fan, like, back in the day? Yeah, it's true. The bathroom scene where Sam is, like, in the bathroom and he's like, I'm a swell guy. I'm a nice guy. You know? Why don't they like me? And then you can hear his girlfriend in the background being like, Sam, hurry, get out of there. This video was like, people accused Ethan of, like, stealing the humor. He used to, like, wear the do-rag, Ethan did. And he had, like, this whole character and stuff like this. But, I mean, even that joke that Sam would do, like, anti-Semitic shit, but, like, Ethan is a Jew, so who else is allowed to say Ben Shapiro should maybe burn? But what I'm trying to say is here that I'm going to start stealing Ethan's sense of humor, because I want to be a multi-millionaire with a mainstream podcast, right?
And everything was good. Everyone was having fun. The audience was having fun. No problem. That was until this happened. We were doing our regular show, and for the first time I noticed an inordinate amount of radical, hardcore leftists. I mean, I thought we were social democrats, not whatever this was. I don't hate the idea of, like, people who can be successful. I think it's good that people can achieve success in the term monetary success. I mean, that's what that means, right? I do. You know, there's nothing wrong with that.
Because I see so many people in the chat saying no.
I don't know what y'all are tripping about. Like, what the fuck do you
What is the idea that
you guys,
people
like,
are looking for?
You guys are all, like, radical communists? There's that many radical communists? Suck it, chat. You're watching a capitalist pig. Deal with it. And then this happened. This comment from Hasan really started to sound some alarms in my head.
If you're in a socialist country with multiple parties, and one of the parties is a capitalist party, which would surely exist.
Yeah.
What would you do if that party started gaining momentum?
The solution to that would always be education and offering more
re-education?
Re-education, certainly, yeah. There should be an enforcement mechanism, and in that enforcement mechanism, I think, like, rehabilitation, which would include re-education as well.
If putting capitalists in re-education camps isn't disturbing enough, I started to notice that Hasan was carrying a lot of water for communist states' war crimes and genocides.
What do you call Crimea? I call it a part of Russian territory, bitch. That's what I call Crimea. I call it Crimea River, a Russian river. The annexation of Crimea is absolutely a justifiable annexation.
Tibet was literally a fucking feudal slave mandate, like,
So
autonomous zone.
China did them a favor.
That was one. I mean, in America, when I say something like this, people get very upset. You know, we talk about the Dalai Lama saying "suck my tongue" or whatever, but, like, that's not far from the norm in fucking normal Tibetan existence before the Communist Party came in and
So China unilaterally took over Tibet,
like,
these are their culture, They basically are trying to, you know, homogenize the culture.
If your culture,
They're trying to spoil the religion and the identity.
the part of
and they did them
feudal
a favor.
warlords and slavery, abolishing.
Dude, I can't even like hate watch Hasan. I'm already so uncomfortable. Ethan, entertain me quick. The hatred is building. I'm just easing into it, boys.
That, yes, I do think that is good.
No, China did them a favor.
This is a good way to describe Taiwan as well. The American federal government going into the fucking South and.
Why the fuck do people listen to this guy? Is he really that beautiful? How? How are you sitting here being like, I love it. I love the ideas. Yes, Hasan is my daddy. I'll admit it. I'm a Pikerite. What are they called? Are you a Maverick? Are you for Jake Paul or Josen Paul? I'm a Jake Paul fan.
Killing, unfortunately not all of them, but a decent amount of slavers and defenders of slavery. This is violent retribution from a powerful federal government
Tibet was a separatist.
that squashed, okay?
Tibet is the South in the Civil War?
Yes.
And most disturbingly, a complete whitewashing of the Chinese genocide against their Muslim minority group, the Uyghurs.
Don't they have Uyghur death camps? Is that?
It's not a death camp. They were re-education camps, and they are no longer in operation.
Is that
according
true?
to the Associated Press?
Okay. I saw this
But, yeah,
crazy documentary, and I don't know. I don't know the surrounding narrative or anything about it, but it was about there was doctors in the area. They would be able to procure organs.
No, that's no.
I'm telling you, they were in China with.
Okay, that one is like Shen Yun.
They're like, we
Falun
can
Gong.
get you an organ. From a Uyghur. But why is that? Is that really that crazy?
The Associated Press quietly fucking wrote an article that didn't get a lot of coverage in mainstream media about how, like, okay, well, all the concentration camps have been closed now. Like, all the re-education camps are closed now in fucking Xinjiang, and it's like very different vibes in Xinjiang, and now it's the tourism hour.
Let's see what the Associated Press actually had to say about this. These are all AP articles from the last 2 years. UK independent body reports China committed genocide in Xinjiang. China sanctioned a US research firm and 2 individuals over a report about the human rights violations in Xinjiang.
It's the tourism hour.
To China's fury, UN accuses Beijing of Uyghur rights abuses.
Tourism hour.
Uyghur County in China has the highest prison rate in the world. 1 in 25 people is in a Chinese prison.
It's the tourism hour.
48 Uyghurs detained in Thailand for almost 11 years are on hunger strike to protest their imminent deportation to China, where they face imprisonment or execution.
Not only does this AP article seem not to exist, reading the AP proved exactly the opposite. Hasan has happily eaten up the Chinese propaganda on this and has regurgitated it to his mainstream audience. Why is he defending China's genocide of their Muslim population? How does this even make sense? It only makes sense if A, he's being paid, or B, he has the political complexities of a 5-year-old. I know America bad is a meme that people laugh at online, but with Hasan, this does actually seem to be the beginning and the end of his analysis.
2 principles. Let me explain to you. 2 principles that you should keep with.
I don't know if he's being paid directly, but surely so much of his audience pay-pigs him because of these points of views, right? And I mean, why wouldn't like a Chinese-speaking American or an American-speaking Chinese person be like, time to use Hasan to get that message out there? Like, the audience capture is real with Hasan, right? I feel like we could do a little deep dive into that at some point.
With you, coming from a person who's Turkish.
Do we need to start calling my chatters the Uyghurs? Right? And then every time Hasan brings it up, everyone's like, oh yeah, that's Hasan bullying Crispy again. We could force him to platform a smaller streamer for once.
Okay? When you look at a situation in the Middle East, you look at what the local government is and who the Western forces are. never align with the Western forces. So when I look at other countries, I look at the regional actor, whoever the regional power player is, and then I look at who is backed by the Western superpowers. That's a principle that you could take home with you. If you want to actually be moral, or if you want to be smart about the way you analyze other countries, that's one basic principle that you can take home with you. All of a sudden, magically, you are above on your foreign policy analysis. You're going to be better off than 90% of people that look at the situation.
After seeing all of this, I was already getting uncomfortable with our partnership. I started to wonder if I had any idea who this guy actually is. And then, this happened.
We have breaking news out of Israel this morning where Hamas has launched a surprise attack within Israel's borders overnight.
After the shock of October 7th, I noticed a huge increase of anti-Semitic comments from Hasan's stream and Discord, including from his head mod. I was disturbed that Hasan was seemingly okay with this.
Can you do you care that your chat is calling me racist? Do you make any attempt to modify?
I have not looked at my chat.
Moderate that at all?
I have not looked at my chat at all, but you
I
have
just
to
opened it, but don't you have moderators? Do you care at all about what your audience says about me?
There's
What a
32,000
dodge.
people in here right now.
I'm just
Bro, he's like openly saying the Hasan system, right? Like, how does that sound to his own chat when he's like, oh, I haven't even looked at them? Are they all just like, he knows, like, or are they heartbroken that he's not reading their messages? Or no, I don't think I think even his own chatters, they don't give a fuck. They know that he knows what they're doing, right? But he's just describing it. It's like, it's the reverse Hasan system, like. The chat knows Chris, but they prefer he doesn't look into it himself. He's a useful idiot for his mods. Yeah. But he's still like widely respected. It's like a little in-game, right? Like where he's like 99% of you. Oh, thank you for the follow, Evil Morty JRX. Woo! We love it. Welcome, Morty. You are now 9% of my entire viewer base. Huge play. I should give you guys like percentage, like flares that show like what percentage of my viewer base you were when you joined. And some of you'll be like 100% as for my first viewer, you know. I'll be the 100%. Other people they'll have like 0.0001. I wonder if I could make that number bigger. I could call you the 10,000% chatter one day, because you've viewed my channel for like months. I don't know. Big numbers just feel good. But yeah, nah, fucking Hasan, dude. Fucking Hasan. Like, if he was to say like 99% of my chatters, you guys don't even, like 99% of my chatters are good. Those 1%, they're a bit crazy, but they all know that it's actually like 100% of them. They'll all be like, I'm that 1%. I'm the 1% now. Right.
just trying to tell you guys how it feels. And I'm fucking shocked that you don't care that people in your chat are saying, who the fuck is this child cold, arrogant, kind as fuck.
I love you,
Bro, yeah.
but there's only so much I can do.
Bro, Ethan's like, do you even care? And Hasan's like, I don't even look at it. And then Hasan's like, Ethan just holds him to the fire. He is the drunken master debate lord. He just completely ignores Hasan's dodge, and he's like, you don't care. He just lays it down twice as strong, makes it a declaration. You don't care, Hasan. You don't care that people are saying this shit to me.
Can you be surprised when your Discord is literally full of fucking
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do if you're making that argument. You know that, right? Like
Hasan's chat had been calling me a Zionist, baby-killing genocider. Maybe it is unreasonable that I'm asking him to moderate his chat for a friend. He doesn't even know where I'm coming from because it's not something he would ever ask for.
And all these other content creators actually, you know, whipping their communities when their chat is going fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason. That you were just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat
And I thought that was fucked up.
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
Especially as someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend.
The problem wasn't that he was pro-Palestinian, because I share a lot of those views, and I've been a stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause for many years. The problem with Hasan's coverage, and a lot of people like him, was their complete lack of empathy for the Jewish people who were frankly slaughtered by Hamas. He refused to show even a crumb of empathy for the Jewish victims.
But listen to what this guy has to say.
As you might have seen, there was some sort of
Dude, we need to show a crumb of empathy for Ethan in these trying times. I'm thinking I launch Operation Willie Mac, where I become a commentary streamer and just pretend like I have no clue on these things, and eventually criticize Hasan a little bit, and then he pulls me in to debate him, and then I pull up all of the info from this content nuke, and I just become Ethan Klein. Or like the time Ethan went to debate who's the guy who like said to his wife, he was like, watch it, that guy, the one who's a closeted homosexual, what's his name, I don't know, but he went on H3, and then Sam Cedar came on, Steven Crowder, that's it, yeah. I could pull the Steven Crowder maneuver where I bring Ethan on, and I'm like, Hasan, it's me, Chris Bledis, the commentary YouTuber. We have to delete this VOD so he doesn't know, but like, yeah. And he'll be like, oh yeah, Chris Bledis, like, you're a cool guy. But you don't know. He'll be like, this guy doesn't know. And then I'll be like, he doesn't know that I know. He doesn't know. El no sabe. My brain is fucking... It's beyond here. I'm a genius.
Desert party where they were having a great time until the resistance came in electrified hang gliders and took at least several dozen hipsters. But I'm sure they're doing very fine despite what the New York Post says. But nobody had seen this coming.
I mean, look at Hasan in the bottom corner. He's loving it.
Yeah, okay. Like,
okay.
I'm
just criticizing people. You don't have to comment if you're not comfortable about it.
I honestly felt at times that he and his audience barely thought of Israelis.
Dude, let's just analyze that for a second. Look at Hasan down here in the corner. What a rat dog, man.
Where they were having a great time until the resistance came in electrified hang gliders.
It froze for a bit there, but
took at least
he's watching now.
Hipsters.
He looks away, he's chewing his gum.
But I'm sure they're doing very fine despite what the New York Post says. But nobody had seen this coming.
I mean, that's insane.
He's a little bit uncomfortable. He doesn't give a fuck, dude.
Yeah, okay. Like,
okay.
I'm
just criticizing people. You don't have to comment if you're not.
Fuck, my OBS broke again. Sorry, chat. 1 second. I hope I'm making this easy for you guys to watch, and I'm not ruining your enjoyment of the video with my goddamn streaming. You know what it is? It's the DGG vibes. I'm waiting for someone to get in chat and be like, shut the fuck up, you DVD player. No one's here to hear you speak. You fucking streamers with your massive goddamn egos constantly piping up like you've got something good to say. I need you to go find a rusty fucking cable, climb a tree, tie it around your neck, and jump. That's just mean. Why is that in my head? Why does OBS break like this? I just need to go in and out of studio mode, and then it like works again, right? We good?
Comfortable about it.
I honestly felt at times that he and his audience barely thought of Israelis as humans.
But this dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand. And there are baby settlers as well. But there are baby settlers as well. There are babies in the settlements.
Part of running defense for Hamas is downplaying the violence, specifically the sexual violence, which he's done a lot of.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people that can't contend with. Like,
up, dude.
The Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets.
Bro, dude, that's a good idea. Getting a rally in here. What is the rally up to? It's a little bit weird because I'm like 15 minutes in, but like I'll send him a message. Because a rally, you know, has got some big old takes on the Hasan Parker situation. Alright, I sent the message. Ooh, first chatter to ban. You know, I can set up like a filter to like oh, thank you. Oh my god. Bro, the raw power just there. The raw power. I just briefly mentioned my will to like have that dude banned. The stormtroopers rolling in. That was sick. Dude. But yeah. Just briefly mentioned that shit. He gets banned. Where were we? Sorry, I get so excited that I forget what I was saying. That just a rally has cool takes. We're 15 minutes in, but it should be fine.
The Palestinian resistance.
Everyone rapes.
Is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets. Is not perfect.
It's kind of rude to like.
If you compare the raw numbers,
Hamas,
Gazans
right?
have lost a lot more than Israelis. 40,000 people have died, and neighborhoods have been completely flattened during this war. And while we should keep their plight at the top of our minds at all time, it also doesn't mean that we should disregard the lives of the Jewish people who are also affected.
It's okay if Irrelevant doesn't want to come in. Like, I can practice doing this by myself.
Even if their suffering on the whole is not
get my personality
as great.
out.
Some of you may know that I'm an Israeli dual citizen. My wife is Israeli, my kids are half Israeli, and my entire in-law is Israeli. I lived there for 5 years, and I grew a closeness with the country and its people. One of the biggest issues between me, Hasan, and his community was that I am in favor of a two-state solution while they are in favor of a one-state solution. Their theory is that after the October 7th attack, Israel should just dissolve its borders and let Hamas enter Israel unrestrained.
What do you think Israel should have done in response to October 7th?
Instead of indiscriminately bombing Gaza, I think the first thing to do in that situation would be to dismantle the government in the way that it existed, like get Netanyahu out of power.
Okay. So you're saying Israel in
85%.
response. Hold on, dude. You're saying in response to this terrorist attack, Israel should have dismantled their own government.
First set of actions would be to democratically take Netanyahu out of power. Yes.
The problem is that Israel's been at war with its neighbors for 70 plus years, and it makes a lot of sense that there'd be some distrust there. Is it really insane to think that Jews, as an ethnic minority in Israel, would not be safe? After all, Israel is a country of refugees. If the Jews didn't come from Europe after the Holocaust, they came from the surrounding Arab countries that expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians during the Nakba. 1 million Jews. All of these surrounding Arab countries had vibrant Jewish communities in huge number, hundreds of thousands. Now, if you look at them, you're looking at close to, if not literally, 0 Jews left in these countries.
Just to give you an idea, here's a visual representation of the Jewish refugees after 1948. Morocco had 265,000 Jews. Now it has 2,000. Algeria had 140,000. Now it has about 50. Iraq had 150,000 Jews. Now 10. And I want to give a special shout out to my boy over in Afghanistan.
Sometimes when I get like an information dump like this, I like want more context, but it's like what, I don't know if there's much more to know than like this is what there was a Nakba, right? They kill them. They kill these Jews. There's a wee doco about this one last known Jew, which is a real funny one. Him and his neighbor have this like rivalry. where they hate each other. It's pretty classic. He's like the most stubborn Jew in the world.
And one known Jew. We know him. We love him. He's the one Afghan Jew.
They were forced to leave their homes, their lives, their property, and migrate to the only place in the world that would accept them, which was Israel. The irony of this whole situation is that after the 1948 war, when Israel won the war to declare its independence, the Arab countries got super anti-Semitic against their own Jewish citizenry that had nothing to do with Israel.
What the
and
fuck?
as a result, they kicked them all out, 1 million plus of them, and forced them to go the one place they hated the most, Israel. And now those
Israel.
same
And you know what they're doing in Israel? They're like, Jews, Jews, Jews. We love Jews.
people that forced them out of their homes are telling them they don't belong there. So if the Jews of Israel are surrounded by Islamic militant terrorist groups that have stated their goal is to annihilate Israel as a Jewish state, and considering the historical context of Jews being pogromed from Arab countries, is it really that crazy for them to not feel safe as an ethnic minority, even a little bit?
And that's pretty much the entirety of our disagreement. Despite what you've read on TikTok and Twitter, I've donated $6,500 to a Palestinian charity after the war started.
Hey, Ethan Klein, thank you for the dono. Ethan Klein gave $6,500. My goat.
Jesus.
Thank you, Ethan.
Condemned Netanyahu as a war criminal. They're led by
Why hasn't Hasan
Netanyahu,
good money
who
like
should
that?
resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war criminal. Called the West Bank settlements an abomination. Settlers in the West Bank are religious zealots. They're monsters. They're genocidal. I've even said the West Bank settlers are valid military targets.
When you talk about like colonial settlers and stuff, like that's what's actually happening in the West Bank right now. And these people are more or less valid military targets, in my opinion.
My only crime is wanting a two-state solution instead of one, and thinking it's not okay to kill Israeli civilians. That's it. That's why they're calling me a Nazi Zionist. And because of a...
What the fuck? Okay, we don't give a fuck if they interpret it like that, because they're fucking brain-dead genocidal freaks. It's like understanding a fucking Nazi's perspective that emancipation for minorities is a threat to their existence. Get the fuck out of here. He's just literally saying to get rid of all of the Jews, though, who are the minority.
Kill Israeli civilians.
Oh no, Arabs are so scary. Literally right after a massacre. What, is this like 3 days after the massacre, bro? Like,
that's why they're calling me a Nazi Zionist.
Or is, I mean, I guess this is probably the kind of thing that Rogan's been saying forever, right? Well, Israel deserves to no longer exist. Fuck the Zionist apartheid state. I know that I can... There's like a log thing that logs all of the messages in Hasan's chat. I could totally go look and see if this guy's been banned or not. Why the fuck are we coddling Ethan? He coincidentally supports one theocratic ethno-state. He doesn't. Just tell him to shut the fuck up when he's so desperate to demonize Muslims and not recognize his friends and families are just as delusional. Because he wants to acknowledge that rapes happened. I mean, I guess literally, Hasan's chat spent a lot of time just saying that, just making fun of the fact that Arabs rape, like, by saying it doesn't happen, right? Was the butt of the joke, was that, like, you can't even rape a Jew? Why would an Arab even rape a Jew when they're such hideous people? It's literally the kinds of jokes that, they would make. Just to be clear, for any like kick stuff watching, I don't think that. I'm criticizing that. We love Jews here. We're actually like pretty enthusiastic about it.
Jews.
Is it time for Justical to make them for Wolfgang to make them for Justical? You mean the emotes? Yeah, probably. The Chris Wolfgang bridge has been rebuilt, by the way, guys. So, like, I don't think people know this, but I was the very first person in Justical server to ask Wolfgang for a commission. And maybe this was a hint, but he was like, I don't do commissions. I'm not into it. But after people saw me asking, I debated him on stream for a while about how he should, and like how, it would be good for him, and like it would be good for him. I was like, I want what's best for you, and like you know, do it. Do me a commission, please, Wolfgang. Like, I have crypto that I need to spend. And then after that appearance on stream, I think more people started asking for commissions. Some of my friends are like really well respected by Wolfgang, and they've been trying to get me and him to play games together, and I think his lack of willingness to do that sort of made them like more aware that there was like a burnt bridge, and they've been repairing it. And Wolfgang sent me like a nice DM the other day, just being like, well, it wasn't like nice. I was just like, oh, like, did someone like mute me? But it was just Discord like bugging. My Discord was like bugging out, and I like asked about it in Gen Chat, and then Wolfgang was like, oh, hey, like, is that all working out? Like, I'll help you fix it. And I was like, what the hell? Like, why would he give a fuck? But yeah, he did. He gives a fuck, so that's cool.
And because of Hasan and others spreading this malicious lie about my beliefs, I'm even getting harassed on the street.
So how come you don't like Palestine?
I like Palestine.
No, you don't.
Why do you say that?
Because, bro, you're... wasn't she in the IDF?
Yeah.
Oh, damn, that's crazy.
Mandatory service.
That's
She's born
sad.
there.
That's terrorism, bro.
She was born there.
That's sad. I feel bad for you guys. Ethan Klein, bro, you're ugly as fuck, bro. You're ugly as shit. You look like a rapist,
Bro,
man.
look in the fucking...
You look like a fucking rapist, Ethan. Feel bad for you guys. Ethan Klein, bro, you're ugly as fuck, bro. You're ugly as shit. You look like a rapist, bro. I'm tired of all these coward Americans in the South trying to act like they're so tough. Oh, I'm American. Oh, you don't even run your own country. You don't run your own country, bro. You don't run your own country. A foreign country named Israel runs your country. Oh my God, bro, I love you, Hasan. Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sweaty, bro.
I love you, bro.
I'm so sweaty.
I love you, bro. I have to interview you. You're like you're my hero, bro. I love you, bro. You're the coolest guy in the world, bro. Hold on, I think I look gay in that one. Hold on.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Hold on, I think I look gay in that one. Hold on.
Okay.
It's a funny thing about me.
Dude, my keyboard's breaking. My spacebar's not working. I mean, it works, but I just have to press it like a few times. But I wonder if he edited this video, because today a lot of people have been saying that guy wasn't an H3 fan, and then Ethan had to go find the clips of him and Hasan hanging out, you know, to like prove like, yeah, this is a Hasan fan. And they've been sending it to Denims and Frogan, because for the past few days, you know, Hasan's never going to watch this, but like Denims and Frogan do, and when they watch it, they're like, that guy like doesn't even have the vernacular of a Hasan fan. You can tell that isn't even a Hasan fan. Let me find it. Denims, Hasan fan vernacular. Hasan Biker content from Ethan Klein. Denims Daily. Vernacular tweet. Boom, 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 boom. Can I find like people who have been adding Denims?
Vision.
Not what that means.
Had I been duped? Was Hasan...
Me, a 40-year-old child, was duped by Hamas Piker. That's it. Hasan groomed me, and I was a neurodivergent minor at the ripe age of 40.
I mean, I don't think this is what he's saying, right? Just a little bit of context for Hasan's fan base is sweeping. See, they're gonna climp chip this shit, and just send those clips to Hasan, and that's all he's gonna react to.
I don't like
so
terrorism,
cringe, dude.
And I don't like terrorists. If they're Jews, Christians, Muslims, they're all bad. What is terrorism? It's intentionally targeting civilian population for political goals. I don't like it. None of it. And over time, I started to learn that my co-host, he really likes terrorists.
They do musicals. They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Dog, what do you look? You think I made this?
Isn't music. I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hasan.
Taking over these ships, they started targeting the ships.
People on this helicopter right now?
Yes.
They're streaming this?
Yeah. Yeah. They're flexing.
What? And they're coming in hot with guns.
Yeah, but you have to understand, this is a deterrence. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
I don't have an issue with them, let's just say. But they are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well,
he is regarded as a pretty brilliant person in terms of like everything that he's done.
Then I saw clips like this where Hasan is explaining how he's hiding his power level to funnel in normies into radicalization.
I think that in the short term, in order to combat against that, you have to advocate for a much lighter form of propaganda. You want America, in the way that I feel about it, and if you want America to get out of the way for places with more revolutionary potential to do what they would normally do, I think that, you know, one thing you have to do is advocate for a lighter form while simultaneously still doing agitated propaganda that goes beyond, you know, social democratic ideas.
I just wanted to like put emphasis on the exact point of the so-called radicalization funnel where, for example, Hasan and JT catch them while they're young, as they say, and then they start looking into this new idea, etc., and then move forwards through the funnel, get more and more informed, get more and more radicalized. You do your part in the funnel for the cause, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. You're doing, in my modest opinion, a great thing for the cause.
Now listen to Hasan during our very first conversation lie to me about how he's a social democrat to hide his power level.
We should move towards a Sweden-style economy or a Norway-style economy, which would be a social democracy.
You have to advocate for a much lighter form of propaganda
with robust social safety nets,
called radicalization funnel, catch them while they're young, as they say,
and protections for workers like higher unionization rates.
A lighter form while simultaneously still doing agitated propaganda that goes beyond social democratic ideas.
Hell, he's proclaimed it loud.
Wait, so Denims was making light of like Hasan grooming Ethan. But if Hasan has some sort of power in like a political sphere, right? And he uses that power over Ethan, who's a self-admitted like normie on these issues, and he literally just has Hasan there to be like the specialist person and to be the reliable and informed dude. I think that fits the definition of grooming pretty fucking well when Hasan uses that power to create a manipulative situation to coerce Ethan into a vulnerable position, right? And then by certain events happening in the world, like the October 7th attacks, Ethan was inevitably about to get his fucking shit pushed in and be used as an example by Hasan's community to be like, if you don't agree with us, we will attack you in this way. And I mean, this isn't like a wild mob of people who are just like attacking everyone. Hasan is literally their boy. He's their spokesman. He's the one who can rein them in, and he pretends like he can't even see it happening. And then here he is admitting that like it's actually what he wants to happen. This is like the worst part of so much of what Hasan does, is that he is fully willing to manipulate his audience into being these disaffected youths who feel like they are lost in the world. And he picks them up and he's just like, be schizo, attack people, shoot your politicians, kill your landlords. But me, personally, I'm the intellectual. I'm not getting my hands dirty, and I'm not making the most fucking terrible decisions of my life that will immediately like have me cast out of regular society, aka like put in jail, as the people who do what Hasan says to do, they do deserve to be like locked up. But I think Hasan deserves a whole lot of responsibility for the way that he speaks to his community. And it should be reflected on. He doesn't care about them and their lives. It's all about like the greater cause. And like he can live his whole life that way and still just be like, generations down the line, the world will be changed and like your ancestors will smile upon you fondly. But he doesn't really give a fuck, dude. Like, it's terrible. It's terrible shit. He just wants his bag. I don't like it.
Loudly that he is a self-described propagandist.
I'm a propagandist. Well, no,
For the record.
I'm not calling
I'm
you
a
that. I'm just saying. I'm going to play you.
I'm saying I am.
Okay. Well, then I want to.
I'm saying I am.
I just
before
want to put
you
it.
even play it.
A propagandist is much more than someone with a bias. It's someone who knowingly lies to further their political agenda.
And then I had a terrifying vision. Had I been duped? Was Hasan presenting a Trojan horse to my community, where he was just a left-leaning Democrat like myself, and as he said in the previous video, was funneling them into radicalization and turning them against me?
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet, dude.
I learned how much he hates liberals.
Dude, I hate liberals, dude. I hate them. I hate them so viciously.
Did he secretly despise me this whole time?
I'm sorry, dude. I hate liberals so much.
Did this man sit next to me for 2 years and pretend to be my friend?
Dude, liberals are a burden on this planet, dude. Liberals are the most, like, scummy, vile, fucking idiots. Liberals are incredibly stupid. I hate these petulant liberals, dumb fucking liberals.
What else is someone who's sociopathic capable of?
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet, dude.
Was I being manipulated this whole time?
That was my fear anyway. Regardless of his true beliefs, that broke my trust in him, and I pretty much ended the show immediately. And I felt guilty for my participation in mainstreaming.
Yo, I don't think this is satire. I think Ethan is trying to make his audience listen and care about it, but he needs to appeal to his audience based off the framework of the way he regularly presents his content. So it's going to be like highly edited, done up, but like the facts of the matter and the context of the narrative that he's like pushing seems like pretty authentic and convincing. So Hasan really is like a demon, right? I don't think Hasan is the kind of guy which you should be saying like, oh, like he's just a little bit off course, or like we can give him some leniency here or there. Like, no, this dude is fucked. He'll never Hasan will never be like blown out in the way that Destiny is like recently or anything like that, no matter how much people want it. The worst you can say about him, like personality-wise, is that he probably like talks shit about the other streamers and relishes in the fact that they're so much like bigger and better and more powerful than other people. And as such, like I feel like other more down-to-earth streamers will they'll be his friend, but like I feel like there's a reason that he's not like dating Pokimane or whatever, because she would be like the pinnacle catch, right? If he's like the prom king, he's the alpha male, she'd be the prom queen, right? But I feel like if Pokimane and Hasan were like out on a date, just chilling, it wouldn't take long before Hasan would be like talking shit about her friends, thinking that she was also the kind of person who loved talking shit about her friends, and then she would be like, you're a fucking weird little freak. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Didn't he date Valkyrie? Sheesh. 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 Yeah, I think I heard about that as well. Right, I'm black-pilled. I wish I didn't know.
Hasan. And for that, I apologize. I should have done more research, and I should have looked more deeply into who I was...
Wait, surely we can find a clip of Valkyrie being like, my ex-boyfriend, and then telling a Hasan story. I was dating this guy, super handsome, but like, when we were at parties, he was like a weird little freak behind the scenes. He was just talking shit about my friends. And that's when I realized I have to break up with this guy. How long did they date for? The Janice Griffith stories are pretty wild with him as well. But yeah, it's not like these women call him abusive or end up like mind broken and traumatized by him, right? They it's just that like socially he's probably just a bit of a goofball, and then more importantly, like parasocially, he's just like totally fucked, dude. Massive. Drifter doesn't feel like the right word. But like, and like sociopath doesn't feel like the right word either. It's just like he's careless. And there's like a certain kind of snowball of like this, which leads to like a dangerous lack of values. I guess Hasan would be like a good example that like, if you're not running a tight ship on your moralities, you can cause like pretty massive like trouble with the real world. And you know, and it must like degenerate your moral compass like in a lot. So like, if Hasan didn't have his checks and balances of being like, I need money and I need people to think I'm cool, and he was instead getting like more satisfaction from manipulating people than he was by just making money, the manipulation that he's already doing would probably get worse and worse. So not good. Not something you want to cultivate.
Getting in bed with before they get...
Oh, and like, last but not least, in fact, like definitely pretty worth noting is like, yeah, the effect on the real world is like terrible. That's why we're talking about, this is why we care, right? As Hasan is destruction for the society, for humankind in general. If he's targeting the first world and like the best parts of society that we have in this current part of history, and he wants to degrade it into a provenly terrible system like socialism, and is willing to do violence and destruction and have harm and pain happen to people, and he's so obsessed with that. Hasan isn't out there giving like spiritual messages to his chat about like becoming a strong, powerful individual and like bettering yourself in your life. He's not doing that shit. He's talking about the destruction of some of the best cultivated systems that we have, that is like built off the Roman Empire. The Western canon and framework is intensive, complex, beyond the understanding of an individual, really, like of how we got to be so lucky to live in a civilization that works. And Hasan is tearing that shit down. He doesn't give a fuck about the small parts of the linchpins of society that he doesn't even, they're so encompassing that he doesn't even realize they're holding everything together. He's just like, nah, fuck it. Fuck the law. Fuck order. Just burn it all down. I'm the intellectual. I'm going to be king. Give me the money. If I wasn't right, why are there 100,000 people telling me that I'm God and women sending me pics of their buttholes all the time? You know, how many people need to tell him that for him to start believing it? Probably not that many.
Gave me chlamydia.
Sorry, I'm probably talking too much, but this video, let's keep playing.
Sorry, Hila. Over the past year since the show ended, I continue to watch Hasan platform, promote, and propagandize terrorist organizations. And every time it happened on Twitch, I would say, man, this time surely he went too far and someone's got to do something. But as the time went on, nothing happened, and his views got more and more radical. And
Someone
more
do something!
I feel it's my obligation,
I hate him.
mainstreaming someone like Hasan, to take this on. And so it was war. Nuclear war.
I stand before you following the footsteps of intellectual giants.
One thing
as
we've been hearing
nothing
for weeks.
but a simple man.
Now,
A simple man who understands
Joe Rogan.
right from wrong.
Yeah.
I
You're an
sometimes
important,
that's all that
influential
matters.
voice to a
The
lot of
Democratic
people.
Party can
I'm an
find
idiot. I'm dumb.
Dude, I'm losing my mind. This is schizo as fuck.
Bimbo. I don't know what I'm talking about.
And there are some things
I've gotten numb to criticism like this. It's not. It's as a matter of fact, I seek it out now because I make content out of it. I think it's funny and fun.
And there are baby settlers as well.
Can you just shut the fuck up, bloodthirsty, violent It doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen.
Thank you to ExpressVPN for sponsoring this video. ExpressVPN is an app that lets you change your
Wow.
location. Let's see what you can do with this power. Well, you can sign up for Netflix from a different country, but why would you want to do that? It was $14. It's now $3.66. Okay,
Wow.
but it even gets better than that. Netflix and all the streaming apps have different catalogs for each region. So let's say, for example, I want to watch some Dragon Ball Z Broly, but it's not available. in USA.
I
Plug
do want
in
to
your
watch
search
Dragon Ball
locations
Z.
to Canada, refresh, and boom, that easy and fast, Dragon Ball Z time. I use these websites to help find whatever shows I'm looking for. You can type in the show you want, and it'll show you which region to connect to.
Boom.
Amount of content
I love
access
Lord
is
of the
same.
Rings.
It's super easy to use. It's an app you connect to, and then you pick which country you want to connect to. It's that easy. So what are you waiting for? Go to expressvpn.com/H3HD for 4 free months, or scan the QR code, or go to the link in the description. Thank you so much to ExpressVPN. And now, back to our program. Meanwhile, at Twitch HQ, the marketing team is strategizing on a new advertising vertical.
My friends at Twitch headquarters, the executives, the influencers, Hasan, nice to see you,
Bro.
Frogan.
Do you want to be Hasan's dog? Get down on your knees and poke your head through this little hole. And you too can be his fucking designer dog that he spent 10,000K on from a specific designed dog breeder. Jesus Christ. It's me. It's me. It's me. Actually, I want to get in there, dude. I want to get in there. Hell yeah. I'm living the dream. Oh. Sorry. Fuck me, right?
Front row. I
Goofy ass streamer
present to
trying
you
so hard.
an extraordinarily exciting opportunity. We have not tapped this market yet. Now, don't panic, okay? Because you're going to want to panic when I tell you, but listen and learn. Who's billions of dollars eager to spend it? And what, people are too cowardly to reach out and take the money?
Not us.
Terrorism. Terrorism. Twitch is perfect. You could broadcast it straight into the veins of 18 to 35-year-old men. So here's what I'm suggesting. Hasan Piker. Yeah, we'll get drinks after the show. No, you. He's such a great guy. No, you. Ooh. Give it up for Hasan Piker, everybody. Happy birthday, buddy. This dude can package anti-Semitism and anti-Americanism like nobody else. In fact, you guys got him on the front page. And he's doing terrorism for free. Basically, gentlemen and gentleladies, Frogan, you look good today, girl.
Babe?
Girl, you look good. Great job on that Arab tier list. That was good. How much we get for that? Yo, you got 10 million from Qatar for that? That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, Twitch. Here's the thing, with help from people like Hasan, terrorism is like in the eyes of the beholder, right? They're not terrorists, they're, go ahead. Go ahead. He knows.
Freedom fighters.
Freedom fighters, guys.
Freedom, I did
We're
it.
Fighting for freedom. What about the rapes and the murders? Don't mention that. What's wrong with you? And another one. The resistance isn't
not
perfect. Right? You gotta crack some eggs, man. Hasan, you know Socialism didn't buy you that car.
If I knew that this is what communism would be in 2024, I wouldn't have bothered with this shit. Really. A Porsche is the symbol of the capitalist excess. What the fuck is he thinking? You guys actually believe this idiot is a socialist? Forget a religion. Hasan is the opiate of the masses. Straight to the gulag for anyone subbed to this idiot.
Or that designer dog?
This breed's stunning fluffy coat comes with a price. Chow Chows shed all year.
Very cute, by the way, but those are expensive. The point is, we have the biggest political streamer on our platform that is influencing media and influencing young kids everywhere. If we can normalize terrorism, if we could rebrand it, then fuck the US Navy. You know how much those guys don't pay shit. You see the Army ads on Twitch? The Army is fucking broke, dude. I'll tell you who loves America more than the Army. Qatar. Well, I don't know if love's the right word, though. They're paying more. Good CPMs coming out of Qatar. But you kids love anime, right? Can't get enough of it. I mean, look at what we've already done with Hasan. You're the fucking man, dude. Happy birthday again, man. No, we got a big party for you after. No, don't do it. Let's wait, because we got a big party and a cake and everything for you after in the back. The prostitutes, too. Don't tell anyone. That's part of the past. Look what we've done already. This Houthi pirate. I mean, who are you kidding? This guy's a fucking terrorist. He literally tweeting out he wants to kill Jews and put their heads on pikes. And somehow, not somehow, because of his genius.
Did anyone got the art that Wolfgang started?
The Houthi fucking pirates. The
Didn't you finish off that artwork for Wolfgang Portobello? It was good shit. Love your memes. Quick round of applause for Portobello chat. Top tier memer.
Organization. Yeah, the Islamic fundamentalists. Death to America. Curse upon the Jews. That's right. That's the Jolly Roger of this man here. None other than Monkey D. Luffy. So let's get out there, guys. And let's make 2025 our biggest year, guys. Come on, guys. The resistance isn't perfect. The resistance isn't perfect. Yeah, let's get them. If you want to know where on the political spectrum Hasan sits, take a look at a recent media analysis by Ad Fonte, which rated Hasan as the most extreme left-wing, untrustworthy media source on the internet. And to give you an idea, he is opposite of InfoWars. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Hasan loves all terrorists, but what I will say is that there isn't many he don't like. Let's start with our good friend Luffy here and his organization, the Houthis. And yes, this is what it looks like. They are hiling Hitler. The Houthis are an Islamic military group. They're known for their cruel measures, forcibly recruiting child soldiers, shelling civilian areas and blocking food from entering already famine-ruined parts of Yemen. They've also set up landmines in agricultural spots, making the fields virtually worthless. Women have virtually no rights, and homosexuality, of course, is punishable by death. That lines up with leftist values. Now, just how little rights do women in the Houthis' Yemen have? Well, according to this, there's been 1,181 violations committed by Houthi rebels against women, including torture, rape, and murder. So, not great. The Houthis have a very wholesome flag, as you can see here. It says, translated, Allah Akbar, death to America, death to Israel, and a curse upon the Jews. And that's all of them, not just the ones in Israel. And of course, victory to Islam. I get amused when these terrorists are like, we hate Jews. We want to kill Jews. And then people like Hasan are like, you're fucking racist for saying that they just want to kill Jews and that they're terrorists, man.
What you meant to say is Hezbollah is Muslim.
You're not thinking deep enough about this topic.
My criticisms of the Houthis' slogan do not factor in to what they are doing. Of course, it is anti-Semitic, but contextualizing it matters. Yeah, it's really interesting because like that is such Western-focused propaganda. Like for a Palestinian to arrive at anti-Semitic opinions, okay, they don't need to read Mein Kampf.
Oh, I almost forgot the most fun one. They brought back slavery.
We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do.
That lines up with leftist values. All right, so these guys are clearly the bad guys. So my question is, how does Hasan cover such a genocidal, violent, misogynistic, homophobic, terroristic organization?
Oh, you want to see a Houthi musical? Sure. These were the people that the Saudis were killing, by the way. Just so you know, these fucking musically gifted individuals.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry, I need the money, guys.
I'm gonna grab my food.
I'm so confused. What is
اسأل أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي واسألوا عن الحشود العسكري يوم سيطرنا على الخوبة بآلي ما نبالي بالهمر والمدفعية
That's right, my friend. Hasan just played straight up terrorist propaganda without even being there to analyze it. Surely this must be against terms of service. Twitch does not allow content that depicts, glorifies, encourages, or supports terrorism or violent extremist actors. For example, displaying or linking terrorist or extremist propaganda even for the purpose of denouncing such content. Denouncing? Okay, but what's the rule for endorsing it? Is that okay? The answer is yes, as Hasan was never punished for this blatant violation of Twitch community guidelines. Got it.
Right, it's so fucked up. My honest reaction to this.
So denouncing...
Hi Dan Saltman, I just wanted to share with you some good news, because I appreciated you having me on Anything Else. And you've convinced me that all of my pizza boxes need to go in the trash. So they will be going in the trash. Just like Dan Clancy and Hasan Piker! You know what? We got Dan the Trash Man Saltman.
Damn that guy.
And we got Dan Clancy, who's coming after the Israeli kids. This is you, Dan Clancy. This is you! I'm taking you out! You need to go. You're going down, Dan Clancy!
Soy.
I love you, Dan. I love you, DGG.
Oh.
Thank you so much. I'm done. Wait, what was this last bit? Hi, Dan Saltman. Pizza in the box. I just wanted to...
Terrorism is bad. Don't do that. Endorsing terrorism is good. Okay.
Right. I can't get over how good that fucking video is. Like, I just imagine in the chat, the meme lords clicking and dragging memes from screen to screen. Fucking the folders of memes cast up. I got 7 different folders. I got explosions. I got soys. I got boxing matches. I got left hooks. I got right hooks. Fuck Hasan Piker. Fuck Dan Clancy. We gotta start writing the manifestos.
Okay, got it, Twitch.
What is going on?
It's the 50 cal.
This is a 3-minute video of... What do you mean a music video? When you said music video, I'm expecting like... Bad example, Chris Brown dancing, you know.
No. They do like they do
this?
musicals. They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Dog, what do you look? You think I made this?
This isn't music. I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hasan.
No, it is. They do musicals about like their fucking like their actions all the time.
Yo, is this all Zin containers behind Hasan? This is like worse than promoting gambling. This is just... Be cool like me, get addicted.
Hold on, guys, hold on. I've got this. Instead of terrorist propaganda, let's call it musicals.
They do musicals.
Instead of violent jihadists, let's call them musically talented people.
They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Guys, let's just use our brains. Fiddler on the Roof, Wicked, Alexander Hamilton, man. There's no reason we can't put these Houthis on Broadway.
Well, they go, listen, you want to fucking bring a ship through here? We're going to take it. So that's exactly what the Houthis start doing. They start fucking sending in helicopters onto fucking ships. Bro, they fucking, look at this. They got the Palestinian flag that they painted under the helicopter with the Yemen flag. They fucking they start overtaking the ships. And they're like, guess what, dog? No more trade to Israel. If you are sending ships into Israel, if you are owned by an Israeli subsidiary, if you're owned by an Israeli corporation, we're going to take over your ship. You cannot fucking use this trade route anymore. guess what, bitch? It's our fucking territorial boundary, and we're going to enforce this until you stop doing genocide in Gaza.
So let's review his claims. His first claim is that the boat is headed for Israel. It's not. It's going from Turkey to India. The next claim is that it's owned by an Israeli company. It's not. It's being chartered by a Japanese company, and the boat's owners are registered in the Isle of Man. I'd like to remind everybody that the crew that's kidnapped in this video has been missing for over a year now with zero updates on their health, whereabouts, or anything. That lines up with leftist values. Hasan's third claim is that this attack happened in their territorial waters, which is also a lie. It happened in international waters. Hasan is lying for the Houthis like he's being paid. And honestly, at this point, is he?
I'm a propagandist.
Well, no.
For the record.
I'm not calling
I'm a
it out.
propagandist.
This is like a hostile. They're streaming this?
Yeah. They're flexing.
What? And they're coming in hot with guns.
Yeah, but you have to understand, this is a deterrence. Israeli society is going to start getting upset. They're going to be like, I can't get my treats. I can't get my Amazon Prime deliveries. What the fuck is going on? I hate this. Israel sucks. I'm leaving Israel. That's the goal.
I find it disturbing that Hasan thinks that a slowdown of imports is going to cause Jews to flee Israel. 80% of Israelis were born there and do not have citizenship anywhere else. So where do you want them to go, Hasan? Back to Poland or back to the Arab countries they were forced out of?
Israel sucks. I'm leaving Israel. That's the goal.
By telling the Jews of Israel to go back where they came from, Hasan attempts to deny Jewish heritage in the Middle East. It characterizes them not as indigenous, but as white colonizers. This is despite the fact that 60% of Jews in Israel are actually native to the Middle East.
This is wild.
So these guys did all of this, right? They did all of this.
Is that their helicopter?
Yeah.
That looks like a legit helicopter.
It is a legit helicopter.
This is wild.
So they take it over, and they tell the people in the ship, usually like mostly Filipino people, Filipino crews.
Wait, hold on. I just can't get over this guy just pointing his gun at his friend.
It is a legit helicopter.
And this guy as well, like, why is he not pointing his gun down range?
Wild.
It's terrifying.
They take it over, and they tell the people in the ship, usually like mostly Filipino people, Filipino crews. And they're like, all right, we got no problems with you, but you're coming with us. We're taking over the ship.
What an incredible way to characterize having a gun in your face. Hasan is asking us not to believe our own eyes as we watch terrorists hostilely kidnap the crew.
We got no problems with you, but you're coming with us. We're taking over the ship.
And once again, the crew is still MIA for over a year, prisoners to a terrorist organization. But don't worry, guys. Hasan says they have no problem with them.
They're like, all right, we got no problems with you, but you're coming with us.
Sad.
This is a 3-minute video of what do you mean a music video? When you said music video, I'm expecting like, are you being serious? I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hasan.
I bet Hasan's friend really appreciated being fed terrorist propaganda on camera. Let's see what he had to say.
Because hell, even a couple days ago, I was hanging out with my buddy Hasan, and this guy unironically put a terrorist propaganda music video on and then left the room.
Left the room?
Yeah. And I was just like, and the thing is, like, in hindsight, it's hilarious, But at the same time, I'm like, what is going on here? This is wild to me.
Yeah.
But like, I just, and like, he was like, yo, they're such great dancers. Look how good.
My God.
I was like, okay. Wait, is that how it works? If you watch like a politics TikTok, you get recommended Hasan right after? Is that how it works? Bro, he's all over this page. That's crazy. Click it. Dude, Hasan be saying some wild stuff, man. So I don't know if we can.
Here's another incident of Hasan enjoying some Houthi propaganda.
How can they not agree with the Houthis when this is the kind of music video that they're coming out with? They got a beautiful voice too. Yeah, Israel been real quiet since this drop, dude. The fucking mixtape.
Oh, Hasan, my sweet, naive friend. You say that Jews don't sing and dance like that? Then what the fuck do you call this? That's right, bitch. What the fuck you stepping on our shit?
Yeah, Israel been real quiet since this drop, dude. The fucking mixtape. You got a beautiful voice too. Israel been real quiet since this drop, dude. Israel been real quiet since this drop, dude.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got it.
Houthis been real quiet since this drop, dude.
Now we come to our sweet, beautiful, cute little TikTok twink. This hairless young man is the fantasy of every tween and twix and all the boys and girls on TikTok. He's cute. He's got a mustache. He's a freedom fighter. Beautiful eyes. They call him Timothée Chalamet because he's a Houthi.
Bro, are we about to have a Houthi rebel on stream? Yes, brother. What do you mean? Excuse me. Of course I'm about to have a... I'm a journalist, okay? This is journalism. It's so weird. It's so weird. Motherfuckers want journalism, and when I'm trying to do journalism, they go, why are you doing that? Bro, you are going to get banned? I think it would be ridiculous to do that.
Hasan now has the opportunity to express his journalistic chops, to get his boots on the ground and show us just how good of a reporter he can be.
I'm doing journalism, chat. Does he know what One Piece is?
He's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes. Yes. We love you too, man. Big time. Yeah.
I love you. I love you so much.
We're big fans of the Yemeni music videos. You could tell him that. I want to ask him about the knife. The knives are sick. What's up with the knives? You know, the curved knives.
If one of those knives comes out in front of you, it's not going back until it has blood on it.
Oh, okay. My bad. Well, I mean, I think it's cool, though. That's so crazy. So they're just chilling with the captains? Like, I don't understand.
The crews on these ships, and they like win them over with their charm, and they make them hate America and the U.S. government.
That's so funny. I'm a journalist, okay? This is journalism. It's so weird. It's so weird. Motherfuckers want journalism, and when I'm trying to do journalism, they go, why are you doing that? What do you mean? I'm just chilling. We're just vibing. Yeah, we're just vibing. We're vibing big time.
Hasan uncritically.
Wait up, hold up. Hasan when terrorists on the screen. Hey.
Interviewed this kid for about an hour. It was the most brazen display of disgusting terrorist propaganda that I have maybe ever seen in Western media.
What has happened to, does he know what has happened to any of the crews? Like, I heard they...
Hasan almost asked a good question, but it's actually leading to the most obscene part of this interview.
He's saying he hasn't spent much time with Chinese people, but one of the captain was Chinese, and he did caught with them, and he danced some music with them, and he was vibing, so he likes him, yeah.
So, I mean, what... That's so crazy. So they're just chilling with the captains? Like, I don't understand.
Ask yourself, why is he able to hang out with the captain and the crew of this pirated ship? Why would he even have access to that? Hasan knows why. Of course, he is a Houthi terrorist. Instead of challenging him and demanding more details about these kidnapped and missing people, he just runs defense for this guy, acting like he doesn't know why that would even happen.
He's saying that they win over the crews on these ships, and they like win them over with their charm, and they make them hate America and the U.S. government.
That's so funny.
It is super funny, the idea of kidnapped crew members who are being forced.
Fuck me, dude. Sorry, terrible streamer.
For this guy acting like he doesn't know why that would even happen.
He's saying that they win over the crews on these ships, and they like win them over with their charm, and they make them hate America and the U.S. government.
That's so funny.
It is super funny, the idea of kidnapped crew members who are being forced, probably at gunpoint, to do some death to Americas and maybe some curse upon the Jews. And frankly, the callous disregard for the well-being of the literal hostages.
Dude, and you know what the worst part was? Like, all of the weeks and weeks of people being like, what the fuck was that stream? And Hasan defending it for so long and like flip-flopping back and forth. And this kid ended up creating like a Twitch account and coming back on Twitch. And they didn't ban his account. They let him hang out for like 2 weeks before people like spoke up enough to be like, get this fucking terrorist out of here, dude. What are you doing? And no, he's not a terrorist. He's Anne Frank. I was basically hanging out with Anne Frank. I bet Ethan will bring that up soon.
Is shocking even for somebody that loves terrorists.
That's so funny. Is there a KFC there? They're everywhere. I don't think there's a KFC in Yemen, dog.
He says they have two.
Oh, they do have KFC in Yemen? That's crazy. Okay, that's sick.
Is there a KFC in Yemen? No way, dude! Holy fuck! There's a KFC in Yemen! He's just like us!
Does he know what One Piece is?
What if he's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes. That's fire. That's so fire. Oh my god. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
You guys all remember Luffy's flag, right? Now I'm only halfway through that show, so maybe I just haven't come to it yet. But I do not remember Luffy's flag looking like this. Predictably, there was some blowback after this interview, and Hasan went immediately into damage control to rewrite history.
He said that he was just simply a Yemeni person and not a Houthi. Yeah, I mean, we don't even know if he's a Houthi or not. He's a teenager in Yemen. The dude is neither a Houthi, nor a terrorist, nor a pirate, is not a Houthi rebel. They didn't fucking call him a Houthi either. You want to know why? Because he's not one. He's not a Houthi himself. He's not a pirate, but you know, I don't think he's not a pirate. He has reiterated the position that he is not a Houthi. Trust me, bro, I'm not Houthi. Be for real. You sucked him off the entire stream. Not even a Houthi militant or anything like that. When I interviewed the dude who they still to this day call a Houthi terrorist, Tim Houthi's not even a fucking Houthi. I thought he wasn't a Houthi because he's not. No, he was just some fucking Yemeni TikToker. Random fucking Yemeni teenager. Didn't you brand it as him being a Houthi interview though? Bro, are we about to have a Houthi rebel on stream? Yes, brother. What do you mean?
All right, let's just take Hasan's word for it and assume, okay, this kid is not a Houthi rebel. He's just some ordinary Yemen teenager. Let's go ahead and take a look at his social media and see if that lines up. All right, let's see here. Tel Aviv will burn in the coming hours. Ready for sacrifice and eager for martyrdom. Maybe he's talking about football? Here he is singing a song with the words, "Do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew?" Meaning of Houthi is a title.
Oh, hello, Ninu. Ninu. What the Ninu? How's it doing? How's it doing?
How's it doing?
Yeah. I'm gonna own that one.
What the fuck?
What the hell?
Hi.
Hey, dude.
You're streaming?
Yeah, we're going live. We're getting some Ninu W's in the chat.
Based. I like that.
Yeah, me too.
How's stream
It's going
going?
great. Good. Holding like 10 to 15 viewers the whole time, which is pretty amazing.
We like that. Good
Yeah.
job.
Some record highs. I don't even need to get rated now. Got my own community. My own community of close friends. Yeah. I think my mum's in here watching as well. So
Hi, Mom.
yeah. I'm kidding, but it feels a little bit like that. 'Cause, you know.
I thought you were serious.
Yeah. It's a very dry joke. That's just how
I
it
feel
feels.
I'm so gullible.
It's my
That's how
fault. It's
people
my fault.
be. No, that's how people be taking advantage of me. I'm so gullible.
Nah, I'm the most advantage taking person in this entire Discord.
I don't think so.
I think after like a year of me being here, ZZ was like, no one knows when you're being serious or not. And I was like,
You'd be surprised.
He said, you need to laugh more, Crisp. I was like, all right.
You'd be surprised.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah? How's your night going?
Huh?
How you doing? Everyone
I'm
wants
good.
to know.
I recently woke up, so.
Are
It's
you
not
going
night,
back?
it's morning for me.
Oh. What are you going back to Austin? What happened with that in the end? I forget what we talked about last. Because I know I asked you this before.
I was supposed to go this week, but I did not go.
Okay.
Yeah, I might go next week or the week after.
That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen the H3 content nuke on Hasan?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I
I'm watching
watched
it
it.
now. Some people
Okay.
were asking like if it was satire because it's like edited, like sometimes it's edited like a History Channel video or something, but I don't think any of
I
it's
see.
satire, right? You didn't think it was satire after watching it, did you? Either. Like, probably not.
I don't think so. I think maybe in some places he was kind of being like a little bit like humorous or anything, but nothing like satire. I don't think. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't watch H3 so much.
Yeah, I used to, and then I've actually had like an up and down relationship with H3 because like I used to only watch mainstream content, and I was like, oh, H3 is pretty great, and then eventually I was like, oh, this guy seems like kind of up himself, like he doesn't really do his research, and he has all these opinions, and I don't really like that, and then he gets like pissed off when people like correct him, and but that was like 5 years ago, and I think he probably learned from that, and then became good again, and then more recently with the Hasan stuff, I'm like back on board. But yeah, it's like when he's doing like the skit where he's like the Twitch employee, and he's like, Twitch is awesome. We got racists. We got the perfect platform to 20 to 24-year-olds to like introduce them to Hasan's crazy shit. Like, yeah, woo, get in here. Like, this is the greatest channel. That can like seem so silly that it's not a real complaint. But
Right.
I'm sure that Ethan has spent a long time like up against Hasan's community, which is like really aggressive, and his own community doesn't really get it because they aren't watching for like the politics and the more serious side of things anyway. So then he's made a video which fits like the version of him that they like to consume, which is like the super goofy, just the goofy Ethan Klein. But he's still being serious.
I think it's more that than anything else. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Okay, good. I'm glad you came in because I wasn't sure if that was like a bad take or not. But now you agree with me. I know I'm right.
That doesn't mean you're right. I don't watch H3, okay? I kind of know him from a distance, but or them. But I think that's how I was feeling about it for sure.
Yeah. I got another thing, like a game plan where I'm gonna, you know how Willie Mack got to debate Hasan? I might like spend the next 5 years of my life pretending to be like a little content creator who doesn't know much about politics, and then see if Hasan will eventually debate me, and then I'll pull Ethan on my stream and be like, well, Ethan,
Jesus,
I didn't know how to debate you, but I brought someone who would. I mean, well, Hasan. Yeah. And then Hasan will be like,
I
"Oh
don't know
no,
how.
oh no."
I don't know how important it is to try to debate Hassan. He's not great at debates, to be fair.
I'll spend the rest of my life doing it. That's how important it is.
I don't know.
I will
I don't know
abandon my
how
friends and
good of a
family.
goal that is. I gotta be honest.
It'll be the greatest thing
I
I've
don't know
ever
about that
done.
one, Chief. I
Yeah.
don't think so.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I just like, I don't know if it's just like a common idea or something, but like I wanted to fight Hasan before Sam Hyde did. You know, I wanted to
Fight him?
to fight him. Yeah, I wanted him in the ring, and then someone does
Jesus.
amazing content about it. Dude, yeah, there's some crazy Chris Bledis lore, but a little bit dark. I don't know if I can talk about it on stream. I shouldn't have brought it up. It was a dark story. It's a creative writing, but I'll tell you about it
Yeah,
later.
let's maybe not do that.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. We're new friends. I don't want you to think I'm weird.
Okay. It's
Are you keen
freaking
to
me
hang
out
out?
now.
I don't know why I brought it up.
What
What's
the
wrong with me?
fuck are you
What?
saying? Dude, what did I get myself into?
Like when I tell you the story, you know you've made it, and that I really like you. So there you go.
Okay.
Let's just move on. Are you ready to watch some of
Yeah,
this?
that's some weird riz, I gotta be honest. Once I tell
That's
you this
right.
really crazy story that's super scary, you know I like you.
Eject, crisp, eject.
Is this
Oh my
Riz?
goodness.
No chat. This
That's
isn't Riz, all right?
hilarious.
Don't want. Yeah, fuck.
You're fumbling. What the fuck? You're
Help!
tumbling. I hear you.
No, she's making fun of me, chat.
To be fair, you're not
again.
fumbling.
Not again. Not again. This is a nightmare.
Oh. He's losing it. He's losing it. Chad, help him. He's losing it.
Yo, look at my new look at my new talking head.
Wait, what?
When I came up, the mouse moves. The mouth
Hey,
moves.
hold on. Where?
This one. Look at I cammed up.
Oh yeah.
So you can see us.
What the fuck is that?
It's sick, dude. Wolfgang ain't got shit. Yeah.
Did you make that?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, someone else did the art, and then I just made the mouth move.
That's funny.
Yeah. I really, really like it, though. Like, I love the style. I love the red nose. Yeah. It's just so, like, I don't know. I don't know how to describe the art style. It does look a lot like me, yeah. The pixel, it's just like it's like Monkey Island, you know? The pixelated.
You gotta make it look
stuff is
more spooky. You know when you have the death stare when you're like playing video game?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you gotta make it look more like that.
Wait, let me see. There's definitely some screenshots of that out there. Most of them are in Discord. Discord names.
Oh my goodness. Those pictures are
I was thinking about
those
shaving my
ones
head
are
again. Yeah.
I think there's the ones where the light is like bright as fuck and you're in a dark room and you got the death stare. Those ones are fucky.
What I want to do, I want to get one of those ones and attach it to one of these ones.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Those ones are good.
Yeah, look at that face.
Based.
I've been doing that throughout this video. Whenever Hasan pisses me off, I cam up. Like, where's my face cam? Here it is. I'll cam up, and then I'll, like, blow up my face really big and be like, Hasan is making me so fucking mad. Oh, I'm getting angry here.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
like
that's
this.
funny.
I just want to eat him.
Your nose is your nose and your eye, everything else but your eyes and your mouth has disappeared. It's fucking funny. Base. That's a good clip.
I'm a politician. I'm a real human. Do what I say. Houthis are great. There should be a one-state solution.
Boy. I'm a real boy.
I want to drink the blood of your landlords. Yeah. We should probably get back into it. I could literally sit here just talking shit all day, but there are chatters who are specifically here to see this video, so let's do them a favour and get back into it. What I've done. Take myself.
Idle, and it's not.
Alright, are you gonna tune in? Wait, hold on, let me check. I mean,
I can leave if that's
No.
better.
no, you don't have to leave. In fact, I can sit here and I can share my camera for you and just do funny memes, and the rest of the chat doesn't get to see them unless they come in as well.
I don't think I'm not looking at my screen right now.
Oh, okay.
Actually,
Well,
hold on. Let me switch to my laptop real fast.
Wait.
I'm looking at my screen. I am here for the secret memes.
Yeah, don't appease chat. You're the boss. They're here for you. This is true, I guess. Oh, thank you for the follow. Girly Rare, you are now a 10%er. You are now 10% of my chat. This is fucking awesome. I might make flares
Girly
for
Rare?
people. Yeah, Rare's here.
Yeah.
How lucky are we?
So lucky.
Luckiest
Day
boy
like a real day.
in the world.
No one follows or subscribes to me. It's fucked up.
And it's fucked up. You gotta start loving the Jews.
Is that the life hack?
What
Yeah.
the fuck is that?
Unironically. That's the secret
Yo,
of becoming
what?
successful in this world. If you want to be big on social media, you gotta yell out, you gotta chant for the Jews. I love Jews.
That's
The-
crazy.
That's Nico Sam, right? And I don't know about Nico's backstory on the Jews.
I have no idea.
Welcome in though, Dom.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm so glad to be here. Everyone's been so nice and welcoming.
Nice. Oh, it's because you're a great man with a great mind. You're also
Oh,
very
yeah.
handsome.
Oh,
Great
nice.
man.
Bit gay,
Great man
but
with a-
nice.
Big, yeah.
We like
Little bit.
we like that here.
Bum. I was gonna ask you something about the content, but can't think of anything. So let's just press play. Alright, this has been a good popcorn break. I probably should have let chat be like, hey chat, if you want to go pee and then come back and watch the video, do it now, but whatever, you're just gonna have to piss yourselves. One's in the chat if you're pissing right now, and we're gonna keep playing the video.
As they speak.
Threes. You diarrhea and dung.
Nothing to fear, but for the Jews. They are very afraid of this title. The execution we will carry out on all Zionists, with the lovely depiction of a man impaled through his asshole and out of his mouth with a pike. Or, how Hasan likes to say it, a pike for a cut. Okay, why would he retweet this article called Houthis Use Social Media to Boost Global Prominence and Support? Israel falls. Wait for the new operation in Tel Aviv. The Jaffa drone, which no Israeli defense can stop. The ships we bombed and sank. I know the red arrow is supposed to be a cool military Hamas thing. This is a butt plug. Just saying. To every Zionist, I will put this into your stomach. And let me state the obvious. Jew and Zionist is clearly interchangeable to this guy. Okay, but hating Jews doesn't make you a Houthi. Are you a soldier? Yes. That seems pretty definitive. You know what makes you a Houthi? Being a Houthi. At least one of the two of them is being honest about it.
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes. Yes. That's fire. And that's so fire. Oh my God. We think the Houthis is doing what Luffy would do. They're tweeting an image of a Jewish person on a pike. I don't understand why this problem can't be approached with nuance. Because he is a teenager in Yemen, dude.
Talk about the bigotry of low expectations. He's a kid in Yemen, dude. What do you expect? Of course he's going to want to put a pike through a Jew's asshole and through his mouth. That's just what kids in Yemen are like, man.
And also, what do you mean? It's just a person on a pike. There's no Jewish person on a pike on that photo, unless I saw something different.
Hasan claims this isn't even a Jewish person on the pike. How exactly is a naked, piked person supposed to look like a Jew for you, Hasan? You know what? You're right. Let me make it a little clearer for you. First, he needs a bigger nose, right, Hasan? Of course, he needs a yarmulke, the curly things. Oh, look, Hasan. He dropped his dreidel. He must be Jewish for sure. Or, you know, you could just read what he wrote, you dumbass, liar, terrorist-loving, propagandist piece of shit.
This is why this entire conversation is fucking idiotic. It's not a Jewish person. He said, this is, I think if we're, why am I held accountable for some random fucking 19-year-old in Yemen's tweets? What is happening? How many steps removed are we from this situation?
0? I mean, you platformed him. Do you not remember? Did the check not clear or something? When faced with fair criticism for his coverage of the Houthi Luffy, he has a total meltdown.
I fucking despise all of you, dude. I do. I really do. I hate all of you. You successfully got me to talk about this, and my patience is running thin on this matter. The endless selfishness, the untapped well of American selfishness and American individualism is in full display. How is this the conversation that you want to have right now?
One of the most cynical methods Hasan deploys to sidestep any criticism is to deflect to the ongoing genocide in Gaza. I've seen him do this so many times. He frames it like you are selfish for trying to criticize him, no matter what the reason is, because there's a genocide happening, man. How can you criticize me at a time like this?
Claiming that I am, you know, too pro-Houthi. When someone is like focusing on that while there's an active fucking ethnic cleansing campaign happening. He also apparently thinks Twitch is liable for me interviewing a Yemeni teenager who's only known genocide his entire life. In the middle of fucking talking about fucking genocide in Gaza, and this dumb fuck. Blow your nose, brother. Love you. Not trying to be mean. Just keep some tissue nearby and clear it out occasionally when needed. Much love. Fuck you, dude. My argument sucks? You think it justifies genocide? What are you, stupid? Everything that can be tangentially turned into like Jewish people are under attack is a decent way to just like drive discourse away from open genocide in Gaza. If your sole focus when Israel is doing a complete genocide in Gaza, if your sole focus revolves around that people are saying you're a Zionist, yeah, go fucking yell at streamers for not covering sufficiently the ongoing active genocide in Gaza instead of coming in here and fucking chirping at me.
It's quite a charge to just say I'm a stenographer of the Israeli government or I'm a propagandist. I don't think there's any evidence I'm either of those things. I'm curious who you think I am doing the propaganda for.
While we're having this conversation, 3,000 peers, while we're having this back and forth, 3,840 Palestinians have been ruthlessly slaughtered in the last incursion into Gaza. I feel like this is an incredibly
selfish, self-centered conversation to have.
This technique is so powerful.
My face when enjoying the content,
being
Nuke.
labeled as a genocide denier. Pierce Morgan, with decades of experience, immediately surrenders when the genocide card is pulled.
When you're just a fucking stenographer, you're not a truth teller.
He has every right to defend himself. And grow a pair, Pierce. Stand up for yourself, man. It's time to stop being intimidated by these online overnight activists who couldn't even point to Gaza on a map before October 7th. Like Hasan, for example.
Doesn't know where Yemen is. Okay, I'm gonna click close. I'm closing it. I'm closing it. I think nope.
Oh, bro, this was so funny.
Nope.
After he spent so long bullying Destiny
How
for
can
that
you
shit.
claim to actually care about this genocide when you're willing to so cynically exploit it to sidestep any criticism? What a bigot. Before we move on, Hasan has one final taste of idiocy for us all to enjoy.
Now this kid is like, I think he was like 19 at the time when I talked to him, which means that for most of his life he has withstood genocide, right? Like he is a person whose only experience is like, it's literally like talking to fucking Anne Frank, basically. Okay, being able to talk to Anne Frank in real time.
To quote Anne Frank, I keep my ideals because in spite of everything, I still believe that people are really good at heart. Anne Frank continues to inspire generations of people because in the face of a genocide that eventually took her and her entire family's life, except for her dad, she refused to give in to hate, malice, and violence. And then there's this guy, who would have killed Anne Frank if he ever met her.
You might think this is a sweet, innocent girl. Well, I'm happy to tell you guys we are working on a new edition just for you, Hasan. You should hear about the time she went roaming the streets of Berlin at night with a knife, slitting the throats of families, including children, babies, and the elderly. She's killed children, you guys. She even rapes people. She's just like Luffy. There is no other way to describe this than terrorist propaganda. Not only is he platforming terrorist propaganda, right, uncritically, he's participating in it. He's enhancing it. He is not just a conduit. He is an active participant who's disseminating it to more and more people in a way more consumable form. This is extremely fucked up. But why should he care? Their flag doesn't say death to fucking Turks. It says curse upon the Jews. Hasan likes to obfuscate on this and says, nobody cares when Sean Penn interviewed El Chapo.
Sean Penn literally interviewed El Chapo. Exactly, dude.
Nobody is saying you can't have difficult conversations with controversial people. You just have to ask them hard questions, guys. We know this. Now let's move on to everybody's favorite terrorist organization, our friends in the north. It's Hezbollah. Where do I even begin? Thousands of civilians have been killed globally from their terrorist acts, car bombs, and suicide attacks. They even assassinated the Lebanese prime minister. They've hijacked civilian airplanes. They've shot 15,000 rockets into civilian centers. And if you can imagine, that's not even the worst things they've done. They participated in the slaughter of over 500,000 Syrian civilians to help a dictator, Bashar Assad, stay in power. They indiscriminately bombed over civilian centers, and they killed hundreds of thousands of civilians in what can only be described as a genocide. They are a designated terrorist group by the US, by the EU, and, oh yeah, the entire Arab League, which gave them that status after their participation in the Syrian genocide. In short, nobody likes them. Well, there is one person.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
They are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, like
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
This is Hezbollah's leader, Hasan Nasrallah. According to Hassan Piker, this man is a brilliant freedom fighter. But before we get into that, let's see how he feels about Jewish people. Here are some choice quotes from Hezbollah's leader, Hasan Nasrallah. According to Shaul Shai, Hasan Nasrallah said in a speech delivered in Beirut, "What do the Jews want? They want security and money. Throughout history, the Jews have been Allah's most cowardly and avaricious creatures. If you look all over the world, you will find no one more miserly or greedy than they are."
I don't have an issue with them.
If we search the entire world for a person more cowardly, despicable, weak, and feeble in psyche, mind, ideology, and religion, we would not find anyone like the Jew. Notice, I do not say Israeli.
I don't have an issue with them.
If Jews all gathered in Israel, it will save us the trouble of going after them worldwide. The history of Jews has proven that, regardless of the Zionist proposal, they are a people who are evil in their ideas. The state of the grandsons of apes and pigs, the Zionist Jew, the murderers of the prophet. The Jews invented the legend of the Nazi atrocities.
I don't have an issue with them.
I can't believe I'm calling Nasrallah base. I mean, listen. Listen. You have to remember something, okay? A lot of these dudes, you see them in their fucking fits, and you hear about like some of their attitudes about like gay people, for example, and you immediately fucking resort to Orientalist perspectives, not realizing that these motherfuckers are better read than you by a million. Okay? Like, it's not a broken clock situation. No, dude. Half of these dudes literally get educated in America and in the UK. What the fuck are you guys talking about?
The more you learn,
this is why it's Orientalist. To literally look at these dudes and go, oh no, they're fucking barbaric baboons, and like sometimes they get this shit right. No, dude, he knows. It's crazy. He's read more books than you could ever imagine. And also, ultimately, he is regarded as a pretty brilliant person.
I mean, look at all my knowledge shit.
In terms of like
not
everything that he's done. You might not agree with his methods. You might not
He's
agree
whatever it
with his
needs to be.
attitude overall in terms of like.
I mean, he's definitely a skinwalker.
In terms of
but,
his social, his opinions
Turks ain't
on
Arabs.
civil liberties and shit like that.
It takes so many words to describe like what's wrong with Hasan, right? But like,
That's insane.
I mean, that's why Ethan's got an hour, 43-minute, and 13-second video about it, right?
I
Yeah.
feel like saying.
Sorry, Nino. Go ahead.
I thought that saying Turks is like derogatory. You can't say that. You have to say Turkish people.
That's no Turks. He's saying Hasan is racist against even his own people. Not very sensitive of him.
Fucked up, Hasan.
Yeah.
I hope it's in Ethan's headpiece.
Kind of crazy. Actually, yeah, like if I had to like be super brief with what is wrong with Hasan, I'd say he's an ideologue. He cares about like an idea more than he cares about people. Except for himself. Obviously.
I don't agree. I think Hasan cares so much about the response of his audience that he will cater to them no matter what.
Yeah. But he also finds his own audience so cringe, right? I doubt Ethan will go over it, but like you can find logs somewhere of him responding to his own Discord being like, like we've pushed out all the normal people and now we just have all these freaks, and it's like, yeah, well, like, yes, this is.
Yeah, but the moment like that his chat turns against him a slight bit, he kind of switches his like what he was saying to like cater.
His whole
Sorry, my
his message is
brain's
like,
not braining.
well, it's audience capture, right? I guess is like the word that I don't know if it perfectly fits, but like it gets the idea across. Bingley Mega Chippy's asking if I'm Australian. I'm actually German. Crazily enough. Nah. Sorry, that's a joke. Someone came in and was like, what is that accent? And he was like, I think it's German. And I was like, yeah, it is German. And he was like, oh, I knew it. Fuck, man. Like, it's so crazy how I can guess those accents.
I'm so good at guessing accents.
Man, I gave him like 2 weeks. For like 2 weeks, I just keep telling people it's German, and that guy was so happy about it. And I had to break it to him.
That's funny.
Like, I'm a Kiwi, bro.
Damn, you really fucking
let him down.
left him.
I built him up, then I tore him down. No, you were definitely Australian. I'm
For
definitely
2
not Australian,
weeks?
dude.
Dude, for 2
Oh, relevant.
Oh.
Hey, sup, dude? It's good.
How are you?
It's good. I'm like a puppy right now, just hearing my name get called. Wow. Let's go. Pretty good. We're like an hour into this Hasan video. What's he gone over? Yeah. He went over like how he became friends with Hasan. Have you watched this yet?
Yeah, I've watched it.
Okay, that's good, because then you sort of know where we're at. I was saying it's so hard to describe how cooked Hasan really is. Because it's like, it is true on the surface level, he does seem just like a kind of ordinary dude, and like he's not done anything too crazy. But then you compile like the bloodthirsty clips and the propagandist collective deception, and like him saying like when Ethan's like, you're like okay with what your audience does, and he's just doesn't really respond. He's just like, I don't even look at my chat, bro. And it's like, no, but you know what your audience is doing. And he's like, well, can you blame them? It's like, well, I'm blaming you. I'm blaming you, Hasan. You don't care. So like, I think Ethan's video will be pretty effective, right? Like this should cook Hasan pretty good.
I think hey, look, maybe it's just my algo, but looking online, it seems like it's not as much that the video is cooking Hasan, but the Hasan's orbiters' reactions to the video. Like they're like defending Hasan on camera and then like 2 seconds later getting proven wrong. That's what I've seen a lot of people like clowning on, is like laughing at all of the people who are defending Hasan, which is crazy.
Yeah,
I said it online, and it is really true. Like, it is weird that all of these defenders of Hasan are so unfamiliar with Hasan's fuck ups that that can even happen to them. Oh, Hasan would never say this. Oh, Hasan would never say that. And like 5 seconds later in the video, he says it.
Yeah,
like
the one I was looking for was Denim's being like, oh, you can tell the guy in that video like who's harassing Hasan, he doesn't even use like Hasan vernacular, so like he's probably like a fan of some other community. And then they're just going around like showing Frogan's reactions, Frogan saying the same thing and then getting proven wrong. They're like, round 2, round 3, like I can't wait for the mic for PA defense to get fucking blown out. But I think
she said that guy was a Sneeko fan.
Yeah,
that's right.
Said that guy was a Sneeko fan.
Yeah, and then they fucking prove her wrong. I get the feeling that Ethan's gone back and edited the video, because when I'm watching it just now, they've included the part which like proves that guy is a Hasan fan into this video. So that's actually like pretty sick. Like they're retroactively looking at the way that Hasan's orbiters are trying to like talk shit on the video, and then they're going back and like counteracting it retroactively, you know, like by being like, yeah, including in the YouTube that fuck what I wonder what the what's the views on this? 1.7 million, dude, in 2 days. Holy, let's go. Jews, Jews, Jews. I love Jews. Right. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's a crazy video. I think the more damning thing is people's reaction to the video. Apparently there was a cute moment yesterday where Destiny was looking at Hasan's content nuke simultaneously when Hasan was looking at Destiny's content nuke. So it was very cute.
Oh, from Ryan
thing
Beard?
that happened there. Yeah, from yeah.
Nice.
So
I haven't seen that. Have you watched that one?
I haven't watched that one though. I was just like, hey, after this controversy, I'm just like, hey, this nigga's cooked, and that's all I really needed. Like, but maybe I'll watch it. It's an hour and a half. We'll see. But
Yeah, I was thinking about watching it after this one.
be a hell of a night. That's a lot of content.
It is a lot of content, and if I get enough subs, I'm gonna shave my head. So bald.
Wait,
Gonna bust out the
what?
razor. I'm gonna go full thermodynamic min max, and I'm gonna shave it. I'm gonna Vaseline it up, and then do some breakdancing or something. I don't know. I'm not breakdancing on my bald head, but yeah. It's been requested. People have been requesting. They're like, "Where's the stream of you like shaving your head?" And I'm like, "There isn't one."
So you're thinking about shaving your head?
Make the legend real. Yeah, it's already kind of short. So. Some dude tried to bully me last night for not having hair. So you know what? Fuck him.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Boom, 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 boom. What do we
Chris,
got from
the picture
chat?
you have up of you in the middle, like completely clean shaven, bald, like not a single visible hair. That's just what I'm cursed to look like all the time.
You're my inspiration, actually.
Tragic.
Oh, I don't feel so alone when I wear it. You know, I know that it's the haircut of a gentleman. Or do you even
I may
call it a
be
haircut?
bald, but we can be bald together.
Yeah.
I'm balding, so I will be there with you.
Yeah,
Hell
do
yeah.
it too, dude. Do it too. Wow, maybe not, man. You might be.
I don't know. I look good in a bald.
Nice.
I just was go grow a goatee and look one of those Mexican gangsters you see in American movies.
I was thinking that like, maybe like shave the beard and the mustache out, but like leave the chops coming right on in, so it's like the reverse goatee, and then just straight bald. You know, yeah. I think Abraham Lincoln kind of like ripped that for a little bit. Wait, can you guys talk for me?
Hello.
I think
I'm speaking.
Okay.
I am awesome.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if chat could hear you, but no, they can. They're just saying, some guy's like, who the fuck are you talking to? Right, I'm talking to the big dogs right now. Like, what the fuck?
No, Crispy, Crispy, you don't have to call me the big dog like that. Jesus, you know. Such a great person.
What the fuck? And then he called me a bogan and then said goodbye. What the fuck? Is this normal? I'm getting bullied by this guy.
I followed anyway by Bogan. Fuck.
Yeah. Thanks for the. I don't think he did follow. Like. Oh no, he did. He followed 5 minutes ago. Okay.
Right,
if he
you'll
lied to
let
me,
him off.
He didn't realize this was the first H3 vid in 4 years. I mean, that's not.
Isn't pretty much all of their stuff for a very long time just what they've been putting out live podcasts?
Yeah, I'd say so. Oh shit! It is. Okay, so the last. No. Oh, it was like
It is
the first
content
one.
Nuke Keemstar, yeah.
Yeah. He was roasting Zuck 4 years ago. Zuckerberg's
It's 4
up big
years ago?
though.
Holy shit.
Yeah. What's the deal with Mark Zuckerberg? Is he cool or not cool?
It seems like he's going down a similar route to Elon Musk. He's like going down the like tech bro. Actually, it's like kind of cool to do, to be like this, like edgy, like almost like libertarian thing. But I don't know. I'm not entirely certain, but it seems like he's going down that route.
Yeah, well, I mean, what's it called? He's practicing jiu-jitsu. He got into that Rogan spear too.
Yeah. I thought
He
like
participated in tournaments too. That's crazy.
you're getting into sport and stuff like that, and like is like something I really like seeing from those like hyper intellectual dudes who have never like really bothered like they're like so cerebral. They never just like enjoy the being in the moment of like working out. You know, sounds weird when I say like just being in their body and enjoying their physicality, but like I feel like that's a huge change for these like unempathetic, highly intellectual dudes. So I was like pretty happy to see Mark Zuckerberg like go down that path and hopefully changes his outlook on everything else. But if he ends up like falling into the Trump camp, that's not great.
Yeah, I know he's doing some weird shit with that, and it's just annoying. But I liked his I think I became what is it, Meta? I think I became Meta pilled, Metaverse pilled.
You like it?
Yeah, like see, when I was looking at him talk about like the future of business and how AR and VR are going to be the future, I think it was really compelling. Like he was talking about that soon there will be no like office spaces or workspaces. It'll only just be your house and you'll just wear like AR or VR or do something like that. And then you'll just have virtual offices because it'll save literally billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars in real estate because you just work out of your house. You don't have to buy a building, maintain the building, or do anything like that. And it also makes, meetings instantaneous, right? Like you can just get people into a meeting in 20 minutes. You don't actually have to physically congregate, stuff like that. And him talking about the accessibility of it, I thought it was really compelling.
Oh, nice. Yeah, maybe I should watch his Lex Fridman interview because this was like one of the fundamental problems with just like the modern day, like late stage capitalism is like the cities aren't built for it, right? Like you can't just keep adding more lanes to your highways. It just doesn't work. And then yeah, like rent prices, people are being like pushed out because of like higher rent prices, and it's just fucking sucks, dude.
Yeah, it's crazy situation. That's why I was very compelled by his argument. Like, and it also it's not only is it better for the business owner, it's also better for the worker. If I told all workers you don't have to go into a fucking place, you can sit inside of the comfort of your home, do a lot of your office job or whatever at your house. You don't have to even necessarily buy a car or anything like that. And like if you needed to go to a meeting, you don't actually have to go into work. That'd be such a benefit for millions of workers who do like office jobs. I feel like so many workers would be like, yeah, I'd prefer that to not have to drive into work or do all this whatever shit.
Yeah, true. Like I realize we're getting so distracted from the actual content of finishing this Ethan video. How as a streamer do you pull that back in? I guess I just take a hard line where I'm like, yo.
Yeah, you do.
Keep on it.
I'm gonna go. I have to go talk to someone, but I'll be back maybe. We'll see. Bye bye.
Alright, thank you for
Adios.
Alright. Boom. But yeah, VR sounds awesome. Remote work seems awesome. You really keen to see like it's just like such a massive change. It's exciting to talk about and
Wait, what is a massive change?
Like working from home.
Oh yeah.
I feel like an entire generation of people just would never get their head around it. But that generation is moving on out. So finally, dude. Finally. Blombix, what's the drama between H3 and Hasan? That vid is 2 hours long, bro. Yeah, but it is a dense video filled with a lot of information. I think describing Ethan's problem with Hasan is like pretty complicated, but also pretty strong message, dude. Like Ethan made like he tried to make it like pretty funny, but like it's not because he's trying to be like a ironic or taking the piss. Hasan is quite literally like a propagandist, snake in the grass, who supports terrorists, will leverage his audience to viciously attack people while also like increasing his wealth. And fuck, there's just so much to it. But he's basically an ideologue who will lie to you to slowly push you towards like a capitalist, communist, violent regime where he like forgives like the Uyghur Holocaust, the Tibet massacre, he'll be really forgiving of like horrible things, and he sort of like lies to the people around him, which was what happened to Ethan Klein, and Ethan ended up going down this waterfall of into the and he landed on the rocks of Hasan's community. Because while Hasan is being like pretty subtle about this stuff, his community isn't. His community is pretty fucking weird, and yeah.
He's a massive hypocrite. Did you hear that too? Yeah, he's
Yeah.
a massive hypocrite.
Yeah, good point. I was struggling over my words there, Moon, but yeah, you said it quite well. He's just an insane hypocrite, dude. Like, with his freaking $10,000 dog. And he just lies about it to his whole audience. He's like, oh, he got that dog from a shelter. And it's like, no, he went to the shelter, decided there wasn't a dog there good enough for him, and then went and paid $10K for his real dog. Like, this is...
Did he actually? He paid for his dog out of like a breeder or something?
He got it off Craigslist or something, apparently, but yeah, Ethan's like saying it was more expensive, and then you can see even Hasan's community like fighting over it, like because you'll have like the delusional members of Hasan's community like, no, he went to the dog shelter and he bought everyone dogs that day, and then like another member of Hasan's community will be like, well, actually, that did happen, but he actually went off and like got his dog somewhere else. And then you find like a more critical person who's not a Hasan fan, and those people are saying like, yeah, he went to Craigslist and bought it for $10K. And then Ethan's saying that as well. Which I don't know if Ethan has proof, but like you can just look at his dog and be like, oh, that is a $10,000 dog. Like, and I don't think it's out of reason to think that Hasan would do exactly that. I mean, he drives a fucking Porsche around as a communist, you know?
Mm-hmm. True!
You got a Bader in chat.
Bader?
Yeah. He's like, this. Yeah, he is masturbating. He's masturbating with these comments, dude. He's jerking himself off saying, this content nuke is so lame, it's pathetic. You're lame!
Nah, I'm with the chatter. It is kind of fucking lame, but it's also super like not for us as people who have been, you know, like we have, I think, a pretty well laid out idea in our heads of like why Hasan's kind of like a shitty fucking loser, right?
Yeah.
This is for like all the normies or all the people who were like, you know, especially viewers of like Ethan and hopefully in Ethan's mind, I'd guess, people who really liked the Ethan and Hasan stuff and are like, oh shit, it's so sad that stuff fell apart. I've no idea why. And,
yeah, I don't get why. Hasan seems so cool and like a chill, normal guy. And Ethan, you are right. It's actually, I'm glad you gave the chatter a bit more grace than I did, because
it's just not for us.
Yeah, it's for Ethan's channel, and they are used to like a goofy comedian who does skits and coughs up a lung
and doesn't
as
know
like a
this
joke.
shit already.
Yeah,
it's for all those people that don't already fucking know, and we just have to go fuck ourselves.
Yeah, we do. I mean, even calling it like the content nuke, it's like it's not a content nuke. It's a he's been trying to seriously critique a dude who is like leading as many youths into like a radical position where they are pro-Holocaust. And how the fuck does a comedian seriously talk about that and be taken seriously? You know.
I went to Twitter earlier today. Lucky me, and I saw that they agreed to a debate, but Hasan has to see the video first.
Oh,
who agreed to a debate?
Both of them.
Like Hasan and Ethan?
Yes.
The Hasan Ethan shit. Yeah.
Oh, I think Hasan will get cooked. I think.
I don't know if they
But they
agreed
had
to
to
a
go-
debate. To be fair, I think to be totally clear, they agreed to a debate, but Ethan was being kind of tongue in cheek and was like, "I'll debate you if you watch the video first." And what that kind of means is they're probably never going to have a debate. You know what I mean?
Oh
You
yeah,
never
I
know,
see.
man. It's 2025.
Well,
Shit
to
happens.
be fair,
I don't know why he would make him watch the video first. I feel like it's
well,
almost
no.
like,
It's because it's a dismantling of like one of Hassan's kind of like greatest fucking tactics for engaging with this kind of shit, which is to not engage with shit, like to not watch the video, but provide
Yeah,
his
exactly.
viewers with a summary.
Hmm.
And that way, if Ethan brings something up, Hassan can't go, well, I didn't watch the fucking video, so I don't even know like what you're really fucking saying. And
yeah. So
then
then Ethan could
endlessly
just link him
obfuscating.
something. Ethan could just link him something, or say, "Hey, you don't know what you said. You don't know what kind of content you put out. This was all over, whatever." And he even responded to these controversies. He can't claim that he doesn't know what he said. He responded
But
to controversies.
remember what he did to Willie Mack when Willie Mack
Yeah,
brings something.
he got fucking cooked by Willie Mack. That's what I
Yeah.
remember.
Not
He
to
got
his
his ass
not to
fucking
his
laid out.
audience. Not to his
Yeah,
audience.
it's
It
about
isn't so.
how he engages to play
It
with
doesn't.
to the
So
people that he thinks are like sort of like on board with him. So he's saving face like in front of those people who are kind of already on board. Sorry,
no,
carry on.
by having a debate with him, having a debate. If Ethan is good about the debate that he engages in, he can cook Hassan, even if Hassan never looks at the video, because all Ethan has to do is reference what Hassan has said and reference how it's problematic, like him running consistent defense for a dude that wants to genocide Jews. He wants to kill all gay people, and he wants women to not be able to work and be subservient to men. All he has
There's a
to do
word
is
you
to bring
use
that up.
that I think is really important, which is if. And I think that is why Hassan throws out like, "Oh yeah, I'll fucking debate him."
Well, what I'm
I
saying
don't
is,
think
regardless of anything, he should have that debate. It shouldn't be conditional on whether or not he watches the video, because whether or not he watches the video, it doesn't matter. What matters is that he gets in that debate.
yeah, but I'm not sure
Yeah.
that I'm not sure that Ethan necessarily is someone that like would perform that well in those sort of debate environments, which is why I think Hassan like throws down the gauntlet and is like, you know what, I will debate this guy.
Right.
Well,
It's just a
I think he
strategy
would. I
to
think he would perform well in that debate. That's my
I would
opinion.
want him
it's a
to.
strategy to like ensure or to hold Hassan accountable, right? Because if he doesn't agree to watch the video before, then like Dung Devil said, he can pull the well,
The
I
Willie
don't, bro.
Mack
I don't
thing.
watch all your
Of
shit. Like,
yeah.
what do you think? I'm fucking obsessed with you. But then, if he agrees to watch it before, and then he says, even if he says the same stuff, it's like, bro, you agreed to watch this, and now you're saying you didn't. That's on you. You know,
Yeah.
you
And
came
it's
into
kind of
this.
useful, even outside of the debate, it's kind of useful to be like, well, Hassan said he'd debate me, and then I said, if you watch the video, and then he refused to watch it. So you can get eyes on the fact to everyone of being
That can
like,
be
look,
useful, yeah.
here's the Hassan strat of not watching my shit. He'll never, ever watch my shit. You know?
Yeah, I
So,
mean, I think
hopefully.
even if you want to say like, look, there is a way for Ethan to deal with this in the moment. I think the problem is that it turns into a strategy of like obfuscation and time wasting
Yeah.
that basically eats into like how effective Ethan could be if this shit wasn't just like already like out on the table where they know what the thing is that they're actually discussing and supposed to be referencing. You know, I think it's like it's a dishonest like strategy from Hassan's side, but I can see how
It's
like
effective.
that plays to his benefit.
Definitely.
No, I think it only plays to his benefit really in the context of outside of a debate. Inside of a debate, I think we saw it with Willie Mack, even though Willie Mack isn't the best debater, or anything like that. And I think you can see that him appealing to. I think Willie Mack came out on top, saying things like, well, you're trying to talk to me about claims that are inside of a video that you can just watch your clips of these things, and him refusing to look at clips of his own words. I think you can appeal to how retarded that is, and be more effective. And I don't think it takes a genius to do that. I think Ethan could do it.
I don't disagree, but I would the thing I would kind of worry about overall is like how many people do you think that are Hasan fans necessarily came out of the Willie Mack thing, necessarily thinking really any different of Hasan? How many of those fans do you think, fuck, this Willie Mack guy actually has a point? Or do you think the people who are like on side with Hasan came out the other side thinking, yeah, my streamer daddy beat that guy?
I don't think there's much of any way to have a lot of Hassan's audience dislike Hassan. I don't think there's a way to get a majority of these people. I believe they're sycophantic. I truly believe Trump is Hassan and Hassan is Trump. They're just on different sides of the thing. I think literally Hassan could sexually assault a woman and it could be made public that he sexually assaulted a woman. And many of these people would do the same thing that they're doing with the rapes on October 7th and say, I don't see hard video evidence. I don't see proof. So it didn't happen. This guy is in that camp. And the objective would be to get reasonable people to view this guy as the fucking weirdo he is, propping up sexist, homophobic, and racist attitudes, and then just have them have a lower opinion of this guy, and maybe make Twitch do something about his rhetoric. That would be the goal, not to
Devil, to
reduce
your
his
point,
audience.
I don't think it's even about changing Hassan's minds fans. I think and let me know like everybody what you think about this. Like we're kind of like DGG adjacent, right? So we are used to seeing these debates and used to thinking about stuff in a very logical way.
My
I think
Discord, not
more than
yours.
the average person. But when Hassan pulls the like, bro, I'm not fucking obsessed with you. What do you know? I think like an average person, I think that kind of works on a lot of average people, you know? And I think that's why the strategy is so effective. Not because like what Dung Devil was saying, it's not just about his fans, it's about normies and the average person in general.
Well, remember what he said when people ask him, "Oh, you're obsessed with this guy, Destiny? Just debate and beat the floor with him." He will say some random weird stuff and say no.
Yeah.
Yeah, and most people are not like, oh wait, he didn't address the point there. That is kind of like a concession, or that is kind of fucked up. Most people will just be like, yeah, what the fuck? He isn't obsessed with him, or like he is, you know what I mean? Like they'll be like, yeah, he is kind of pulling this off in like a cool way. This guy's based, you know.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's what he said when he don't want to debate some people. Yo, these are Nazis. Why would I debate a Nazi? Oh my God.
Yeah, the same height
Yeah.
defense. It is. Someone was in here earlier telling us that in their real life they heard people obviously talking about Destiny, but they refused to say Destiny's name. And then the guy was like, "Oh yeah, I watched this guy called Destiny. Like, do you know him?" And they just flat out refused to acknowledge he existed. And then about 15, 20 minutes later, they were like, "Do you know Hassan Piker?" And it's like, these are real life Hassan fans.
I was here for that conversation.
Yeah, and the Hassan strat of treating Destiny like Voldemort was actually something that they were playing out in their real life, where they just refused to acknowledge he existed.
That is some insane shit, dude. What the fuck?
Imagine how weird making eye contact as they just lie to your face that they have no idea who Destiny is while they are describing him like perfectly.
That's
weird.
crazy, dog.
Weird shit.
That's what I was trying to, I guess, like you communicated it better than I think I did. It's very easy to make the mistake of thinking that people think like you do, and you can just get a misinterpretation or like a misread on reality when you do that. Like I would never do that. I don't think like Irrelevant or Dung Devil or anybody else in this call would be that retarded, but there's tons of people who would act like that. You know what I mean? And it's on us to make sense of that and to square that away, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
well.
Let's push play on this video.
How to get them in there. Thank you, Aurelia. Let's actually get into it.
Ultimately, this motherfucker has read
Everyone relax, get your popcorn.
shit ton of books.
Knowledge. I feel I've shown you guys enough evidence that Hezbollah is an evil terrorist organization, but have you considered this?
What you meant to say is Hezbollah is Muslim, okay? That's what you meant to say. What you meant to say is they're Muslim. So, of course, as they're Muslim, it's different.
If you're wondering why Hasan's audience is so radicalized, it's because of stuff like this.
Israel, America's greatest ally, the most important country in the world, the most moral nation, the most moral democracy on the planet, is ruthlessly and mercilessly bombing southern Lebanon, including southern Beirut.
What did Lebanon do?
They just kind of were there. They happen to be Israel's neighbor.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
Even as someone who's critical of Israel, this retelling is fucking insane.
They just kind of were there.
Hezbollah started launching rockets into Israel hours after the October 7th raid began. They launched 12,000 rockets, killed nearly 100 people, including 12 children, and displaced 250,000 Israelis from northern Israel. That's what caused them to respond.
What did Lebanon do?
Shit.
I think you're sharing the right screen.
Why did he ask that? What do I say? Do I tell him the real reason? No.
You
my
know,
audience
you're
will
watching
kill
his
me for
camera,
being a
not the
Zionist.
screen share.
Okay, let's try this.
I'm retarded.
They just kind of were there. Hell yeah. Another slick political safe by boots on the ground, Hasan Piker. Damn, I'm good.
Even as a pro-Palestine activist, how does lying about this serve your agenda? All it does is further radicalize people. It removes any nuance, and it avoids any criticism for his team. And this is what continues to drive this conflict on forever. Hasan is dedicated to pleasing his radical audience, even at the price of knowingly lying to them for TikTok and Twitter likes.
I'm a propagandist.
Or he's being paid, which, you know, we can't rule out. What a pathetic propagandist piece of shit liar he is. And now, let's move to Hamas, the catalyst for this entire thing. They're the ones that committed this horrible act of terrorism, one of the worst the world has ever seen, on October 7th. They are without a doubt the most extreme of all of these terrorist organizations. They are Islamic jihadists that want to convert all of Israel into an Islamic state under Sharia law. That's their stated goal. Hamas has been on the designated terrorist group pretty much as long as there's been a group. These guys have been suicide bombing civilians before ISIS leaders were even born. They fired 50,000 rockets into civilian populations and performed over 100 suicide bombings, killing thousands of civilians. Women are restricted from participating in the workplace and public life. Homosexuality is outlawed, and in some cases, of course, punishable by death. They steal foreign aid from the people of Gaza and repurpose it for military use, or they just sell it back to them. For example, why are all the Hamas leaders billionaires? And let's be real, these guys clearly are not skipping any meals. While the people of Gaza languish in poverty, these fine gentlemen are living in multi-million-dollar penthouses in Qatar. That lines up with leftist values, or, well, they were billionaires. Because they're all dead. They killed it all, they're all dead. Hamas is a bunch of psychopathic terrorists of the worst order. And nobody would be crazy enough to defend them. No, is this Hasan again? Hasan defended Hamas? Seriously? Okay. We had to make last-minute changes to this part to prevent it from being age-restricted on YouTube. I cut out the footage from Hamas, and I will attempt to narrate it for you as best I can. In this scene, an older woman is walking hand in hand with a girl who looks about 12. And as they're getting in the back of the van, one of the terrorists gives them a wave goodbye and says goodbye to them in English.
Goodbye.
And the two of them smiling wave back.
That's crazy, dog. Dude. Okay, that's crazy.
Hasan's such a cut for this.
That's crazy. That actually, okay, that's too much. That's more than I expect. Bro, every time they're releasing hostages, the next wave they're gonna be like, actually, I'm good. Like, I'm staying.
These hostages are being released at gunpoint by the people who likely murdered their family in front of them before kidnapping them. Hasan peddling this narrative that they're sad to leave their captors is beyond disgusting.
The next wave, they're gonna be like, actually, I'm good.
It's plainly obvious these are traumatized victims who are scared for their life and doing what the terrorists are telling them to do in order to avoid any conflict on the way out. Oh, look at the sweet masked terrorist with his AK-47. He's so nice. Did you guys see how he waves goodbye?
Dude, okay, I'm gonna be honest. This is some crazy PR. They look traumatized as fuck. Wait, what? Bro, they look like they're chilling.
This girl who had her foot blasted off on October 7th and then operated on without anesthesia or painkillers.
Just
So
about
sorry
this
to
real
say
quick
goodbye
is
to her captors. She's gonna
Denims, when watching this, I highly recommend you guys look at some of the orbiters who watch this. Denim, when watching this, was talking about how she was like doubling down on the same idea that, oh yeah, these people are like if you contrast other Palestinians coming out of captivity, they are not, or yeah, they're not like waving and stuff like this. And then once it gets to the part where the dude says keep waving, she goes back and she says, well, it's like PR. It's like a PR thing. And I'm like, what?
God, it's so disgusting.
It's insane, dude. It's
Cringe.
insane.
Denims is by far the most scumbaggiest orbiter that Bessemer's ever had.
Those people
Crazy.
should like in place be sent to Hamas as fucking hostages instead. You know.
You guys want to know the most crazy shit I just saw? The fucking so you saw, I don't want to assume, but basically Hamas like paraded again the hostages in front of cameras, in front of like all these, they put on a show with these hostages, right? And the Red Cross like didn't say anything, whatever. And then what the Red Cross came out and criticized Israel for like doing the same thing to the Palestinian like prisoners that they released. It's like, bro, I'm gonna kill myself.
Jesus.
Like, this is the Red
They
Cross.
criticized Israel for parading
For, like,
hostages.
Yeah, but not for parading them, for like putting cameras in their faces or so, like it was just like a clear like double standard, and it's okay if it's like sort of a political organization or whatever, but bro, it's the fucking Red Cross. Like, come on, dog.
It is the Red Cross. That's pretty crazy.
All right, we're good to keep going.
Yeah.
I miss their
That's good.
hospitality, like being raped and being watched showering and changing.
The next week they're gonna be like, actually, I'm good.
Jesus.
It's so obvious the terrorists
Jesus
are telling them what to
Christ.
do.
Dude, it's actually like so tragic and blackpilling, and then Ethan just adds like the Hasan laughing maniacally over the top.
Holy fuck.
That's crazy, bro. They're saying W Hamas in chat. That's crazy.
Right. Yeah, fuck, look at his chat. I get why people think it's like satire, but yeah, no, when you look at his chat right there, you're like, no, these people are fully serious. And Ethan's not like making a satirical video. This is what they like. This is really what they are.
They're
chat.
super. I'm like reading comments. I'm like, oh, the video flopped so hard, and like it has like 1.5 million views in like a day.
Yeah,
bro. This might get 10 million total. Who knows?
Then how can you say that? They look so happy. Keep waving. These morons forgot to cut out this part. Yes, that's a terrorist giving them an order to keep waving. And she does.
Dude, listening
See
to
how fast
Denim's
she
cope,
reacts?
he said that keep waving to the other Hamas terrorists, not to the civilians. That's what she
Right.
said. He was telling the terrorists to keep waving, not the
Did you hear
civilians.
that?
I'm like, dude, huh?
I can just imagine her with a shit-eating grin, like laughing as she's saying it. Like, you guys are such idiots for like thinking that he wasn't like saying it this way. He's obviously just like being polite. Like, fuck off.
Fucking insane shit. Absolutely psychotic behavior.
It actually makes me feel strange inside when I think about Denims.
Are they gonna do an Israel trip one day?
In Israel, what?
An Israel trip? It would be interesting to see Hasan and Denims go talk to Hamas.
Nah, they're never going to.
They're never going there. No.
Keep waving.
I'm pretty sure
boys.
Hasan is like actually disgusted by every single one of his orbiters. Like secretly.
Keep waving.
I think
Just
so.
keep waving, Denims. Smile,
I just
Denims.
don't-
Fucking smile.
It'll be really funny to see them like
What
get
happened to
confronted
Bad
with
Bunny?
reality.
She got banned for doing pretty much the same thing these guys are doing.
Yeah.
Literally. See, I mean, imagine being Bad Bunny and getting fucked
You're
on
swinging
playing
your fist in
terrorist
the air right now.
propaganda, and then now everybody's doing that shit. Dude, I'd be fucking mad, bro. I'd be like, what the fuck is that?
Swinging her fist in the air.
I heard she has a come to Jesus moment during his ban. It's been like almost a year or a few months, no?
It's been a while. I don't know about a come to Jesus moment for her.
Yo, thanks for the follow,
I don't know
Good
anything about
Master.
that.
Let's go.
Yeah, she has been banned for a full year.
Don't forget to like
That's
subbirds.
it? I thought it's been a couple.
My rent
Has
went
it
up.
really only been a year?
My income went down.
End of 2023.
I'm paying 75% of my income towards rent.
Oh shit. Okay.
You want me to keep streaming?
Just over.
Give me some subs. If we can get up to 20 subs, I'll shave my head at the end of the stream. I'm up to 13 subs. That's
crazy.
So
But I
need a few
don't know
more.
if she's actually. She had
Thank you, guys.
some shit on YouTube where she was going to be doing like live streams or whatever, but I don't know if she continued that. Maybe she had to go get a normie job.
All possible.
Yeah, she has been. I mean, she has to get money from somewhere, right? Although maybe she still has Oilers.
Maybe.
Gosh, she finally started on OnlyFans. Who knows?
That's not what I was saying.
I think she
but
did.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, well, I ain't saying it. This.
She hasn't posted on any of her socials for like 7 months, I think.
So then she's probably just doing normie ass shit. Then.
Good for her.
I probably should unplug. Yeah, I'd agree.
Yeah.
Lord knows she was crazy with some of her shit before she got banned.
Unpause, conductor,
Totally not a
glorified
fearful victim
DVD
of terroristic
player.
kidnapping. Anyone peddling this nonsense should be embarrassed and ashamed. How pathetic can you get?
The next wave, they're gonna be like, actually, I'm good. Bro, they look like they're chilling.
All right, the Houthis is one thing, but he's not going to turn on Hamas propaganda videos and watch it on stream. There's no way. So it's getting hard to defend him.
It's such a cursed laugh, dude.
Freedom fighters, musical shit.
Here is a
my
video
dreams
that
were
came
being
out
invaded
of
by
how
Curly the
Hamas
Clown.
produces their own motherfucking sniper rifles.
He can hardly contain his admiration for them.
Produces their own motherfucking sniper rifles.
Let's see how long he can go without offering any commentary or analysis on this Hamas hype video.
Is that COD?
One minute, 36 seconds. Nice. He's taken his time to analyze and think. I expect nothing less from a journalist such as Hasan. Quiet, everybody. He's about to speak.
That's crazy.
He's done it again. We love you.
That's crazy, Chuck.
We will continue killing your soldiers by our locally manufactured snipers. Wow, there's a little message for the Americans out there as well. They're saying like artisanal snipers. So
That's crazy.
why am I showing you?
crazy.
Good question. Why are you showing us 2
crazy,
minutes of
Judge.
uninterrupted Hamas propaganda? I'm sure he has a good answer.
The reason why I'm showing you this is because one thing that the Israeli maintenance of the apartheid has shown us is that there are no half measures on genocide. You either got to hit the full gen, okay? You can't do half genocide, a little bit of displacement, and then continue maintaining
an apartheid state and maintaining an occupation. Okay? Which is basically what America did back in the day when, you know, we were building America, Manifest Destiny, right?
Hold on. You showed this to us because of Manifest Destiny? The fuck are you talking about? This is just word salad. I mean, he's really saying nothing here. So he has no good reason. Got it. Okay, fine. He likes Hamas. He watches their propaganda. But he's not going to deny the violent rapes that took place. That is way beyond the pale.
Jesus Christ.
There is one instance in captivity that we have actually gotten verifiable evidence on.
It's $1 million laugh.
Beyond that, the
Makes money, dude.
systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7, not a single bit of that has been verified. And people still run with it over and over and over again.
Many young people who were simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped. As I said then, I say today, Israel has a right to defend itself.
What rapes did Hezbollah do?
This is something. This is something to be noted because he tries to claim that he's and same with Denims that he only laughs or scoffs at the idea of mass rapes. Kamala inside of that speech didn't say mass rape. She just talked about women being raped while being hostage. And he was laughing at it.
Yeah.
So this idea that he's only laughing at the idea of mass rapes is not true. He's literally right there laughing at the idea that rapes happened at all. But yeah.
Also, just to clarify about the thing I said before, so the Red Cross criticized Israel because they put like little bracelets on the Palestinian prisoners who were released, and the bracelets basically said like the eternal people will never forget, like blah blah blah. But they didn't, and I'm not saying that's good or bad, but they didn't criticize Hamas like literally giving the hostages like goodie bags and parading them in front of cameras and all this stuff.
Cringe.
Cringe indeed.
Well, they'll just take like any opportunity, I guess. Including laughing at any rape at all. I remember when that happened live, it was for some reason shocking. Yeah.
The anti-Semite.
I shouldn't be shocked that Hasan is like this, but he is.
The week has also been
it's like
hallucinating
sick,
rapes.
You know what I mean? Like it's fucked.
Yeah, for sure.
Anti-Semitism account that considered me to be anti-Semite of the week has also been hallucinating rapes once again, doing rape fantasies once again because they're fucking mentally ill.
Hamas has committed horrific acts of sexual violence and took
women and girls, men and boys slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with. Like,
I can't believe how quickly leftists go from believe all women to Pixar it didn't happen. The vast majority of people, if not all, who were raped were murdered on the spot, obviously.
Gam Goldstein Almog was kidnapped from her home on October 7th by Hamas terrorists and was held captive for 51 days. Though only 17 years old, she witnessed the murder of her father and sister on that day and is now speaking out about what she witnessed in Gaza as well in a new documentary by Sheryl Sandberg, Screams Before Silence. In new footage, Agam reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7.
Hasan, maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please, go right ahead.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses, most of who were in hiding and heard or saw it happen. And each week, there's more stories coming out. There's a UN report that concludes it happened.
Doesn't matter.
But Hasan needs a rape kit from a mutilated body. It's so vile to deny the suffering and trauma of the victims just because you need your heroes at Hamas to be perfect. This conflict will never end until people realize that Palestinian liberation and Israeli security are not mutually exclusive. You need both, and it can be done but not while people like Hasan lie, propagandize, and incite hate. It's people like him, ironically, that prolong the conflict indefinitely. There's no space for conversation. There's no space for rational thought. There's no space for nuance. My position on Palestine is like 5 degrees off from where Hasan is. And to him and his community, I'm the devil. I'm a Nazi. It's delusional thinking, and it's destructive to their own cause.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. God forbid you throw up the fucking green Hamas banner. What is this?
And now, let's move on to our next terrorist organization, Twitch TV. Sinwar, Nasrallah, Dan Clancy. Of course, I'm being a little silly when I call Twitch a terrorist organization. It's only a megaphone for terrorist propaganda. Dan Clancy has been the CEO for a few years, and under his leadership, there's been a few notable instances, one being reducing the premium subscription split from 70-30 to 50-50, which he reversed after backlash. He also attempted to ban the size of sponsored logos on stream to 3% of the size of the screen, was also reversed after backlash. So he's essentially achieved nothing. Oh, well, there is one thing. He actually laid off 900 employees. That one he did not take back. But here's where the trouble begins. He likes Hasan. He really likes Hasan. Let me read you an excerpt from a recent interview Dan did. Not a gamer himself, Clancy mostly watches musicians or talk shows on Twitch. He particularly enjoys leftist political commentator Hasan Piker. I like the frankness and the bluntness. He's comfortable saying whatever he believes. Don't you think that might be part of the problem there, Danny boy?
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
By speaking what he believes, he should be on Rumble with the other fringe radical political streamers. But no, not under Dan Clancy's watch. Dan has elevated him to the status of Twitch Golden Boy. And if you still have doubts, let this settle the matter. Just for clarity, Dan Clancy is the one filming and singing in this video.
Happy birthday to you.
What the fuck?
Happy birthday to you.
Bro, we're never beating the Hasan runs Twitch allegations after this. This is crazy. Oh my God.
Happy birthday, dear Hasan.
This is crazy.
Happy birthday to you.
I'm cooked. I'm cooked.
Happy birthday from Twitch, Hasan. Happy birthday from Twitch.
I've been looking around and I genuinely have never seen another video like this anywhere, where Dan Clancy or any top executive forced all these poor sons of bitches during their lunch break to gather around in the crew room and sing happy birthday for Hasan Piker. How humiliating is that? There's also a small issue of Dan being a
I want it
total
noted
creep.
as well, that's a really
Whoops.
fucked thing to do about specifically like political streamers, because if your boss tells you to go and do that and you don't agree with his politics, what the fuck do you do? Like, like your boss is like, hey, come sing happy birthday to this fucking stochastic terrorist, and you just have to sit there and be like, no, maybe this is weird. You sign my checks. It's like I don't know how to tell you that I don't believe in this at all. Like, you're put in a totally fucked situation. Fucking weirdo.
On
that
camera
part of, like,
in front of the world, friends and family gonna see the shit.
Exactly. Yeah, your friends and family will see you singing happy birthday to a guy that believes all of these fucking horrible things. That's insane.
Aren't there like anti-discrimination laws that involve political, I guess, persuasions?
Or stuff. I don't know. I would imagine so, but I'm just saying putting somebody inside of this.
Yeah, I've hit him with I don't believe in birthdays. Sorry, bro. I don't do that. I don't do that shit. Birthdays are for kids.
I don't do that.
Get the fuck out of here.
Say again?
Don't labor laws only apply to protected classes, or
labor laws?
I don't think you can discriminate based on like political affiliation. So you can't like fire or hire someone for being a Republican or a Democrat. You know.
I mean, now you can. Yeah, I was kidding.
Oh, yeah, The weird thing though,
That's very nice.
with the birthday stuff is like maybe this is on me, but has he done this for like iShow Speed or like Kai Cenat or like?
I think somebody said when this came out that they did it for some other streamers, but I've never seen it. I was told that there were some other streamers that might have also had this treatment, but I've never personally seen it.
I would assume, right? Like, there's people who are better for Twitch and make more money for Twitch than Hasan. Like,
Yeah, for sure.
objectively. But I also haven't seen. I don't know. It's probably.
Yeah, I mean, like, why this out of every streamer? Like, it's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just replying to my chatter. Let's keep watching.
Spreading the message, the gospel.
Now you have a clip feed. Okay.
He's
Suppose
a
you want to
priest.
check out the stories to see what you missed yesterday. You click there, and now you're in your stories feed.
Bro, the Gooner
This is
archives.
so funny.
Okay.
Bro.
That's very nice.
Yeah.
That's
He can
also-
even see from the taskbar up the top what is coming next. You know, and he keeps sliding like, quick, get through it. Like, surely, like, iShow Speed will show up. Like, no. Show us your porn history. Wait, I've already seen it.
Okay.
Wait, didn't he use his
okay.
business email as like a porn account?
He did. He linked his business email to his porn accounts, and we went in and we found out he was
hold
watching
on.
Twitch streamers who were porn stars. Holy.
What was it actually a business email, or was it just that he connected the screen names? I thought it was just the screen names.
I don't remember, to be totally honest.
I thought it was the screen names as well, but I also did hear about the email, but I never saw any verification about the email thing.
The business email would be
So
crazy.
the email was linked somewhere like on his business account, and then me and like the other Justical people, we went and tried to use that email to sign up to different porn accounts, and it was used already, right? So we definitely knew it was his email address, and we definitely knew that we couldn't use his. We definitely knew it was his email address. We didn't know if it was linked. We knew that we couldn't like link up to Pornhub or Xvideos, and another one of the major porn ones. It was already being used on all of them, and then people, I guess we're taking a little bit of a guess, but the screen name was the same. And we were like, that probably correlates.
I have a question.
Yeah.
What's better? What do you guys think is better? Like, let's just assume the absolute best faith for this guy. What's better? You're like let's say you're like Bill Gates, right? You sign up and you make an account with your business email just so that like it's not available, or you don't do that, but you risk somebody potentially making an account with your email. Like, which do you think is like optically better?
I'm not sure. Listen, I don't have a retarded amount of experience, but I've never in my life heard of like business people even thinking about going to porn sites in order to proactively stop somebody from using their business email.
That'd be crazy.
That is a crazy thought.
I mean,
process
did
to
he like a bunch of porn videos to stop other people from doing it in his stead as well?
Yeah.
Our hero.
That's what I'm thinking. Because it's like,
Building up a playlist so nobody else could.
That's my CEO right there.
That's my CEO, nigga.
you could like there's an argument for like I don't want like Bill Gates at Microsoft.com, right? Like the big guy at Microsoft.com to be like associated with Pornhub, so that in the future somebody doesn't like screenshot this or whatever. So I'm gonna do it now, right? But I don't know what's what's a better gamble, that or just like not doing it and risking that somebody does it in the future.
I honestly, I think the only problem I have with like the Dan Clancy like porn website thing is that it is kind of like a pre-leaks Destiny criticism of like, oh, you're kind of just like a really retarded gooner.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't. I don't think he's doing anything fucking wrong in like, you know. It's just kind of like, you know, you kind of like just embarrassingly, you know, exposed what you personally like porn wise, and that's like kind of cringe. Maybe be a little more discreet. But
Well, the wrong thing would be as Twitch CEO following Twitch creators who do porn. I think there is maybe something like
I don't think
unethical there.
so.
What would be unethical about that?
It's like it's an unprofessional, like it's not a professional relationship you want to have, and if you do have that, then it's not one you would
Well, the
preferably
framing there is
put
like
out
this
there.
is an impropriety, you know, by an employer towards their employee, seems to be the way this thing gets framed generally. But then would you not entertain the idea that like it's inappropriate for employees to like to be having like that sort of material off them out there in that way? Like, you know, the
No.
fact is that she's like she's consenting to having this material out there. Like he's a dumb, embarrassing gooner, but he's just like a consumer of that product. I don't see a problem, to be honest.
I don't think your boss should be watching. I don't think a boss should be watching pornography of their employees.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm. It's like, let's say it's not a Twitch thing. Let's say I work at like fucking, I don't know, Target, and then on my spare time I do OnlyFans, right? Like I should be allowed to do OnlyFans, but it would be weird if my boss was subscribed to my OnlyFans, you know?
Yeah, I don't think this is
that
like
not too different to anyone you know? Like knowing that you have like this thing out there.
I mean,
I
I think your
the
employer
boss
is a different dynamic.
Yeah, it's the role that the person occupies, right? So like a friend is still weird, but it might be like kind of ethical. A boss, I think, is where it gets into unethical territory.
I'm not even sure if I would refer to it as unethical. I would just say it's unprofessional and unbecoming of
Yeah,
anybody
yeah,
who
okay,
wants to
yeah,
conduct
yeah.
themselves in a professional
I'll
fashion.
walk it back to unprofessional. I think that's very fair.
I think that creates an unprofessional dynamic
As long as
between
it's
the
just
employer and
limited
employee.
to him like viewing the streams and that's it, I don't see a big problem with that.
I mean, I think it's mostly just like optically cringe to like to have him as someone who is connected like this very identifiable name that obviously links back to him with like a playlist with this person's name in it. I don't think it comes across as like any kind of like serious ethical violation. Oh, welcome
can hear
back.
you.
It kind of creates that.
You sound good on our end. True. No.
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 I have like a super aggressive chatter, which I don't know what he's upset about. It seems like his earlier statement was. Let's read it out. It's got your name in it, irrelevant.
Oh, sweet.
He says, Hasan is the most popular leftist choice of our lifetime. He isn't going anywhere. This voice chat sounds like a NATO liberal alliance. Only American voice in here is whitewashed nigger cell are relevant. Most of the United States.
Keep reading.
Yeah,
Oh my
yeah,
god.
he wasn't done yet. Only American, blah, blah, blah. Most of the United States is working class liberal. His politics are popular with working class and woke youth. Yeah, AAS Anderson, if you want to come in, we're in discord.gg/JSTLK.
Oh, this is E.S. Anderson?
Yeah, like I know this guy, right?
Oh, boy.
I don't know what he's from,
Can't
but
defend
like...
your take, pussy.
yeah,
I would love to have a
come
discussion.
in,
I would literally love to, yeah.
I mean,
You
we
can
have like
say
more
that
Americans.
he's popular, but we can still have criticisms for him.
I can
The
still
fact
call
that
him a
he's
dumbass.
popular-
So like, what?
Wait, guess what? Trump is popular too.
Yeah, like,
like what? The
Yeah,
popularity is not an argument for the correctness or wrongness.
Yeah, exactly.
He's
Well,
sending
this is
your
what I
fucking
went-
country to.
Well, I said to
Go
him,
ahead,
I was
go
like, you know, Trump is the majority vote, or like, I phrased it like the majority of Americans are pro-Trump, and he's like, well, it's the majority who voted, not the majority. And I'm like, okay, but like, I don't know what this dude's upset about, right? And I just was like, well, like, yeah, I know it's maybe not the majority, but like, you're being a debate pedophile. I think you know what I was meaning, EAS Anderson. And I don't know what you're meaning.
What does N-word
What-
cell mean? Like, what does that mean even?
That shooter that black Nazi shooter coined the term.
Oh, is it like black incel?
It's like involuntary black person.
Involuntarily black.
Involuntary black person? Like, oh no. I didn't choose to be black.
Incel. No, we be the thing. Hello, Secondus. How are you and your self hate? You still hate yourself? Sorry.
A little bit. A lot.
Okay,
man.
there you go.
I guess Uncle Tom is like a banned phrase on Kick, so it didn't let that through.
N-word cell is the way to go.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah. Phil, he's trying to bully us for like being in a Discord call. I mean, so I guess that means he's too scared to come in.
Bro,
normie politicians, Hasan's ilk, are retarded, and he knows it.
Yeah.
Wait, what do you mean? Can you like explain a little?
Normally, people think Hasan's politic states are retarded. Something like that?
Yeah, because the average intelligence is low in America.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. I don't think it has to do with intelligence. I think it just has to do simply with like a misalignment. But I'm sure intelligence like would factor in there.
Yeah, definitely.
What's it called? Isn't Hasan is like a I make you feel good kind of guy. He tells you what you want to hear, not what you need to know.
Very appealing to the slacktivist.
Propagandist.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, it's propaganda. Propaganda works. I mean, I think that, this Anderson guy is kind of agreeing with us because I don't exactly know the context or what he's trying to say, but he's like chanting like, it's mind control. So yeah, I get it, dude. I don't know if I need to be American to understand that.
Hasan is copium for the masses.
Yeah, fuck religion. It's Hasan. Alright, let's continue with the video.
Okay.
Okay. Suppose you want to check out the stories to see what you missed yesterday. You click there. And now you're in your stories. Okay?
Okay. That's very nice. That's also...
Have a seat
Okay.
on that chair.
Okay.
What were you doing with your pants there?
What are you doing with your pants?
Dan,
there?
I would have let this creep narrative go. If it didn't happen twice, roll it.
You want to see clips? Swipe this way, and now you're seeing clips.
Yeah, I'm just gonna repeat for the
That
chat.
nigga dialed in.
Yeah. For any chatters who just arrived, we got Dan Clancy's work email and tried to sign up to the porn sites, and there was already accounts on all of the major porn sites with his email. Brother is out there gooning to his own content. Like, holy shit.
The clips are, and that's not necessarily
Those are his employees.
First of all, it's gross enough you're a creep, but what an incompetent idiot you are. You're the CEO of Twitch, and you get caught with the fucking, you get caught with the girlies on your homepage twice? Bro, come on, dude. You got wife, man. Got daughters.
It's just the algorithm.
Don't want that in my head, bro. It's also a little bit disturbing considering, you know, he's these people's bosses.
Okay.
All right, so he's incompetent. He's a creep. He's protecting terrorist propagandists. So what's up? So what's the big deal with Dan Clancy? Well, what happened next is what really made me realize how corrupted and rotten Twitch is to the very core of the organization. First, let me introduce you to Frogan.
Why don't you go take a trip to Home Depot and buy some rope?
She's one of Hasan's main moderators. She's leading great discourse like Ethan's Islamophobic for saying, don't kill civilians. She has zero talent. She has 100 concurrent viewers, but somehow she's always on the homepage. She's winning awards. Nobody's watching her. Nobody cares. Why is she relevant? We don't know. It's important for me to show you guys what an actual horrible person Frogan is so that you can see who Twitch is elevating. So let's start with this clip. Ludwig, a large streamer on Twitch, donated $10,000 to the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund. That's a wonderful thing to do, right? No, not good enough for Frogan.
I find ultimately, like, if I were to do a charity thing where the charity thing relies on your donations, it should be something where, like, 95% of people feel good and are down for it. And, like, ultimately, regardless of what you think, that is not the situation here. So I personally donated 10K. Because I think it is worthwhile. And if you guys got some extra bread, I would recommend you donate. But I won't throw it on you, you know what I mean? No thanks. And some people are going to say that, you know what I mean? That's why it's the difference.
This is a cracker take.
Difference between, like, hey, I can put my money where my mouth is, but I don't need to put your money there. I don't need to enter a fucking debate
defended by Twitch
about whether that's worthwhile.
Take. I know Arabs are dying, but you know.
Listen, wait, are you on Twitch?
Yeah.
Do whatever you want. Okay, me, I donated $10,000, but I'm not gonna promote.
No, go ahead.
Just don't say you donated $10,000.
I was gonna say, okay, I'm in response to this. I am using if it is a cracker ass take to donate $10,000 to people that are getting bombed every day, we need more crackers. That's just what it is. That's just what it is. I'll say it, bro. That's what I'll say.
Stream, bro.
That's just valid. I mean, is anybody going to contend with that argument? Like, literally, actually say, like, it's what a crazy thing.
What's the logic, though? Like, how is this a white?
I think the logic is that she is calling it a C-word ass take to say, I'm not going to put it on you to donate to these people who are hurting. Like, she's saying that he should be more forceful in his support of Palestinians and shouldn't be like a C-word for just being like pussyfooting or half stepping.
Yeah, but the thing like that, her position, I guess, is that is inherently a white trait, I guess.
Like white people are going to, like, these privileged white people are not going to be proactive about the suffering and genocide that is going on in other.
They'll prioritize capital over, I don't know, politics or something.
Yeah, that type of shit.
Based racism, based.
That's indeed based. Yes.
Yeah, it's like, just give a little bit if you can afford it, but don't put yourself out. I think that's like, she's upset that he isn't using more emotional terrorism on his audience to like shake money out of them.
That's a good word choice, and then it's apt, emotional terrorism, because that's what it is. It's literally what it is.
I don't get the leap from that to it's a white person thing. You know,
Because they're like, well, yeah. I mean, it doesn't make sense, but the logic
it's
is
like it's
that
not
it's
even good
privileged and
racism.
therefore, yeah.
It's bad. It's lazy racism.
Dude, look at her face right there. Conniving, dude. What the fuck?
Trying to make it work by whatever means necessary.
Just really like, I got him. I got him with that one.
If you're not actively believing, if you don't believe in the cause, and if you're not against genocide at this point, like, keep your fucking money. Keep your $10,000. Keep your little chump change.
I'm glad she's saying that, sitting in America
Like,
in a
what do you want-
nice,
you want me to say
cushy fucking
congratulations?
apartment. Yeah, she's
Imagine
the one
being
to say.
Trojan, a
She should be the one to say that. Crazy.
Yeah. Right.
So if you don't believe, go ahead, Chris.
No. Just imagine, dude. Imagine.
Imagine. So if
I don't need to imagine. I'm
if you
watching
don't
it.
believe, if you don't believe in the cause, then do not help at all. Based. So when I go, like, you should not donate. You shouldn't even, bro. Everybody shouldn't. You just shouldn't help anybody at all.
I'm poor. I don't have time to give my money to somebody else.
Just living in LA in comfort, begging for her rent money on stream, and telling displaced and famished Palestinian children, "No kids, you need to give that 10,000 back. Ludwig didn't pass my purity test."
Keep your fucking money.
But wait, there's more.
I have no pity at all for any fucking soldiers. Distress, thank you so much. I will never have any fucking pity for any fucking soldiers. U.S. military? Boo fucking who? I hope you get PTSD. Oh my god, I want my fucking Camaro, no student loans. Fuck you. I hope you get PTSD. And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back into fucking America.
This clip obviously made the rounds on social media and rightfully outraged a lot of people. Here's how she responded the next day.
I hope you get PTSD. And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back into fucking America. And they posted it in my head. I'm like, base? Based? Like, am I supposed to be like, I'm not walking back on it. I still fucking agree with it. Base?
The smug defiance Frogan is showing is only because she knows that Twitch will do nothing to moderate her, despite veterans being classified as a protected group in Twitch's own community guidelines. But wait, there's more.
Okay, 6250, 9/11 baking stream with Raf and Capri. If we get to this goal by 9/11, Capri, Raf, and I will make the Twin Towers out of a stacked cake, and we'll make an airplane, and we'll recreate 9/11.
Oh.
This tweet
I
was the final straw
guarantee
for
she's
me.
in
You'll
favor
notice the
of
date is
Hezbollah
October.
soldiers getting fucking Medicare. Okay, I guarantee.
This tweet was the final straw for me. You'll notice the date is October 7th, 2023, the morning of the massacre, at 5:30 a.m. Pacific time. At this moment, Hamas militants had infiltrated a music festival and several kibbutzim, where they began their wanton slaying of civilians. Here's what she tweeted. Leftists preach and foam at the mouth at the thought of a revolution happening in America. But as soon as it happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong. It's not what she said, it's when she said it. While she's on Twitter celebrating, I was listening to the local news in Israel. Families were calling into news stations begging for help. Let me show you what I mean.
Jesus.
איפה אתם? איפה אתם? יואו, ממי, צריכים מיקום. תתרבו, תמצאו מקום, תתרבו. אבל אני אוהבת אותך, אנחנו בתוך הלחם, אי אפשר לצאת. אני יוצא לכיוון שלכם עכשיו, צריכים מיקום. אני בא, ממי, צריכים מיקום, אלוהים.
The morning of October 7th, Israelis were listening to calls like this all morning long. dozens of them. Imagine reading this tweet after listening to this. This woman should have moved on years ago to another profession, but for some reason Twitch is obsessed with keeping her on life support. And instead of moderating her, they actually gave her an award, Together for Legendary Woman, in which she would get front page placement all year long. This is actually my favorite detail about Frogan. She won a Rising Star Award at the Streamer Awards, an award show put on by her friends. And then the next year, guys, she gets nominated for Rising Star again. Are they fucking with her? You can't be Rising Star twice. It's up or it's down, man. In fact, you were never up. That was the problem. They tried to pretend like you were up, but you were always down. Rising Star twice. What's this, fucking Mario Kart? You hit a boost up there or some shit? Because Frogan is the two-time Rising Star champ, and because of her massive viewership of 100 concurrent viewers, it only makes sense that Twitch would give her one of the main stages at TwitchCon to do a 45-minute long segment. Her idea that was Twitch approved, an Arab to Jew racial tier list. So the premise is who can say Habibi, an Arabic word of affection like baby or sweetheart. And this tier list determines who can say it. Top and most desirable tier is Arab. And at the bottom, the worst one is, quote, loves Sabra. Now, why does loves Sabra equate to Jews? Sabra is a well-known Israeli company that makes hummus. They've been on the divestment list for many, many years, so the activists are well aware of their status. Oh yeah, and Sabra literally means a Jew that was born in Israel. It also plays up an anti-Semitic trope that denies Jewish identity in the Middle East. There's this idea that Israelis are all white colonizers who are stealing the culture and identity of Arabs to make it seem like they belong there. Watch Frogan and her co-hosts accuse Israelis of culturally appropriating Arab culture.
The one thing that's like funny is that there's two types of like genocide, right? There's like genocide of real people, and then there's like cultural genocide, right? Like this is fucking funny. Like, those motherfuckers trying to take hummus and say it's Israeli is the most insane thing to me.
Dude, the fact that they have the audacity to create Sabra and make that like the staple hummus of America,
That's crazy.
insane.
It's super offensive to us, and like that's actual like cultural appropriation. Like people get mad when someone has like dreadlocks and they call that culture. I'm like, come on, it's just like a hairdo. Like it's okay. People like white people are allowed to have dreadlocks if they want dreadlocks, but like actually trying to claim our food, our desserts.
Just one question for you guys. Who the fuck do you think is making the hummus in Israel? Martha Stewart? No, it's the same fucking Arabic-speaking Jews that you kicked out in the 1950s. Yes, they also like hummus, and they like all the same shit you do. Because they are you. They're from your country. You kicked them all out, and now you're accusing them of stealing your culture. You want to talk about cultural genocide? Well, here it is. You racist piece of shit.
Those motherfuckers trying to take hummus and say it's Israeli is the most insane thing to me.
Hey, scumbag, here's a hummus place we used to eat at. The chef is from Yemen. Here's another dude from Syria. Does this dude look like a white colonizer to you? Would you like to tell him he's stealing your culture? Well, this is what most Israelis look like.
Dude, the fact that they have the audacity to create Sabra.
This is casual bigotry being passed around like a leftist talking point. It's exactly why people are saying that anti-Semitism is coming mostly from the left. And yes, I know this dipshit is also Jewish. Incredible. He picked up so many tokens, he actually became one. And by the way, everybody on this panel is looking pretty fucking white themselves. So bearing all of this in mind, it's really not a stretch to say that the Love Sabra bracket is a dog whistle for Israelis or Jews.
The next person is one of my favorite people, Ethan Klein.
I told you guys to clap.
This is a good reaction.
That was a good one.
That's good.
Right. Turn that up.
We all know where this is going.
You guys are missing a category for Zionist. That was a joke. That was just a joke in my.
Stanums.
Well, that was the Jewish guy.
Yeah, it has to be.
Yeah, that's the token, dude.
She apparently
Chanting
consulted
for
with
them.
the head of the KKK, and he told her more subtle. So if it wasn't obvious enough, they pulled me, one of the best-known Jewish creators, and immediately put me in Sabra. Hasan, by the way, who's Turkish, not Arab, is Arab. That's the good one. That's the good one. The Arab ethnicity is S tier. Then Denim's jokes that we don't have a category low enough for Zionists, once again calling out my Jewish identity.
Dude, where's the, you guys are missing a category for Zionist.
And if it isn't about being Jewish, why would they put Ben Shapiro in the thumbnail, one of the other most prominent Jews on YouTube, in the category next to me when he's not even featured in the game? Who's next down there? Anne Frank? Einstein? Seth Rogen? Schindler? Well, he wasn't Jewish, but they would put him down there, let's be real. It also doesn't help their case that both my wife and Ben Shapiro's wife were born in Israel, which would make them Sabras. So love Sabra, literally in this case, means Jew lover. That sounds pretty racist. And what about the title? How Arab are these Twitch streamers? Hold on a minute. I thought this was about hummus. You know, I'm tired of these people gaslighting me. Haven't the Jews been gassed enough? So you're telling me you understand what a microaggression is, but you can't understand why a Jewish man might be uncomfortable with this. I feel like this is indefensible, blatant, obvious anti-Semitism, and this was greenlit by Twitch to appear on their main stage. How is that even possible? Right in front of their sponsors too, Chevron, Capcom, and Samsung. This racial tier list was brought to you by our sponsors, Chevron, Capcom, and Samsung. This is an example of Twitch management elevating a racist nobody like Frogan at the detriment of their own company's well-being. Why? After the predictable controversy this caused, Dan Clancy, the CEO, went live for the first time after 2 weeks and did an FAQ.
It's exciting to be here. Mary, thanks for having me. It's always a joy to do this with you. And we have a lot to talk about. And, looking forward to questions.
Let's take a look at some of the questions they got. This person asked, do you plan on addressing the anti-Semitism problem? Dan's response, permanent ban. Why do you not ban streamers that show terrorist propaganda on your website? Good question. Permanent ban. Do you care to comment about the ADL and anti-Semitism on Twitch? Ban. Why the fuck is the CEO banning people for asking reasonable questions about a relevant controversy they've been in? What the fuck is this? These are not even written like in a mean way. You are banned, just like the entire country of Israel. It had just been discovered around the same time as this Arab tier list that Twitch had secretly, without announcing it anywhere, banned the entire country of Israel from creating new accounts. This was enacted right after October 7th, and it continued on for a year. And if you're wondering how you didn't hear about it before, it's not because the Israelis weren't talking. Here's the top Israeli streamer's video about it, which is entitled, Twitch does not want Jews on their platform. He explains that they slowly started to realize no accounts could be made, and him and his fellow Israeli streamers were causing a lot of noise to get noticed. But Twitch completely ignored them for 5 months. When he created a support ticket with Twitch, it was straight up deleted with zero explanation. Around the end of the year, when people started talking about anti-Semitism on Twitch, Dan Saltman discovered the Israel ban when he was sent the code proving the block happened, presumably from someone who works at Twitch, and it could no longer be ignored. Israeli and American media started to pick up the story, which finally forced Twitch to respond. He also explains the block started on October 13th, which happens to be Global Jihad Day, when Islamic terrorists call on others globally to act, which he thinks is an odd coincidence. They were never notified in any way, and it greatly affected their business. He says he doesn't feel safe with Dan Clancy in power, as he feels he can no longer trust him. When Israelis try to sign up, it gives you a generic error message. It doesn't say anything that suggests that you're ineligible because you're in Israel. So when one of these guys wrote to Twitch customer service, this is what they said. I am really sorry that you are having issues creating an account. We have reviewed your case thoroughly and can confirm that unfortunately you are not eligible to create a Twitch account. As a result, we will be closing your case at this time.
Under the new increased scrutiny, Dan Clancy panicked and posted 2 terrible explanations on Twitter that were immediately community noted.
How can Twitch say on one hand that they've reviewed the case thoroughly?
Hold up. Let's have a look at that. Very sorry about the mistake. The following tweet explains what happened. We only discovered this problem today and quickly worked to fix it. The tweet explains what happened. The community note. This whole statement is a lie. Both small and phone number sign-ups were disabled. While this was happening, the most popular political streamer on the platform was cheering on, spreading terrorist propaganda and rape apologetics on stream.
This has to be just like massive incompetence, no?
I don't know. I don't think it was in. Wait, what specifically is incompetence?
Like just the entire like Israel banning situation.
I mean, I don't think it was incompetent. I think it was deliberate, and then I think they deliberately tried to lie to cover up their mistake, and then or sorry, not their mistake, their decision and the consequences of it, and they just got caught. I think that's as simple as that.
Yeah.
Dude, I love the fucking Dan Saltman cameo. Avengers Assemble.
Yeah, they got a nice shot
Damn
of him.
fuck up.
Yeah, they should still. People have sort of stopped talking about it as much, but like, I'm sure the effects of Dan Saltman going after Dan Clancy will come about later on in the year, right? Where real politicians
Hopefully,
will
yeah.
want to talk to them. So that'll be cool to see.
I mean, when I first watched this video, I was kind of underwhelmed by it, but watching it here with you guys, maybe I'm like just paying more attention. I think it's actually a good video.
Nice.
I think it's an alright video. It was definitely not made for people like me, so I'm definitely looking at it kind of with that bias in mind. But
Yeah.
you know, it's
Yeah.
an informative video if you don't know anything.
But it has
It
like a
looks like-
coherent timeline with like important facts.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like working through like multiple narratives at like a pretty decent pace and explaining them really effectively, I think. And it's got another 100,000 views since I started watching it. So.
Oh,
a million
That's,
views, almost 2 million. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's almost at 2 million. And yeah, this was a lot lower when I started earlier on today. Yeah, the lies here make this look so much more deliberate. Oh, yo, what's up, dude?
Yo, I was just gonna say, as somebody who hasn't really paid much attention to Hasan, I obviously know the basics about the guy. I definitely think he's a lot more extreme than I was aware of. But to be fair, I probably respect it in a way. Like I viewed Hasan as this like fucking normie coded fucking loser guy who was just fucking doing the aesthetic of leftyism, and like he was doing that I'm pro Palestine, but like, oh, we need to stop the violence, guys. Whereas if you have that strong of an opinion about Israel or Palestine, whichever side you're on, if you care enough to like choose a side, you're supporting like horrible shit going on. And yeah, I hate when people try and hide behind the, oh, but we all want the killing to stop. At least he's fucking bold enough to be like, you know, yeah, fucking kill them, bro.
You would be right, but he hides his power level, which makes him cowardly.
And he's like running defense and like
Yeah,
pretending that rape isn't happening and stuff. And
I feel like
spreading that
this-
misinformation to his audience.
Yeah, I feel like this video doesn't actually do a great job at addressing that he actually hides that he does a lot of these things. Like he's not, it's not like it looks like he's just kind of like open and brazen about it, but he's not. He'll try and like deceive you, but he talks about it earlier about the
Swedish model
deception. Yeah, he talks about the deception earlier, but
So
Like the
Hasan
fact that
will,
they, like-
Hasan will come in and say like, yeah, we need like a Swedish model of like more social welfare programs, and then within that Swedish model, like there will be a support network for people. But that keyword support network,
It's like re-education camps.
Yeah, he's not meaning a Swedish model. He's meaning like a highly aggressive, controlling government, more like, you know, Soviet Russia or China. Yeah, and then the re-education model is an aggressive like youth indoctrination and then re-education for like the adults.
And like a deconstruction of the capitalist system and a replacement with like some fucking other thing.
Yeah, by force though.
Yeah.
Yeah, what would be based is if he was like, so what if the rapes fucking happen? Like, I don't give a fuck. That's what happens, right? But he has to be backed into like such a fucking corner to just like spurg out and admit that's how he really feels.
Well,
That's
also,
where. Go ahead.
the closest that he gets to going like the shit's kind of fucked is him going, you know what, the resistance isn't perfect, you know.
True.
But then still playing out, you know, all of the insane fucking downplaying, insane bullshit cope of like, you know what, these bad things kind of aren't even really happening.
Yeah. The Houthi
Yeah.
the Houthi terrorist is actually Anne Frank, and like I know that I earlier said that he was a terrorist, but he's not. He's a freedom fighter.
true.
In fact,
That
no,
part was
he's not
cringe,
even a freedom fighter. He's just a Houthi kid. He's just a regular Houthi kid.
It's just a poor little Houthi kid, just like all the others. Oh god, if they're all like that, what does that mean?
And then like, why are people even telling me about this Houthi kid? How are we even connected to this Houthi kid that people are like telling me about? And this is 2 weeks after having him on the stream. It's like, fuck you, bro. Like, you're a liar. You're
Craziest shit
lying
I
to
saw
me.
him like bring up was he in like I'm obviously paraphrasing, but he's basically like the anti-Semitism is kind of like how do I say it? He's like it's the result of Israel's actions, and then he's sort of like so it's kind of justified. And I'm like, okay, bro, that's the craziest shit I've ever fucking heard. You wouldn't say this about any other fucking race or religion or minority or whatever.
Yeah, it's insane how
I
he's
mean,
talking about.
if someone came out going, "Hey, look, man, slavery was just kind of based. Look at how hard the blacks work in the fields." Like,
That's what
obviously.
I mean. Like, you can make an analysis of it, but he's not making an analysis. He's making an analysis and then providing a justification, and that's where I'm like, all right, you lost me.
Yeah, that I agree. Like, if he was just like, "Hey, it's kind of understandable why some of these groups would be anti-Semitic," I would be like, "Okay, yeah, I can get behind that idea." But he's not stopping there. He's like, "It's understandable," and it's not even like, come on, like, come on.
Understandable and, you know, kind of based.
Yeah, it's like,
and we
come
should all
on,
be more
like,
like that. And they're like, oh,
yeah. It's
okay.
fucking wild, man.
I wonder
What
how
was-
much of this is because of like the damage of the Iraq and Afghanistan war and like the disillusionment with American foreign policy. Sorry, Crisp.
No, you
I
are
mean,
right.
that-
I think we haven't touched on the whole America bad thing, right?
That
And then-
brain, like a lot of the people like who it's not even a left or right thing. All I'll say is like that fried a lot of people's brains, and that's kind of why we're in the situation we're in politically.
It could almost
did
be like
fry
the
a lot
root
of
of it, right? Like Hasan is like America bad, Jews. You know, the Jews actually might be running America. Maybe they're why America's bad. In fact, yeah, fuck him. He's just
Well,
like
I don't
building
think you get
conspiracy after
Hasan-
conspiracy.
I don't think you get Hasan retardation without 9/11. And
Right.
Yeah, I'm not
consequences of
sure you
9/11.
can. Yeah, it's a basis of them being able to not only become it but also justify it to other people. Like,
Yeah.
yeah,
It's like the little snowball that like I don't mean to say like 9/11 was like insignificant, like it was a small snowball, but like how do people end up how does like the individual psyche end up trying to like justify things by like building an entire political doctrinations and then eventually working its way to like holocausts and you know, I'm struggling with the words, but
Yeah, I
yeah,
mean-
how does he fucking get there, right? It's probably through America
I've even seen like former military people like Navy SEALs and whatever who have like that whole situation like broke their brain, and like that's obviously different because maybe they did stuff like they had it's a much different perspective to have, but I think it's a good example at communicating the like extreme swings that such a like phenomena can sort of put somebody through.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Holy fuck! Was there anything else I wanted to talk about before we resume? I think that was. Fuck, there was something. What was Justicles?
Go ahead.
Justicle would look at this and be like, "What other race could Hasan say this about and get away with it?" And he ended up on Eskimos. Does anyone remember that?
I think I do. Yeah.
Yeah, the
I think that was
Eskimo thing.
Dan, wasn't it? I
Was
thought
it Dan?
Yeah, it was Dan. It was Dan.
Okay, what was his point there? I'm trying to. How did he phrase that?
His point was to say that like we can't that this is a totally unacceptable behavior for any other group other than Jews, and we would
Yeah.
recognize it to be.
Because like, if you said this about blacks, it would sound like you're saying like, well, slavery wasn't that bad because like different races have their different places in the world, and those blacks, you know, like some of them got to live in the house and be the house in words, and some of them got to do this, and some of them got to do that. It's a little
Is
bit
it just about identifying a group of people that people can't really associate any like sense of like them being obviously mistreated that they're familiar with? Or something. So like if you were to say this shit about someone, it's like it's not invoking any like actual injustices that people know have been done to them, or what?
I think it's actually a model minority issue. Like
Right.
that's why you had all the racism.
I got cut
with
off at the worst time
COVID,
there.
and then also around the H1B
Now I
stuff
just
is
sound
because,
fucked.
Like Indians and Asians.
All right. Saying you
they're,
can't
like,
say
model
those
minorities,
things about the
so
blacks, right?
It's kind of like punching up. Like you're allowed to punch up. You know.
The way that tied in was because Hasan's saying the Jews need to get out of Israel,
And then
right?
what-
They've
what
got their
Dan was
place, and
saying
it's
with
not
the
where they
Eskimos,
are.
It's not that they're obviously
It's
not
they have
like
to go
model
back
minorities,
to
but
where they
it's
used to
the
be. But
only
where
other
do they used
group
to
of
be?
People that you could do this to is a group of
Everywhere.
people who like
Israel is their home. They
and
deserve
I
to
don't
be
mean this
there.
in like a rude way, but are so insignificant in terms of the cultural conversation that just nobody gives a fuck about them. You know.
I think a large part of it has to tie in with like American self-blame and like the fact that
Bro, that was so fucked, man. Dung fucked me so hard. I know it sounded bad where I was going, and he's like trying to rescue me or some shit, maybe. But my god, dude, my fucking god, I'm a piece of shit now. You will hate me. Fuck.
I mean, yeah, that's part of it, but how do you get from there to the Jews actually deserve the anti-Semitism? You know what I mean? Or like, I don't know, the Asians, like, well, you know, COVID did kind of come from China. Like, how do you bridge that gap only through like throwing out your rational part of your brain and just being like, fuck it, racism's based.
racism is based when it's a rich minority, basically, that like is also helping the American empire.
Well, it's not even a rich minority, it's a perceived rich minority because the majority of Asians are not rich, the majority of Jews are not rich, like the majority of all the other model minorities, like they're not rich, it's just or they're not like outpacing everybody else drastically. It's just they're a model minority, you know what I mean? They commit crimes less, or they're more educated, or they're this or they're that or whatever, you know.
I don't think it's like even coherent, like the way he's trying to go with it. Because he's trying to say like the Jews need to be kicked out of Israel and it needs to be a one-state solution, and the Jews need to go back to what they were. This is why you can't say it about the blacks, because it's like, well, like, could you say that the blacks need to go back to where they were? And like is he talking about slavery? Is he talking about sending them back to Africa? What is he talking about? And it's the same with the Jews. Like, what is he talking about? Like, send them back, like to be what's the word called? Like the Irish, you know how most Irish don't live in Ireland. He wants to send the Jews back to be like scattered throughout the world, like
Diaspora.
Yeah, he's like, is he trying to make the Jews back into diaspora? Like, what is he? It's not. It doesn't.
Well, it's
make
that
sense.
the prescription would be to like scatter them back across a large part of the Muslim world back to being an ultra minority who is horrendously persecuted, right?
Yeah, exactly. This is the only way it makes sense. And that's obviously not something he would ever say out loud, but it's either that or just eradicate them, right? The ones who are in Israel can be killed, or
But is
the
that like a failure of rhetoric and thinking? Like just tell them to go back sounds reasonably good rhetorically, but I feel you could maybe make a case for that being something that hasn't actually been like thought through properly, but like sounds good enough on the first draft to be like, yeah, that'll fucking do.
I think he's hiding his power level with that statement.
I think he hasn't
for
thought
sure.
it through completely, and like he hasn't thought his like thoughts through to their conclusion. But I think that is the conclusion of them.
I totally disagree. I think he knows what that means, and he's just trying to say it
Yeah.
in the most friendly, like consumer friendly way possible.
Yeah, I think he does know what it means.
Personally is like? Do you think he personally is like anti-Jew?
Well, yeah, because he would say from the river to the
Indirectly.
sea, right? He would say from the river to the sea,
I'd
and he would
say
throw that around,
I'd
and he
say
knows what that means.
I'd say that he probably like maps onto it. Like if you were to do like the whole Venn diagram thing, but I think it's like in his case it's probably like the incidental overlap. Like he's probably also, because he grew up in Turkey, which is a country that is actually like pretty explicitly very like anti-Jewish, and I imagine he probably thinks himself like above that stuff, but then there's all this other shit that he is bought into that does actually like mostly map over like actual anti-Semitism, and I think it's kind of the same problem that Dan Saltman has run into in when he's doing his like Twitch is anti fucking Jewish. I think the problem that he runs into is that there's so much of the shit that's going on there that is like people being bought into like particular ideological positions that have them coming out like at the end as like sort of like de facto like anti-Jewish, but that's probably like not really what is actually going on. It's just that they have arrived at something that like almost maps completely onto it. But I think if you sort of like were to dig deep into what these people think, like anti-Jewishness probably isn't it. And I think the same probably goes for Hasan.
I think it just depends on how much you care about intention, right? Intention versus like
Sort of
functionality.
consequentialism, right?
Yeah, like functionally he's probably more anti-Semitic than the average anti-Semite, but intention, like their intentions are different, but then I think on an individual level it's really important to take into consideration intention, but when you're looking at like a corporation or like a media figure, I think they get less charity when it comes to that stuff.
You mean from the basis of going like, oh, you should actually be like more responsible and like considerate of what your idea when fleshed out like really means and where that takes you.
Yeah, because the individual doesn't have a like they don't have necessarily a responsibility to be functionally not this or not that or whatever, and their intention matters a lot. But a corporation or a personality or a celebrity or a musician or whatever, like by agreeing to be in the position that they're in, they are sort of in my opinion at least implicitly agreeing to uh being more on the functional side of the spectrum or a consequentialist side of the spectrum.
You mean in a sort of like noblesse oblige kind of way of like you have this standing and so you kind of have to be more responsible with whatever platform slash influence you have.
Yeah, like if I exerted or you exerted all the influence you wanted, maybe like 5 people would get affected, but these people, like hundreds of thousands or millions of people would get affected. And on that scale, it's like It's
It's
different
like
ballgame.
to whatever degree you're fucking up your message, you are like massively disproportionately like fucking up the world for whatever your mistakes are.
Yeah, and like just to be super clear about what I think about this, if I was Hassan's friend, I think I would still err on the side of individual, like I mean intention, but I'm not Hassan's friend. I'm like some random viewer, so I don't
Right.
care about that much.
I'll be right back. You guys keep talking.
Yeah, I mean, we could talk about. My thought process during this whole or ideas like this has been, yes, I don't know what this person's intention may be. However, this person should be this person has positioned themselves as a political, entity, somebody who talks about politics, and because of that, and they talk about it a lot. So because of that, I'm going to hold them to a certain level of responsibility about their messaging. And so if he isn't responsible enough to understand the consequences of what he's saying, then that blame is firmly on him, right? I would say looking at intention and stuff like that is a uh, a facet of that is understanding the purpose with which somebody is talking about these things. If I'm talking to some normal person and they're just saying the same things that Hasan does, I'm going to go way softer on them than I would somebody like Hasan, who's literally paid money to talk about these things and should be and props himself up to be somebody who's informed on these things. So that's what I would say. Um, so yeah, I don't think he gets as much of a pass.
What's it called? I agree with Banana. He does hide his power level because there are things he knows. But what's it called? The cloud, the money, so fucking good. It makes you what's it called? Throw away your morals if you have any to the ground or to the floor, whatever people want to say it. But my idea about hating this guy is his hypocrisy. Fuck with these fucking words. Hypocrisy. Yeah, I hate hypocrites, especially got ones like this.
Yeah, I don't like hypocrites either, generally speaking.
Yeah, because fuck me, man. Because what's it called? He can be a millionaire. He can be whatever he wants, but no, it has to be this way. Turning the line, kissing, kissing, kissing the ass of a fucking terrorist. Oh my god. Oh well, nothing to say about this guy. Shit.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
What's up, money?
The money? His family is rich, but Kendrick. How are you,
No,
Kendrick?
I
By
said
the way?
what's up, Mooney, not money.
Oh, yeah, everything is right, man. Everything is good. I clean my toilet today. I pay my rent. Everything is good.
Nice. I'm back. I'm back.
Both of which sound like a rough day.
It is.
Right. Fuck
Oh,
paying
God.
rent, dude.
Oh, you're right, Chris. It's the end of the month. You got your money? You pay your rent? Wait, is that why you clean your room? Did they ask you to clean your room because your landlord is gonna see that room like that?
Nah, I cleaned my room because it was good for me.
Oh, yeah.
It is very nice. There's so much I can do with my room now. Everyone in chat is laughing. What did you say, man?
Paying rent and cleaning my toilet?
Oh yeah.
Well, when you live alone with 3 men, somebody has to clean the toilet.
Yeah.
What the fuck did I come back to?
What the
What's up,
fuck?
Nina?
Up, Nina? It's
How are
okay.
you, Nino?
How was Kendrick?
I'm good, bro.
Yo, what's up, Chris Ledes and Dung Devil?
What's up?
Wait, now that Chris is back, should we continue being the video or this You guys want to say something?
Yeah, let's get through it. I'm getting exhausted, dude.
You
Make sure
guys
you guys
haven't
have a
finished the
stretch.
fucking video?
Nah, you got
Nope.
10
I'm gonna go
minutes
ahead
left.
and go though. Have a good
All
one.
right. All right. Yeah, we got 10 minutes left. This will be like the emotionally gripping part where we all need to strap in and deal with the tension.
Yeah, so
of,
you've rejoined just in time.
Yeah.
I mean, I fucking missed the whole fucking thing, so it doesn't.
It's okay.
I mean, I've already watched it, so it doesn't really matter, to be fair.
Oh, okay.
You've got the emotional ending left. This will be the best part.
Noted.
Oh,
How can
yay.
Twitch say on one hand that they've reviewed the case thoroughly, and then on the other hand say it was an accident and they didn't know? This is all very fishy. A big media company like Twitch doesn't realize that their new account signups from Israel has completely flatlined? You're telling me that you guys didn't notice that? That's impossible. Then, at the same time, it was announced that Sneeko, Fresh and Fit, and the little Houthi twink terrorists were all unbanned and they could stream again on Twitch. This is like the holy trinity of anti-Semitism.
So guys, yeah, we're back on Twitch. Welcome. I know we had gotten banned or whatever, or we got suspended, but I went ahead and appealed it, and we're back in the house, man. So for all the haters out there that were like, you know, oh yeah, they got banned on Twitch. Hey, be mad. Be mad, guys, because we are back in the house. They can't stop us.
They did stop them. An hour later, all three of the accounts were eventually rebanned. But the decision to unban those three creators at that exact time, and being three of the best known anti-Semites on the internet, seems to clearly be trying to send a message. And then it was discovered that Twitch's head of policy and community guidelines was previously fired from her job publicly by the British government. Why? She does not like the Jews. That's right. Their head of trust and safety was previously suspended from her job at Ofcom for being too anti-Zionist. And guess where her very next job was at? That's right, Twitch TV. Apparently she was posting pro-Hamas tweets only mere days after October 7th happened. That's so interesting. It sounds just like someone else we know. It's almost like supporting terrorists is institutional. Hell, it might even be a prerequisite. Take a look at this tweet from Twitch's senior manager of inclusive marketing, Bridget Chermating, on October 12th. People are posting screenshots of them donating to Israel relief funds. Shake my head, y'all are truly rooting for the oppressor. Read a damn book. This tweet was made only 5 days after the October 7th massacre. The donations she's criticizing would go to families like this, if they were still alive. This entire family was murdered in cold blood by Hamas terrorists on October 7th. Bridget, who did these little girls oppress? How can you act so high and mighty for your cause and be so callous and inhuman for the innocents on the other side? This statement was made by the senior manager for inclusive marketing. Is that some kind of joke? Is this what inclusion looks like at Twitch? Is it really crazy at this point, after all this, to say that Twitch has an anti-Semitism problem? I think it would be harder at this point to argue the opposite. Oh, Bridget, one more thing. Sorry, I forgot. Can you tell me the answer to this riddle? What's the difference between a Boy Scout and a Jewish kid? I'm standing by. Let us know. And yes, it's true. I should point out this tweet is from 2011. This one, however, is from 22. Sarah Silverman tweeted out, Kanye threatened the Jews yesterday on Twitter and it's not even trending. Why do mostly only Jews speak up against Jewish hate? The science is so loud. Bridget said, this was the energy I was around when I worked with 2 Jewish women in social impact who are both senior to me. She's trying to make Sarah Silverman seem like some kind of Jewish Karen for caring about anti-Semitism. I wouldn't really care about any of this if she wasn't the head of fucking diversity at Twitch. What the fuck is happening here? This is insane. So with people like her...
Yo, did any of you guys figure out what was the difference between a Boy Scout and a Jewish kid? Because I'm struggling to remember, but I'm pretty sure it was something to do with the ovens in Auschwitz. Unironically.
Oh.
Yo.
I was gonna say something really bad, but
Oh, is it gonna be something about like one goes into the ovens and the other one like learns to keep them going or something. I don't know.
Yeah, something along that vibe. But it was snappy. It was a good joke.
I thought it was tokens related.
Oh, Boy Scouts come home from camp.
Oh,
Ooh.
rough. Yeah, that's fucked up.
I mean,
dude.
that's that's pretty snappy, but then it's contextually super fucked. Ethan might have a point.
Oh yeah, that's a rough one. Yeah, like why even say the joke? Why tweet it to the whole world? Like, that's not like an edgy joke to tell your edgy uncle, right? That's more like that
Comedy
kind
knows
of
no
joke.
bounds, brother.
Yo, just
This is all
lightening
just
up,
hilarious.
just making a lot.
All the people that these are all the people that called everyone Nazis.
Wait, isn't this like your people psychonauts?
Gosh.
Is that what you do?
I mean, yeah. Hey, look, dude. She's one of mine, but the problem is she's pretending she's fucking not.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
It's
right
just the
there.
hypocrisy.
That's the fucked up bit. Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Her deciding what
That's the
is and
fucked
isn't
up
okay on
bit.
Twitch.
Also,
There's
the
no
problem is she
surprise that
fucking
you
means
end
it. Jesus.
yeah. I mean, it cost her her career. And then she got
I'm saying fucked
handpicked.
up shit just because I think it's really funny. She's saying the fucked up shit because she loves it. She believes it.
Yeah. I mean, she's the trust and
I mean,
safety
maybe.
manager.
Fuck knows.
Handpicked trust and safety manager. Who really fits the bill? This
With these
woman.
extraordinarily uneven enforcement.
It's not
of the
actually
rules.
really,
Take, for example,
meaningfully prejudicial because she's punching up because the Jews do control everything after all.
I
mean, I feel like that's not far off from what you think.
I think that would actually be the legit rationalization.
Yeah, I know, right? Probably victimizing herself a little bit as well, right?
They're owners of capital.
Yeah.
Well, this clip of the streamer Destiny. He was permanently banned for what he said here.
That community is never worth engaging with. There's just no point in doing it. Like, it's too
Emphasize
risk of
they.
me like ending up getting like permabanned and my life destroyed because of these like inbred fucking disgusting losers is like it's just not worth it. It's just totally not worth it.
And okay, fair enough. If you're going to be consistent with the enforcement, then let's have a friendly place, a safe environment. It's calling a minority group inbred, which results in a permanent ban. Okay, has anyone else done that?
The Jewish KKK brigades out there, just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks. Imagine the most inbred white supremacist guy you can imagine, okay? Every week there was another fucking psychopathic settler, inbred fucking douchebag. Oh, these inbred fucking douchebags in the background, dude. A nation entirely comprised of messianic, inbred, ultra-orthodox psychopaths that these inbred don't
If you're saying
understand.
this about
Educated,
the,
inbred,
like,
fundamentally.
Orthodox Jews in New York or something, I could give him a pass as a Jew.
Yo. I mean, they are the weird ones, right?
One of them
You're one of the good ones, though.
in the middle of campus, carried it to a mob by the gate that were communicating with the angry mobs outside of campus.
Untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, telling us that we are all inbred and that we have no culture.
You want to see clips?
Inbred.
The clips are, and that's not necessarily the algorithm.
اسألوا أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي واسألوا عن الحشد العسكري.
Hasan, a non-Jewish person, is referring to Jews as inbred consistently throughout his career.
Inbred, ultra-Orthodox psychopaths.
Zero punishment. Hasan interviewing a Houthi pirate.
The Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
Zero punishment. Hasan, watching terrorist propaganda with zero critical commentary.
They do like
What is
they do
this?
musicals. They're very musical people.
Are
No,
you being
serious?
Zero punishment. Hasan threatening a sitting congressperson. This one actually blew my mind. When I saw he tweeted that, I said, he's done after this for sure. For sure he is. For those that may not recognize this weapon, I'll explain. Shinzo Abe is a former Japanese prime minister. He served from 2012 to 2020. He was assassinated in July of 22 in a stunning fashion that left the Japanese public horrified. He was killed with a makeshift weapon that the shooter had built himself at home. So when Hasan saw this tweet that he didn't like, he posted the schematics in what can only be presumed as an invitation to someone in his fan base to build this weapon and then assassinate this sitting congressperson, who wrote a tweet he did not like. I genuinely do not know how he didn't land himself in prison for making terroristic threats. Zero punishment.
Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods.
And this isn't just a Hasan problem. It underscores a disturbing trend among leftists on Twitch. The problem is, if you can believe it, these people are frequently making death threats and facing zero consequence. I know it sounds far-fetched, but I assure you it's very real.
Listen, I'll up the number, okay? 30K to anyone who'll make this dipshit disappear.
Bro, that Destiny guy needs to get Not gonna fucking lie.
It would just be so easy to just, it was so, like, solve all of our problems. Like, we would have socialism now at this point, right? We would have socialism at this point if someone just went out of their way and it would be so easy.
Thing that happens, I mean, like, holy shit, guys. If you live in Florida, I have an opportunity for you. If you want to earn $100,000, let me know.
Actually, Mike from PA, the dude that's stuck in the before image of a transformation story, did receive a 3-day ban.
This man put a bounty on a fellow streamer's head. This man should not be getting a 3-day suspension. He should be getting a knock on his door from the FBI.
I made this video for 2 reasons. First, to stop Hasan infiltrating mainstream media. Hasan has been welcomed by many mainstream outlets. They view him as a friendly social democrat, as someone who's just trying to spread progressive politics online to an important demographic. But we know that's not true. He is not their friend or their ally. If you ever see Hasan rubbing shoulders with anyone from mainstream media...
Yeah, got you.
All of those threats were at Destiny, right?
Yeah.
Do you think the
No, no.
do you think the version do you think the version of this video, like before the leaks, was maybe a little bit different? Do you think he maybe had a little bit of like throwing Destiny a bone? Do you think he maybe had mentions off in there that he stripped out after all this fucking shit came out, like maybe at the last minute?
I think that's like a fair assumption to make. I wouldn't be confident, but I think like possibly.
It would be
yeah.
stupid to glaze him at this point, yeah.
Yeah, and maybe probably a lot of this content is pulled from the Destiny subreddit, and he wouldn't want to admit it, so he wouldn't want to like play into Hasan's community's hand too much by mentioning Destiny. So that could be a thing against it, having an explicit.
Probably also, it's also a big reason probably why this video was like delayed for such a long time, where you kept like saying it was coming out, but then I have to wait another day, and just kept doing that for a while.
Maybe wanting to see where the Destiny
Yeah,
situation lands to see how much
His
of the video he has to cut.
If you
Yeah.
listen, he made very specific excuses that for clearances means that he wouldn't have copyright on some of the contents, but that doesn't comport with H3's previous behavior, because the whole H3 versus whatever the PC review thing.
That's a
Though
great point, actually.
maybe after that he learned a lot about copyright and learned that he needed to pay lawyers to do clearances. I don't know. It
I
could
don't
be either
think
way.
so. No, I don't think so. I think he's very pro for use, and he's been like he has a track record of putting his ass on the line to defend that. So I think that's like a kind of an excuse, you know?
Yeah.
Dun Devil. The Didems one was against someone else. I forget who. But the rest were at Destiny.
I remember who won. Yeah, the Mike from PA definitely was. The other guy with the little cap on definitely was. Is
Was
that a
it
shower cap he's
the
wearing?
one from the black guy, the one where he was like, we should have killed like every single family member of these like slave owning gusanos or something?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that one sounds a bit more generalized, but it is actually just a Destiny.
Yeah.
Kill Destiny,
I think
get
he named
socialism.
Destiny in that one, like at the beginning.
Yeah. Um,
An interesting
them
thing
know
I
politely.
take away from this video is that Domino's and Pizza Hut is actually a cultural genocide.
What the hell? What did he mean by that?
So you remember the whole hummus thing they were talking about?
Yeah.
So Domino's and Pizza Hut is erasing Italian culture.
Oh shit! It's improving on it.
Well, Chris, that's a very privileged Western position to have.
You know what's crazy? I haven't got a single sub this entire stream, and I need to buy some Dominoes, dude. I'm feeling lightheaded from not having any in like 2 days.
Don't do it. Don't sub. He's only going to rebuild the pizza box collection. If you're going to sub, you have to make sure that you gift enough for him to order some butter chicken.
True. True. I had sweet and sour pork yesterday, which was good. I'd love to get some more today. If you want to save Italians, donate enough for me to not go buy Domino's. Otherwise, I'll have to buy the cheapest option, which will be that Domino's pizza, erasing Italian heritage. Please help the Italians. Anyway.
With all the civility.
Watch the last 2 minutes. 2 minutes left. It's taken us 4 hours to get through this video. Let's go.
What kind of person he is when he thinks mainstream media isn't watching. Help them understand that his name should be associated with people like Nick Fuentes and Alex Jones, other fringe, radical, political commentators. Number 2, Twitch must be held accountable. Twitch has proven that it will not change by choice, and so it is our moral imperative to enact that change through any reasonable means that we can. Samsung, Chevron, and Capcom. Twitch has given them a lasting association with a racial tier list with Arabs at the top and Jews at the bottom. These brands have every right to know, and they should. We all recall YouTube's adpocalypse. It happened when ads were running over ISIS recruitment videos, and it caused a brand exodus. The same thing is happening now on Twitch, but instead of ISIS, it's the Houthis, Hamas, and Hezbollah. Dan Clancy's refusal to moderate extremists is the only reason for any of this. He is the sole person to blame. He had so many opportunities to stop this. Ultimately, after dedicating months of my life to creating this video, I am left with one overwhelming conclusion. Fuck this dude.
Yo. He does go pretty hard at points. Nice ending. It's got another 10,000 views in the past 10 minutes. So, yeah. Any final thoughts on the video, anybody? And this will probably be the end of the stream.
Happy Black History Month
as well.
I feel like I'm still heavily on that. It's a very good video, but very not for me.
Yeah, it's for the 1 million people, or probably I think that channel gets like 5 million views on its videos fairly often. So it's really going out to that mainstream audience.
My criticism of it as a mainstream piece of political, I guess it is a part of politics. And my criticism of it is that it conflates, or by proxy, it is conflating all progressivism with tanky communism. And I think there's enough room in criticism and consumption of Hasan's content to be not 100% anti-Israel and pro-Hamas and progressive in a way without being fucking tanky communist. And so I just wish that it was easier to bring nuance into this conversation, and Klein did not help us there.
Wait, so you think that he
I'd
was
agree with that.
conflating he was conflating Hasan's position with progressivism.
I think that it's too easy to say that all progressives are hiding their power level after watching this video. And there is a series of essays by Mencius Moldbug around 2015, 2016 that was basically like an anti-communist rant. And this makes some similar points, but it didn't need to. And I think that we can make room for progressives who are not communists and not fall down that trap. But
Man,
that's
I
kind of,
really
this is,
don't
I'm
see
getting
it.
super fucking wonky.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm
I feel
kind of
like, especially
focused.
for like your mainstream audience, they will not be thinking about like actual political theory at all throughout this. They will just be thinking about Hasan being like a lying propagandist. Because
Yeah,
it's
but why not every progressive then? And that's sort of my question: is why isn't every progressive just hiding their power level when they talk about like labor and theory of value and all that shit?
well, they're gonna think of Ethan as like the reasonable liberal dude who doesn't hate progressives, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So they're
And
gonna
so
be like
maybe like
shielded against that.
right.
I can see where you're coming from though, but then again, like the video is not exactly made for you, and you're definitely coming at it from like a more cerebral concern, right?
Right. Like, I hate fucking tankies. I live among the tankies, and I'm tired of it.
Yeah,
And
you
I don't
really-
want to be put in.
You know
Yeah,
your
I don't want to
enemy
be
too
put in their
well.
category. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
and you want
God.
to fuck them
But
over.
also, hold on. Speaking somewhat to your concern about like the potential interpretation of this, isn't it also kind of a legitimate issue, actually, though, that all of the tanky shit is kind of like a giant festering tumor crushing the organs of progressivism?
Yes. But we
So
can do
it
better.
kind of seems like so I think even if your concern about like the way this would be interpreted is like, holy fuck, maybe they all are just like filthy, disgusting communists hiding their power level. It seems like that's not necessarily like the worst suspicion to have. It seems like
I
it's not
think that
necessarily
if
the most unfounded.
if Ethan was going to be an ally to progressives, he would say, "Look, you should support the not crazy leftists out there, the moderate left, the progressive, not tanky left." And but it's like I guess we have to watch his content to see if he continues down this route or not.
I kind of feel like Ethan's stuff broadly felt like it was pretty concisely trying to attack like some of the insane like weird tanky fucking brainworms, and it's I mean, okay, the problem is that it's not just like weird tanky brainworms. Some of this is like more generic like weird progressive brainworms. It's like the way people fixate on things like power dynamics, reducing things to like oppressor oppressee, and that leads to like insane oversimplifications of like very complicated things like all of the Israel Palestine bullshit, which is like an insane nuance of like back and forth and fucking like terrorism and all sorts of like wacky historical fucking hijinks that makes it like not reducible to like one side big bad and other side like small hero, and that yeah, so fuck, I don't know. It's a bit more complicated. So
Yeah.
I guess some of your concerns are like not illegitimate, but I think there are also like objectionable things that have been bleeding more and more into like the mainstream of progressivism, that probably warrant like being concerned about. partly because
Right.
it takes you like down the road to like this stuff, which I think Ethan has done a very good job of portraying very reasonably as like insane extremist shit that we should all be very concerned about.
Yeah, and I can see that. Like I saw it in my local Democratic caucuses where like super far left stuff has crept in since like 2018, 2019, and the Democratic left on the West Coast got closer and closer to DSA without any kind of backlash or very little backlash. And so, yeah, I agree with that. And I want to say we can't let the backlash totally trash progressivism.
Can I give you like a harsh criticism or rebuttal?
I'm gonna cut that off right there, chat. Because it is time to end the stream. I was thinking about watching another video and shaving my head, but we didn't get any subs, and I am feeling kind of lightheaded from my life of being way too poor, and I need those subs. I need those subs to survive, chat. But it's okay. We will cover the Ryan Beard content nuke on Destiny next stream, which will be like probably another 4 hours. I'm sorry to do bitch hour streams, you know. I would like to do 12-hour streams for you guys, but I need to, you know, have a little bit more success in my life and a little bit more drive to do the stream. So that's why you should like and subscribe. And next time, fuck, I just stabbed myself. Jesus Christ. Look, we are having success though. Look how clean my room is. I have room for props. Right, I need to get a poster up here. Maybe get like a little light, like Crispy's Dojo up here. If you pay me $100, I'll throw that pizza box away. Wonder if I could bury this knife in the pizza box. Really can't get an angle from here. But I think we should raid Chud Logic. I think that would be really cool. He's got like 80 viewers on Kick. And we can add like another 23 and he'll notice, you know. I think that would be really, really cool. If you guys want to come in and keep talking to us after stream, we're in discord.gg/JS. How do you spell it? JSTLK. Also, do you guys think I should put my camera? It'll probably disconnect when I move it, but does it look better where it is? Or should I stick it over here? Because I'm always looking over here because this is where chat is. You probably noticed a lot during this stream, and that's actually a pretty good angle. I don't know. I'll probably be moving my stuff around a whole lot. And see, because like here's where I'm watching the video, and then here's you guys on stream. Yeah, we're hanging out in JSTLK Discord. If you guys want to come on in, JSTLK. Move that over there. Like you can see my bed now, which is kind of weird. I sleep here. This is actually where I live. Welcome into my life. What else? I want to do some big meme streams too. But I just updated my Kick. I just updated my Kick bio, so that's got some more little notes. I'll be working on that a bit more lately. I'll be trying to get like a gamer chair and a bouncy ball. We're gonna get a bouncy ball just like Justical, and then it'll be like an actual. I'm just gonna copy Justical, but I'm cammed up. I'm for real. I'm a real human being. Alright, I don't want no chemicals in the water turning the frogs gay. What else? What else? It feels weird abandoning you guys, but it is what it is. Fucking... I might just put a quick message in Justical's Discord and be like, hey, you guys... Because I know that, like, when I raid, you guys have to click host, and I'm worried about my lurkers not joining the raid, right? So make sure you join the raid. Anyone looking at you, Rhea? No, I'm sorry. That's so fucked. It's in my nature just to like yell at people, call them out and shit, embarrass them a little bit. But it's so fucking rude, especially doing it to my beautiful chatters. Dude, there was this one dude I used to watch on Twitch, and you know Twitch, you can see who is watching. You can pull up a list and it shows all of the chatters. And he was saying when he was trying to grow his stream, he would keep that open. And when he would get one chatter in, he would just immediately like read out their name and call them out. And I was like, what? Terrible way to freak out the chatters. Anyone watching my stream, can you please join the Chud raid? Bro, I can't post this in Justicle's Discord. It's weird. It's exactly what Justicle sort of types in his own chat, and then I'm doing it. And people are just going to think I'm a freak. Fuck it. Dude, we got 27 viewers all of a sudden. Make sure you guys stay for the host. Although, like, who are these new chatters? Do you want to say hi? Do you want to talk for a little bit? Do I owe you some... You're like my boss right now, technically. You can tell me what to do. As the chatter, you are paying my wage. Although I'm not on KCIP yet, I need 20 subs to get KCIP. Then I can get that hourly... that juicy hourly rate, as Dung Devil would probably say. But yeah, if you guys want to join in for the after stream chat, come to discord.gg/JSTLK. The guy who was chatting at the end there is Soy Adel. He's a really cool dude who is really into nuclear power. So, you know, the conversations are going to be pretty groundbreaking. You thought it was 100? It might actually be 100 for KCIP. My next... Yeah, I think I can't remember what they call it, but I've got like one more tier where I need 20 subs and it's like maybe 100 average viewers or something crazy like that. So we're working up. But like, I'm a firm believer that once people start to show value in me as a streamer, more people will just intuitively realize that I have value, and then they will also continue to show value. So your sub is like a snowball to me, where people are like, hey, people take this guy as someone worth subbing to, I should too. And it just grows and grows from there. Like, unironically, if I could have a millionaire parent who like cared, which I'm halfway there. My parents are pretty rich, but they don't give a fuck. I am not a trust fund kid at all. I could be homeless and they wouldn't give a fuck. So where was I going with this before I got kind of bleak on my life? Yeah, if I had like a rich angel investor, it would be kind of like Hasan or whatever, right? All you need is someone with a lot of value to then just say that you have value, and then everyone starts thinking you have value, and you can just snowball off of this. I think your brain works that way. I think this is like a natural part of the human brain of, hey, that guy's got a lot of endorphins. He's really happy. He must know how to keep being happy, and we want to keep him happy. Whereas if someone's sad, they're like, oh no, you're like a sad, depressed fucking thing. You probably kind of deserve to be depressed and sad, or like whatever. It's a rough theory. Like, obviously a lot of people out there want to help people, and that's you guys, and I appreciate that. That's how co-signing works so well in music. See, it works across the board. But my god, dude, 25 viewers here right now. Thank you so much. Don't forget to join the host. If any of you are in my Discord VC and are also listening to my stream right now, tell the people in there to do it. Yeah. Let's go and see how this goes. See who's listening. So I'm pretty sure I have this popped open here. I'll play a song on the outro because I know that the stream is a little bit behind my live feed. So we'll just listen to a song for a few minutes. Today's song of the day was the GoldenEye waiting screen music. It's a ripper, you will probably know it. Make sure you bang your head to it, boys. That's fucking mint. That is mint. I love it. I love you. Don't forget to drink water, stretch, work out. Do all the things that are good for your chat, and I hope you have a good time until the stream comes back on, and then I'll make sure that you're having a good time too. Alright, see you later, dudes. Thanks for everything. Every day I'm streaming, I'm living up to my dream. Don't forget to join the raid.
Jump through the Chud coverage, and one of the things he sort of mentioned is how like it looks like it could potentially be out of context. Like I didn't leave a whole heap of room on either side of what you were saying. But it's sort of like the main point I'm trying to get across.
Shot is fair.
And like I promise it's not like a hit piece. Like I'm not trying to.
I mean, listen. Okay. I think that the way he's gone about it.
Bro, where is my raid
certainly comes across that
notification?
way. In fairness, at the end.
Alright, Twitch, you're still here. There's fucking no one watching.
It's just
fuck you, Twitch. Fuck you, Dan Clancy. Save the Israeli kids.
Let's hope a big creator has a
You've
look
been
at
fucking
this
me
and
for
does
years,
crazy
Twitch.
sounds and shits on him. Do you know what I mean?
You've been fucking me for years, Twitch. I put in so much effort to try to be a big streamer, not realizing that you were just gonna fucking shove it up my arsehole. It wasn't gonna go anywhere. It was never good. You just fucked me, dude. I don't have much in my life, and I gave it everything I had until I was going to be hungry, homeless. I would have had to sleep on a park bench. I lost girlfriends over trying to make it with you, and you just didn't give a shit. And you had the responsibility to do it. You had the power, and with that power came the responsibility. You promised me these things, and I believed in it, and you fucking abandoned me. I hate it. I hate it. Where is she, Twitch? Where's my mandatory state-appointed wife? Where's my $1 million? Where's my home? You fucked me, Dan Clancy. And she's never coming back. Good night. I'm done.